back, but it was the pit beyond that. That's why I thought it was the 14. Now, is that pulling across too early, or is it unsafe release in the pit lane? That will be for race control to decide. Fortunately, not a decision I have to make. So, out with damaged right front fender and nose for PJ Hyatt. And the number 12 Sealmaster Lexus. A little bit of bodywork knocked off the front of the left-hand side of that car. There's something sticking up there as well, like a shark fin. 3:30 on the nose. RS2 around the world, Sirius XM 206, 100.9 FM here at Sebring International Raceway, and throughout the Central Highlands on the Voice of Sport, Highlands ESPN 1063 AM. Also in vision at IMSA-radio.com. There's a live video button at the top, and on YouTube as well, with the usual geo restrictions, but IMSA official YouTube page. PJ Hyatt comes in dragging a little bit of spike with him, Nick.
Yeah, that Dragon's lost one of its wings, not its fenders, its wings, and he's managed to stay attached, but I think it's probably 2 bits of bodywork. It may well be the side pod effectively and the nose piece as well, but they've obviously lost a few laps in the instant. Car hits the point. I'm not quite sure what it's allowed to do under a closed pit. I suppose they can probably just pull off the bit and change the nose, then come round again, or it may be that there's been a slightly heavier hit, they need to send it behind the wall, but it's people just looking at it at the moment. It's a kind of a lot of looking at the Dragon without actually trying to affect any element of it.
Well, don't forget they're in a closed pit, so
exactly,
all they can do is emergency service. He's left a little bit of spike on the Ullman straight coming out of turn 16 as well. That's going to need to be cleaned up. I thought the Corvette wasn't going to see it. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Hello to Arjun Vrekin. He says, are softer tyres available for the respective classes to be fitted when the track cools down, I assume? No, it is one tyre, all made by Michelin. There is one specification of tyre for each category. The only time that we've had two tyre specifications is at Daytona, where the nighttime temperatures dropped so far a couple of years ago that we had two sets. Now, we've got a yellow flag, so that means we must have the president of IMSA, John Doonan, come in. He times this so well so that we don't miss any of the action. Mr. Doonan, welcome back to IMSA Radio and to the international feed, and we've just been seeing streaming on YouTube for the first time as a little test, as a little taster for people out there in the farther reaches away from the US.
Exactly right. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to come join you and the team. And you're right, a little bit of a test, but you know, another portal for me to start off by thanking our fans. Unbelievable infield view.
Have you been on the infield?
I have. I took
crazy.
some partners back there this afternoon to show them the Officers Club that we renovated. I took some folks out into the dark depths last night. In fact, Matt Yoakum from the NBC Sports broadcast team, I think, was doing a piece out there, and he needed to find the saloon. You know, there's a saloon out there with a rooster that they brought for their alarm clock.
Excellent.
So, of course, why not? I mean, it would be rude not to.
Well, particularly for Saturday, because we didn't start till 20 to 10 this morning, whereas we had Mazdas and Porsches on track at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's the best alarm clock you can have.
But whether it's YouTube and that audience tuned in today, whether it's the audience tuned in to the Peacock broadcast and the race call by you, Jeremy, Shea, and the team, whether it's anybody tuning in to our NBC broadcast that'll be on USA at 4 p.m. Eastern, just with a grateful heart, thank our fans. They've come out in record numbers for the Rolex 24. They've come out in record numbers for the 72nd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and we couldn't be more grateful because that's who we're doing it for.
Now, look, we loved having the WEC here, and that was a festival of motorsport. But actually, I did some counting, and there's more cars on track this weekend, and we've had more hours of actual track time than we had at Super Sebring. So, as I said to you on Friday, is this now super duper? IMSA super duper Sebring.
I like your thinking there, and of course, had opportunity and got really nice notes from Pierre Fion and Frederic wishing us well this weekend. I did the same on their Qatar event. Lovely to have them here, but obviously 5 IMSA series between Whelen MX-5 Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Michelin Pilot, and WeatherTech has done the number, because as of 11 a.m. this morning, I'm proud to tell everybody here listening, and Wayne Estes and his team did an amazing job. We have the all-time record attendance at Sebring this weekend.
Wow. And we know when Sebring's going to be next year as well. Lots of people on the socials watching this saying, why didn't I book flights to Florida? There's absolutely no reason why you can't, because we know not just when this race is next year, but all of them, in an extraordinary announcement.
Well, thank you for being part of that. And as I said to the community that was in the room, I am so happy for our sport. I'm proud of all the partners, all the teams, because they've given us this opportunity to get ahead of it. And we've, I think, earned our place as a community to be able to make an announcement like that yesterday, give everybody a longer runway to put partnership deals together, give our fans, to your point, an opportunity to book flights and hotels far in advance. In fact, we said, I'm not sure some hotels and flights can be booked this far in advance.
It's about 330 days, I've just been told, for flights, so we're going to have a little while to wait yet, believe it or not. That's incredible. But also, we had Ron Fellows in here earlier on, obviously legend of the sport, inducted into the Sebring Hall of Fame, but also a big part of the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park group. Gives every single track from now on this season the chance to promote next year at this year's event. Well, surely that's perfect, because there's your audience right in front of you.
That's true, and so many loyal fans attend specific races. You know, a Daytona maybe is a bucket list.
Yeah.
A Sebring is a bucket list. The Motul Petit Le Mans. But in those markets, and Miles and Ron are a perfect example. They've got a loyal fan base up there at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. You know, we're still in touch with Dickie Regal and Steve Sewell at Lime Rock. I mean, as I said yesterday, if money were no object, we'd go every weekend racing. I think we'd love that, but we're trying to be smart with the race team budgets. We're trying to be smart and go to these markets as often as we can, and rest assured, we'd love to take every class to every race.
But you can't, because there's so many cars. So success brings its own challenges, John, and that's why somebody in your team has to sit around with coloured pieces of paper and go, right, at such and such a track, here's what we can fit in the pit lane. Yeah, you start with the pit lane, you're exactly right. And of course, 58 cars here. Whew. You got people beyond the bridge pitting today towards turn 1. You then go to the paddock, and as you and I talked about yesterday, 245 transporters from turn 16 to turn 17. It's 0.6 of a mile. It is jam-packed in there, and so we need to be sensitive to that. But I want to assure the fans in those markets, again, around Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, around Lime Rock Park, around other venues, that we want to do our ever best to get back there within the confines of what we have. We're trying an event back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course this June, as you know, with a 4-hour Michelin Pilot feature and the VPRC series, you know, VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, the new Ford Mustang Challenge, a Mazda MX-5 Cup. There may be more of those types of weekends coming, and there may be more of those weekends needed to be able to fill out a championship. Serious question, John. How many more cars can you fit in? We've got 58 here. Are we about at maximum now? It would be lovely to think we could have 60, 65, 70, because I know there's people out there, but as we come to half distance here, where do we have to stop at some point, don't we?
Yeah, and I think
there's a safety aspect as well.
That sweet spot of 60 cars that we saw at Daytona really fit nicely. I think the 58 you have here is, man, I think you're getting right up against. I think you're getting right up against the ceiling. The traffic for the men and women piloting these cars and the men and women on the pit box doing strategy, I think it gets awful tight if you try to do any more than that.
I've just heard from the fan base who are watching on YouTube saying thank you very much for that. It's working. 18,000 viewers concurrently at the moment on YouTube. So I'd say that's working. There's always room. You'll always make room for another manufacturer if you can. Of course we will.
Yes,
but
sir.
Let's be honest. Where else in any paddock by any sanctioning body in the world will you find the amount of manufacturers and marks, quality marks that we've got here in IMSA? Answer none.
I'm not sure exactly the answer to where, but I can tell you this. My entire team, from Simon Hodgson on the competition side, David Pettit, Brandon Huddleston on the marketing and the partnership side, Angela Hall, member services, Corey Pisacco on logistics, Ed Bennett, myself. We are so grateful to have the partnerships we have. I said at Daytona at the chairman's breakfast, this is the new auto show. And you look on the midway and you see the displays from Ford to Lexus to Hyundai to Cadillac. Cadillac's doing a ride and drive here. The manufacturers are looking for these unique venues to showcase their brand, to show new product. And obviously on the racetrack, when you've got 11 of them in GT doing battle, you got 5 of them in GTP doing battle. What better showcase for automotive, for the brand, and we want to be that stage that they perform on.
And not just for here and now and looking forward, but IMSA, you and the team have always been intensely aware of the history of IMSA. And with HSR now and Chris Ward finding his feet now and starting to look at what's going on, there's an opportunity to expand some of those great events that HSR have to reflect the great history that IMSA and NASCAR have had in the past.
You're exactly right, and literally, if you rewind the clock 7 days ago, Chris, myself, and the entire HSR staff were here with our season opening event for HSR, the Spring Fling. We had a ton of IMSA's history, which you could call IMSA Classic. We had a big field of ex-NASCAR stock cars, which you can call NASCAR Classic. And we even had our first round of HSR's Prototype Challenge, which went into the darkness. And you know who was on the top step?
No,
John Field.
No
back
way.
with Kenton Cook, who's been coaching John. But, that kind of a weekend to open up the 12 hours of Sebring week is really a special launch pad, and you never know what happens when you have a classic 6 hour, you have a classic 24, and more to come on that. But those weekends could open up the weekend of modern day racing, celebrate our past, and then show the fans what the current modern day is all about.
Right, give me that pen now. I'm signing up for that right now, Mr. Doonan. John, thanks for being here. John Story and his team here have done a cracking job as ever. We always get well looked after. We come in through gate 4. We see the same people there every year, smiling faces. We've got to know them now. They've done a cracking job with all of the extra people coming in this weekend.
Yeah, it's been heavy traffic flow, and thanks to all the first responders that help us get everybody in here and get everybody out. But the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship is in a really special place. We had an amazing Michelin Pilot Challenge race yesterday and got Aston Martin their first win with the new car, and Rebel Rock Racing. Of course, VP Sports Car Racing Challenge raced at St. Pete, and they'll be back with us.
A couple of good races
couple
there.
Of good races.
They were
yep,
great.
Yep. So we're at a great moment for our sport. I can tell the fans we're going to do our ever best to take really good care of it and try to continue to grow this thing for years to come.
the fan interaction whenever you come here and talk to us on the TV and the radio has just gone ballistic, and we're now getting conversations about where to stay and where's the best place to go and how far you need to go to get a hotel, etc., etc. We've started the conversation already about next year with the schedule announcement. The fans are on it as well. John, congratulations to you and the team for putting a schedule together half a year more recently than you might expect it to be. We'll just have to find something else to talk about at Road America now.
Yeah, as I said at the end yesterday, and we'll let you guys get back to calling the race, we're going to continue to try to make news and make stories that's good for the sport, good for our partners, teams, but most importantly, John, there's no way we're here without the fans. Those who are on site, those who are watching or tuned in to the broadcast, and those who follow us on social media. That's who we're doing this for. That's who our partners want to engage with, and we're going to keep doing the right thing for them. And
something that I'll say to you, and I don't expect you to respond to, but you and the team, you're fans as well. I know you don't get to see as much as you would like to. I had a long chat with Mark Raffoff today from Race Control, and you know, his enthusiasm continues to burn bright. We're all fans at heart here. John, thanks very much indeed for coming.
Thanks.
And pass on the best from all of the audience to you and the team.
I appreciate it. I poured myself a cup of chocolate milk and I walked the paddock before the sun came up this morning, because you're right, when I was a little boy, it's exactly what I did. The calm before the storm, the paddock was full, but you're never going to take the fan out of me.
Absolutely. Love to watch a racetrack come to life. That's John Doonan, president of IMSA, having a busy weekend, I can tell you that, and it's not going to get any less busy in the near future. All that going on whilst we were under yellow, so no action missed, but we will go down for a pit lane report from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters just to catch up on what went on. Nick Damon is down there.
Everything went on.
Everything?
Everything.
Right, everybody did everything.
Well, not quite that way, actually. For the GTPs, we only had 5 full takers, and that were the 2 privateer Porsches, the JDC Miller and the Proton Porsche, and also the number 6, of course, who came in late, which was Nick Tanner getting his lap back. I think, and you'll have to, I don't know if Nick stayed on board on that one. I couldn't see, it was too far away. Timo van der Heim got out of the JDC. I'm going to try and grab a word with him for a second. So Mathieu Jaminet did get in board, so Nick's out of that one. So I'll try and, if he hasn't gone off for his lunch, I'll try and find out who it was who punted him. We also had the Lamborghini stop and one of the BMWs. We've had a couple of other cars come down just for fuel. There seemed to be no major drama at the Lexus pit, because I know you talked about handling bits of carbon fibre. All they did was kind of tear off a very small sort of rubber, sort of grommety thing, really, a bit of rubber sort of edging in front of one of the lights, and that went. Apart from that, everyone else had a pretty standard stop, fuel, and some changes. Something we're at that point now where, of course, they're running the strategy. Tim's on the phone now. As soon as Tim's off the phone, we'll go have a word with them.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, RS2 around the world, Central Highlands on ESPN 1063, 100.9 FM at Sebring International Raceway, and on Sirius XM 206 across North America. We're live from the 72nd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Cadillac. So, clear up continues. And this is going to, well, this is great news for tyre saving in our Michelin keys to the race, Jeremy, because nobody's putting any dynamic pressure on the tyres at the moment, and that's the good news. This will stretch them just a little bit. This is this our 5th full course caution?
6th.
6th?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Who was the winners and losers at that? Did that come out at another good time? Because it hasn't always done that. When you don't know when these things are going to fall. Who were the winners and losers? Pete was back in the front of the field.
Yeah, exactly. They made a more rapid pit stop than the number 10 car, which is just looking at when they made their previous stops, which is kind of interesting because last time around when they did make their pit stops, the number 31 car was in a lap before the number 10 car. So, but this time they got the car out ahead again, so number 31 back in the lead. That's the 15th lead change. The number 85 car led a couple of laps there because it didn't come in right before the caution. So that was our 6th different leader. But yes, number 31 car then ahead of number 10. Number 7 jumped up a bit. The BMW number 25 fell back 2 or 3 positions. It was 3rd because it had got past number 01 car before the caution, but it's now fallen behind number 01 and number 40.
And it's fresh out of the 85. It's Tim Van Hunt. Tim, a lot of chat with you, even on the phone to somebody else. I mean, obviously a huge amount of discussion, but basically it was a fantastic session by you.
Yeah, I was a bit struggling the first session to get my rhythm, and a bit struggling with the tires overall, but then we went on the second set, and I think that went quite well, and we were able to catch up a bit, and we end up P3, and now we are in full course yellow. We will see what the race brings.
Have you got to the point now where no one has to double stint tyres anymore? Is it single stint all to the end, or does there still some driving that need to be done as some old tyres?
It looks like that everybody's doing only one stint on the tires for the rest of the race. I think everybody already did the doubles, so we will see.
Now, what we have seen is quite a few comings together. How is the traffic out there? Is it just really hard to get past people?
Yeah, it's really struggling to pass the GTs and the LMP2s, especially with all the marbles around the track. You're just struggling with the tires after the passing. So, but still, it's great fun to be here.
Stephen, thank you so much.
So coming back to green flag, 5 hours and 49 minutes to go. We're into the second half, and it's Pipo Derani. Hang on. This feels like 6 hours ago. Streaking towards the first corner. He started off in pole. Don't think that nothing's happened in the last 6 hours and 10 minutes. Up into second place for Felipe Nasser. Brilliant manoeuvre for the Porsche Penske Motorsport driver as he slips through. Ricky Taylor dispatched down to 3rd place. Derani then from Nasser. Then Bourdais and Taylor scrapping the 2 Cadillacs. Stunning restart by both the leader and the Porsche driver. Now up to 2nd place. Rest of the GTPs stream through, heading off towards turn 10. Huge amount of fans, and we've got a penalty being called from that session. A pit lane protocol issue for the number 12. That will be a drive through. My goodness, how many pit lane penalties have we had this year? And also a drive through for the 45. That was an equipment, that's a safety penalty. And the 47 Chetelaar, Roberto Lacourt car, getting a speeding violation as well. So that will be a drive through. This is not the tidy race that we were hoping for. Oh, touch in front of the number 40 Acura. That's its team car that is right there battling with the 0-1 of Sebastian Bourdais. And there was side-by-side, side-to-side contact there. And some Michelin tyre smoke thrown up into the air as they were rubbing and racing across the line. What a opening lap by, or restart lap by Pipo Derani. He's pulled out 3/4 of a second to Felipe Nasser, but he's not exactly, Jeremy, hanging about either, as he's managed to put half a second into Sebastian Bourdais, who has got ahead of Ricky Taylor with that side-by-side pass.
Yeah, Ricky Taylor lost 2 positions then on that opening lap, which is going to be frustrating for him. He's got to get his head down now and not lose any more ground. I mean, you know, right now, of course, all of the leaders nose to tail, but you know, track position is so important. There's a pit stop from number 12.
That's his penalty.
Yes, okay, fine, that's his penalty, right. So that's could be costly for that car. That was running well up toward the front end GTD. We had problems earlier on.
Yes, indeed. So let's see where that car filters back out again as the Aaron Teeling's car rejoins the Lexus number 12 in its standard colours, the 14 car, championship winning from last year in gold and black rather than yellow and black, celebrating 50 gloriously lubricated Mobil 1 years. And whilst the action allows us, let's go to CrowdStrike and our pit lane reporter Nick Damon, who's with Nick Tandy. Oh, sorry, no, Felix is that.
Nick, what can I say? Wasn't the best start. What happened? Who hit you and why?
You mean during my stint? Yeah, I had some contact with a GT. There was a line of GTP passing kind of up the inside from 11 to 13. And I don't know if they didn't see how many cars in the line there were or what, but I just had the lightest contact on the left rear as we went through, and it's I mean, it just dislodged the rear, the tail assembly. So yeah, unfortunate, but we managed to get it changed down the lead lap. Hoping to get lucky with the yellow, which we did. So it's kind of all reset, and the car's good to go. We had a little bit of time to work on it as well, try and make it better.
So basically, there was no damage on the car. But how was the tyre wear? It seems that the Porsches have been suffering more from tyre wear than the other cars.
Yeah, I mean, we're limited on tyres, obviously. So when you at some point you've got to double stint a set of tyres, or 3 sets of tyres, or whatever you've got to do. So you know, you want to keep you obviously want to keep your new tyres for the end of the race, but this part of the day is when the tyre takes its most, you know, it uses the most energy with the temperatures. So you want to double now, but it's the hardest part of the day to do it. So, you know, we're hoping that we're going to be better in cooler conditions on a single stint than the Porsche is on a double stint in the day, for sure.
Are you through the pain, or is there still more double stints to go for these cars?
We're not through the pain yet, no. To put it simply, I can't tell you everything, but...
That's fine, more pain. We all know, more pain some go, thanks, Nick.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Nick Tandy with Nick Damon, our CrowdStrike pit lane report. You could almost see Nick Tandy's face there as he was working out what he was going to say. Off for the number 4.
Whether to answer the question.
Yes, off for the number 4 Corvette. It's turn 10. Just before that, we had a change in the lead for GTD Pro as AO Racing and Lauren Heinrich pulled off a bonza move to get down the inside of Kyle Kirkwood. Yes, Kyle Kirkwood in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF at the far side of the circuit. It was a proper send-it move and a great way to take the lead, and he's already pulled out around about half a second, maybe even a little bit more. Michael Bortolotti saw that brilliantly from the Iron Lynx Lamborghini in the number 19 in 3rd position. Welcome along to the Director of Motorsport North America for Michelin, Jason Ansel, along with us. Right, first of all, what have you done with your left arm?
John, I wish I had this great story, but let's just say I lost an arm wrestling game. But no, in all seriousness, I had a little slip and fall and a little fractured shoulder, but I'm doing okay.
Oh, just a little fractured. No, okay, so from now on, it was free fall, X Games style squirrel suit jump.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
There you go. Well, thank you for coming, and thanks again for the support of the championship and indeed the broadcast. A different challenge here at Sebring this year. Not super Sebring as we saw last year with the WEC, but my goodness me, adding plenty of IMSA cars in the paddock, and 2 different types of rubber from yours on the track as well. Is that a consideration when you are trying to supply tyres?
For us, it's really incredible to see what IMSA's been able to do. Bring 245 cars to the paddock this weekend. So it's simply amazing. For us at Michelin, we're definitely prepared for the different race championships that show up. You know, of course, WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. We had Michelin Pilot Challenge. Last weekend we had VPRC out in St. Pete and MX5 Cup here, all running on Michelin tires.
And how was the logistics from being at St. Pete's last weekend to being here early part of the week and getting set up?
Yeah, no issues there. Our team has been prepared for this. We ran in St. Pete with MX5 Cup, so we're used to this, the logistical challenge.
Now, I had a question earlier on about different tyre compounds for when it gets cooler. Of course, that isn't the case. Every one of the classes here in IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship has a Michelin tyre, and everyone's the same. However, we have got a slightly revised tyre for GTD this year. Tell us about that and about the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, no, Michelin is incredibly excited about bringing a new tire to the GTD Pro category, the Michelin Pilot Sport Pro. For this tire, taking a innovative approach, just like we did with GTP, double stint capable, and really it's to drive innovation with our mindset between, with IMSA, the double stint and sustainable mindset. For us, it's about doing more with less, bringing tires to the paddock.
Do you actually bring fewer tires to the paddock now?
Yes, the allocation was larger last year with the S9M in GTD, and this year with 19 sets of tires last year, 15 sets this year.
Wow, that's
and
a big
really,
change.
yeah, exactly. It's all about that sustainable mindset, and while still maintaining that that performance on the cars.
How do you do that? How do you make a tyre that can last almost twice as long? Look, there is a little bit of drop off, but it's an extreme circuit here. But how do you make a tyre that can go twice as long and keep the same performance? What trick? You can't tell me anything clever, of course, because your competitors will be listening. But what's in the toolbox, Jason?
Yeah, so it's a broad array of different techniques and tools in our tool chest. Of course, we use simulation to better understand and try to do as much without actually running the tire on the cars until we have to. It's through the carcass construction, through the compound, the way the belts are laid. Yeah, it takes a lot of the playbook out of a confidential tire, but being a commercial tire.
Really?
Yes.
So you've
exactly.
learned. So you've learned from your own experience on the confidential tires from things like GT Le Mans in the past.
Exactly. We're thankful to be given a lot of different tire opportunities, and for us it's always about driving innovation and learning, and so taking those tools that work in a top level prototype vehicle and bringing them down into the GTD Pro category. For us, that's a great way to drive synergy and drive innovation.
Do we win as consumers with our street tires?
Absolutely. With the tires that we bring here, we're continuously learning and again driving that innovation, and the consumer benefits from that, because we want to bring long-lasting performance to the street where consumers can be happy with the tires that they're buying. And so we use racing as a laboratory to drive innovation so the consumer gets that benefit.
And where's the big challenges this year then within the IMSA paddock? The schedule looks incredibly stable, and also we can start planning for next year, as we've just heard from President John Doonan there. So where are the big challenges this year?
For us, having a fifth endurance race this year for the Michelin Endurance Cup, I would say that creates some level of challenge, but Michelin is prepared for this. For us, we are in endurance racing to prove out technology and innovation, and so for us, we're prepared. But of course, weather conditions and like today here in Sebring, track temps at 102, that always creates its own level of challenge. But we're prepared for all of this.
Great to see Michelin back on two wheels at top level motorsport as well. I did note that Formula One are staying with the 18-inch rims for the new regulations, and that's something that interested Michelin back down through the years. Any little hints you can give us about that? Would that be something that you'd like to do?
I mean, for Michelin, it's great to see that the FIA's and F1 is sticking with the 18-inch tire, because for us that is always interesting to see bigger rim diameters, but too early to say, and certainly a lot of people above me that would make that decision, but certainly it's good to see that they're not going to go backwards and go to 16-inch and stay with the 18-inch.
I don't know if you can even buy 16-inch tires now, but it's getting harder and harder for me to get tires for my old 968, which is a 16-inch. Thank the team very much for us, won't you? Good luck with that shoulder and no more squirrel suit.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the time.
Good stuff. Let's go down to Shea Adam in our Crowd Strike Pit Lane report with a little update on Corvette.
Yeah, a few not great races so far. Corvette, the number 4 came in, Earl Bamber. They did fuel, they did tires. Earl got out of the car. There was no new driver ready to take over. And then all of a sudden, Tommy Milner jumped over the wall, pulling his gloves on. So that was a very uncoordinated stop. Unfortunately, the Ford Corvette is still in its box. Clutch issues have been plaguing this car since the beginning of the race. And it seems that now they've reared their ugly head to the point where the car needs to be fixed, and it is a long fix, so they continue to work on it. The number 45 Lamborghini, this is the WTR Andretti. That car had its fuel rig come unlodged earlier, John. That's a bit of an issue, and more issues down here in the pit lane, but more issues on the track.
For Phil Hansen in the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche number 85, the bright yellow number 85 car is very, very slow on the back straight and is dropping down through the timing and scoring. Had that car just come out of the pits, Jeremy?
Not just out of the pits. No, it was in a little while ago.
Okay. Well, he's back in now, and that car was barely crawling along as it went through. And that's a shame, because that car has been there or thereabouts with the factory cars all day.
Yeah, been ahead of them much of the time.
Shea Adam is waiting for the car to come to a halt. It's still got some engine power, but it's clearly not up to speed as it rolls very slowly down towards you, Shea.
Yeah, they just added some fuel. They're signaling to try and turn the engine back on, but the engine cover will be coming off, and the rear wing as well. Driver staying aboard for now. But this is a situation, computer is getting plugged in. Hopefully that gives them the answers they need.
Yeah, get that downloaded. A couple of questions about the Iron Dames. I'm afraid officially retired that 83 car. Had various problems, was going behind the wall, coming back out again, behind the wall, going back out again. But much like the AF Corsa prototype, there's no one left in the pit lane to talk to us. Then there was a problem with Risi Competizione in the pits. They've lost their right-hand side, so the passenger side door mirror, in a bizarre incident in the pit lane.
Yeah, they came in and cut it a little bit too close. They actually hit the front tire changer of the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Richie is okay, that is the good news. It actually hit the tire rather than hit Richie himself, but it knocked the mirror off, and the mirror left in the fast lane. Now, these two cars are separated by 3 pit boxes, so I don't quite understand why Risi was committing to its pit box so early when we are such a crowded pit lane down here. Just been given the signal, by the way, from JDC Miller Motorsports. They're going to push the car behind the wall.
That's a shame.
And
for
down
them.
at the more pitch end, it's with Lawrence Hoare, the 20 MDK High Class Racing from P2. That was a fantastic stint you put in a few minutes ago. Just came right through the field.
Thank you very much. The car was really good, and I was pushing with everything I had to make up a bit the lost ground, and yeah, it was a really good stint, I think.
But a lot of people are complaining about tyre degradation. Is it not so much of a problem on the P2s?
For a single stint, it's quite okay, to be honest. I was matching my lap times from the beginning, also in the end. But when you're doing double or triple stinting, what we did was really tough on the end.
And how, obviously, during practice on Thursday, you were out at various times of the day. How was the track compared to when it was, the afternoon session on Thursday?
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised because we are faster now than in the practice sessions. So, looks not too bad. I expected it to be more difficult with more debris on track and stuff, so it's quite okay for now.
Lawrence, thank you.
Thank you.
Change of position in GTD as the Triazi competition Ferrari of Alessio Rivera went past Misha Goikberg for Forte Racing in the Lamborghini. Big wiggle from Misha in that number 78 car as he was trying to defend. Back into the pit lane, Lone Star. They're not giving up. Absolutely extraordinary. So AWA number 17 is out. CPM, the court of Preston Motorsport 32, out with engine problems. The Iron Dames out with unspecified but recurring problems, obviously. We haven't heard yet about the Richard Mille AF Corsa Orica, which ground to a halt at turn 7 with Lilou Wadu de Cellier behind the wheel, the number 88 car. But the Lone Star Racing Sally Yolik driven Mercedes is back on the pit lane. Now further problems for the 85 car that we've just reported, the Porsche from JDC. That car being pushed behind the wall. And what was the other one I was going to mention? AO Racing, the 99, that car had damage for PJ. but he is at least back in the pit lane.
Well, the good news for that team, number 77 car, it's GTD Pro entry is running really strongly. Lauren Heinrich is pulling away from Carl Kirkwood, a massive margin of over 4 seconds, which you don't normally see in GTD.
Battle in the GTPs coming to the end of the lap, and that's Porsche versus Corvette. The Porsche of Felipe Nasser and Pipo Derani. This is the battle for the lead in the motor race going into turn 1. And that is Felipe Nasser to the lead again for Porsche Penske Motorsport. With just on 5.5 hours remaining, Jeremy.
Yep, and there was a change of lead in LMP2 a couple of laps or so ago with Hunter McElroy, who's now driving the TDS Racing number 11, snuck past Jakub Schmikowski for the lead. He was driving the into Europol entry, so the number 11 car now ahead of number 52. Rasmus Lind is in 3rd position, Felipe Fraga in 4th. That's number 81 for Dragon Speed, and number 74. Here's a look at that replay coming down the back straight. The Porsche just got a really, really good run and able to take the lead going into turn 17.
Pipo Derani didn't make it easy. Why should he? He was leading, but that was fair. There was a little bit of a schmozzle coming out of turn number 16, and people couldn't get on the power in the Cadillac early enough, and that was all it needed. They are so tight. Catherine Legg just running the best lap of the race for that number 66 car, the Gradient Racing machine, and that actually
showing you as Tatiana actually.
Oh, is it still showing as Tatiana?
This is, yeah. That's cool.
Well, the car has just done its fastest lap, which is the 3rd best GTD lap of the race. So that's pretty impressive, and that at the moment is faster than that car is faster than everyone in front of them. They're in 12th position. Yeah, it says Tati on mine as well, catching Manny Franco for Conquest at the moment. Keep an eye on that one. If you're just joining us around the world, good to have your company with still over 5 hours to go. Just on 5.5 actually, if you're just joining us. Many of you will be tuning in perhaps for the first time in the US to the USA content. I know you like to have the trackside feed as well. So Felipe Nasser by 1.5 seconds. We've not seen this from the Porsches all day, Jeremy. This car in particular, the 963, has struggled keeping particularly the rear tyres under it, even in moderate wear conditions, and this is certainly not that. We have not seen this pace against the other cars. The times are roughly the same, but in terms of competitiveness with the cars around it, we've not seen this so far today.
Well, yeah, I mean, the tyre's still relatively new, so we'll have to see whether that changes as the stint progresses, but absolutely right. I mean, here we are now 11 laps into this stint. He's just made that pass for the lead, has Felipe Nasser, and we'll see whether he can maintain it and how comfortable he looks in that number 7 car, but it's certainly running beautifully well at this stage. GTDs have really stretched themselves out. Lauren Heinrich now has 6.5 seconds over Carl Kirkwood, who himself has a 1.5 seconds over Mirko Bertolotti in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini number 19. So the order of the cars in the GTDs are Porsche, Lexus, Lamborghini, BMW, Chevrolet, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ferrari. And is that 8? Is that different manufacturers? Porsche, Lexus, Lamborghini, BMW, Chevrolet, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and Ferrari. 8 different cars in the top 8 positions in that class, and that is pretty impressive.
It is Tatiana Calderon behind the wheel. We've just checked that of the... she's been impressive to me this week. She's just got quicker and quicker. We heard Nick talking about enjoying seeing drivers literally learning and improving lap by lap. And Tatiana has got plenty of experience in other forms of motor racing.
Yeah.
But it's not always easy to jump into what is, relatively speaking, a heavy racing car.
True that.
So and she's done really well. Let's
just very quickly, John, just to answer your question there, Felipe Nasr just turned that car's best lap of the race in car number 7 in the lead of the race.
Yeah, so that is coming alive a little bit now. Let's check in with some of the drivers who were entertaining us earlier on. Nick Bull has just got out of that car. Our Nick Damon, can I have a word with him in this CrowdStrike pit lane report?
Nick, the Euro Interpol, the fantastic green and yellow car, kind of alternating at the front with the others. What is going to be the deciding factor in LMP2?
Man, it's been such a tricky race. The conditions have changed. I feel like we're driving a completely different car, and I think, like everyone, you just kind of hope that as you close your eyes and threw a dart at a dartboard for setup and kind of where you want to end up with strategy, you end up in the right place. So that's the hope. Right now it feels good, but we'll see where we end up.
It seemed towards the end of your long stint a while ago that the car was losing a bit of pace. Is that right?
You know, some of it was, a lot of it was traffic. We had a really good rhythm, and sometimes you roll the dice and it goes in your favor, and other times I feel like we got like 5 laps in a row where we just got caught in the wrong places, but that's life.
As a lane, where is the wrong place to be caught on this track? Where do you not want to see a GT3 in front of you?
You know, twice for me it was coming out of getting balked into turn 3, and that holds you all the way up through the exit of turn 5. So it's just a massive lap time detriment. The other one that can be really painful is kind of leaving turn 10 towards the double left. If they don't let you go around the outside there, it's going to be a long lap.
And of course you have to be patient.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to mess up our race or theirs. So,
thanks, Nick. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent. That is exactly the sort of answers we want from Nick Bull. Had words and thank you to the responsible adult who's been everywhere, of course, as she always is. From the Iron Dames, out that number 83 Lamborghini retired due to early contact that caused what they just call a technical issue. They took the car behind the wall several times to try and repair it, but at 30 laps behind, they've taken the decision to retire the car, though the weekend didn't go as planned. We have complete confidence in our Iron Dames and their ability to rise to the occasion. So it was that early contact that just could not be overcome as they went down. And also the 85 Porsche from JDC Miller shone brightly for quite a while, but that car has had to be pushed behind the wall, not even under its own power. The V8, it was very slow from Phil Hansen on the way in, as if he was trying to save something heavens above. You know, do you know what though? This has not been the carnage that people suggested. 58 cars started. I think we've lost maybe 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 for sure. Possibly 5. The FAF car keeps rolling around. James Hinchcliffe is behind the wheel of that now. The AO Racing 99 is back out with Paul-Luc Chatin, Alpine Works driver, behind the wheel of that car. So they're not giving up either. We've got another 90 minutes, just under 80 minutes to go before the next Michelin Endurance Cup points are awarded. Keep up to date with that. Shame for JDC Miller. They thought they'd turned the corner with that car. Had a long chat with a couple of their drivers earlier on in the weekend, and they're starting now to feel that they felt like they were starting to make some performance adjustments rather than just getting to know the car. So Nasr now being closed down by Durrani in the second half of the stint. Here comes Pipo, back down to 0.7 of a second now. Felipe Nasr with a 150.526 last time around. That's that car's fastest lap of the race. 150.584 for P4. That car's got another 4/10 in it from earlier on in the race. Sebastian Bourdais gone round in a 51.3, so he's not that far away. 51.03, excuse me. So he's not that far back either. The top three separated by 1.5 seconds, and the top 6 by 5 seconds. I'd take that halfway through the race, Jeremy, wouldn't you?
Yep, absolutely right. I mean, we were, what, 15 laps after the latest restart, but this race is bubbling along very, very nicely indeed. Again, it's got brighter again, the sunshine, hasn't it? And the breeze, I think, is stiffening just a tiny bit, has it?
Well,
it was
yeah.
4 miles an hour, I think, the last time I said. Maybe that or a little bit more, perhaps. But you know, condition, it's pretty toasty out there. And what's the time now? The proper time.
In from second in P2, the Inter-Europol Orica. Kuba Smigovsky brought that car in.
And he's got out of it. Tom Dillman's got in, so they are going to use a bit of Tom's time to try and move this car forward in the field. Full service. It's had the tyres. It's now getting the fuel, which always takes longer. There's no indicative sign of anything other than the totally standard full service and driver change pit stop. Just waiting to roll, and she rolls now perfectly fine.
Thank you, Nick. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch. All of a sudden, I just get the feeling, and I know we've only just gone into the second half, but I do feel as though the rhythm and the tenet of the race, Jeremy, is just cranking up a little bit. We've got a 3-car battle for the lead overall, and it does just feel as if the intensity level's being cranked up a little bit, which is ridiculous because there's still 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. But it does seem as though people have, what was it that Nick Tandy said? We might have to still take a bit of pain. And maybe we're getting to the end of the pain now. And the dogs are being let off the leash and being allowed to run. Going to be a challenge for the lead here.
Yep. And
NASA looks down, has to defend rather than turn 10, as Pipo Derani got a very good run out of the hairpin. Derani looks like he's got a grip advantage here now. Look, down to 13.
I think your assessment is absolutely right. The intensity is ratcheting up. We've just seen successive fastest laps for the race leading car. A little bit farther back, we saw a fastest lap also for Colin Di Filippi, a 49.9 for him. And also just ahead of him, Louis Delatraz in the 5th position in the Acura number 40 has just set the new fastest lap of the race, a 149.4. And
that is that a
no,
GTP
no,
lap
we're still a second away from the best time last year. 48.3 was the best time last year.
Don't forget, we are making the tyres last longer though, so let's, we're not perhaps quite at the moment judging like with like, and it's still warm. Track temperature hasn't changed, but the air temperature is still going up now, just gone up to 31 Celsius as I was looking at that. That's high 80s in the Fahrenheit scale. And the top 3 absolutely together, coming through turn 1, putting another lap on the Acura number 12. That car running in GTD in 14th position for Aaron Taylitz, having the run that they were wanting there. Led the sessions earlier on in both GTD Pro and GTD for Lexus, but it's not been the day they wanted, certainly with the GTD or the GTD Pro car.
LP2 leader in the pits, Hunter McElrea for TDS Racing.
This battle for the lead, how long can or should Pipo Derani be that close? By that I mean a car's length at best to the back of that Porsche. We've heard a number of drivers saying as soon as you start following closely, it absolutely roots the front tyres.
Yeah, and that's going to be all these teams are going to be mindful of. Some of the teams, I think, have probably got their double stinting out of the way, but most possibly have not. We heard just then from Nick Tandy, who suggested, without actually saying it, his car at least might have to do, I would think, only one more. But there's that number 10 car weaving around on the straights.
Yeah. And that's the battle further down for 4th, 5th and 6th with Ricky Taylor, Louis Delatraz and Conor De Filippi. And as Jeremy reported, Louis Delatraz just reset the fastest lap of the race last time around in the red Acura, and the blue, black and silver Acura is the car ahead. It is his teammate, but it looks at the moment in this phase of the race as though Delatraz has the better car underneath him. Hello to Stephen, sitting in the rental car. AC on full, having a cool down and charging my phone. Well, hopefully you're listening on 100.9 FM here, or Sirius XM 206 if you've got that in your rental car. Rob Chalmers, do you think the 7 tyres have passed the best, or is he trying to back people into Seabass? No, I think if Felipe Nasr could drive away, he'd be driving away right now, Rob, if I'm honest. At IMSA Radio. Through traffic though, the Porsche is quite nimble through traffic, and normally when you see a car struggling for grip, it struggles offline, and he's had to go offline now. Here's the opportunity. Durrani to the lead. No, can't get it. Can't hold on to it. Tried to go around the outside of the rhubarb and custard number 86 Porsche, and for a moment I think people's nose was ahead, but it was only for the shortest time. Nasr picked the inside line to turn 13, and that was the right way to go. Thought that was going to be an outstanding manoeuvre by people. And now a breathing space for 1st, 2nd and 3rd as they've all been split up a little bit. 4th, 5th closing in now. So that little bit of traffic, Ricky Taylor is dragging Louis Delatraz and Conor De Filippi. We've got almost 6 cars, 6 GTP cars, Jeremy, line astern. Actually make that 7 because Julian Andlar's not that far away. 7 cars in 5.5 seconds going through traffic at the moment here at Sebring.
Yeah, and Andlar has closed in quite rapidly over the last few laps. 2 laps to go, the gap from number 25 car, the BMW, which is in 6th position, to Julian Andlar, number 5, was 4.6 seconds, then 2.9, and now 1.2 as they're slicing their way through traffic.
Hello to Pete Petrades, who's tuned in. Uncle Toto says, as soon as I get my hopes up for home time, JDC Miller guys, well, I think I might cry.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
hard.
right with you on that one, because they were doing such a good job. I mean, it's a little team from Minnesota, and they do a fantastic job running with the big dogs. You know, compared to some of these big teams, super teams in this paddock, they are nothing like the size, but they certainly don't lack in any of the other capabilities.
Chetelaar and Roberto Lacourt off at turn 16 into the dirt, but did not hit anything. You'd have to go a very long way off to hit something there, in fairness. The 47 car has not had a banner day. It is down in 15th position in GTD. A massive GT field though. 34 cars qualified out on track on Friday. Oh, somebody's had a spin next to our mic, and it's the tower car for the 2nd time today with a problem. It went off at turn 13 before. That is just at turn 17, coming back onto the start-finish straight. Well, that's one way of finding out where our effects mics are, because you heard that long before we saw it. That car at the moment in the hands of, and they lost laps, it's Michael Doonan. And it's the 2nd time that Michael's been facing in the wrong direction. It was he that went off at turn 13, tower turn, in the tower car, as we mentioned at the time. Let's get back to this lead battle. Felipe Nasr has pulled out a 2nd on the chasing 2 Cadillacs, the Cadillac duo, as Doonan is trying to reverse the car across the track. It's bright orange, blackened white car. Now, has he got first gear? He cannot. He's got reverse. I think he's going to try and bring it into the pit lane. Yellow flags covering that at the moment. Has he got enough lock to get it into the pit lane? Just. And he will come into the pit lane. So my heart rate can return to normal there as he was sitting, sticking right across the racing line. Just came through turn 17 a little bit too quick. Did tag the tyre wall on 17B. Not that hard, but hard enough that Michael thinks it's worth bringing that car back in. Top of the P2 field, into the pit lane, Nick Damon.
To my right, the 04 CrowdStrike. To my left, the 20, the MDK High Class Racing. That's having a full, that's having a driver change as well. So only a short stint in the 20 for the young German. I think it's a German driver. I didn't know who got it. No. I have my notes and everything. Actually, to see America, Seth Lucas has got out of the car. I think Lawrence has got back in the car. He didn't like Dennis Hansen, that's for sure. The number 2, that is, of course, the United Auto Sports machine. That has full service as well. That's out. The tower car's left again, so obviously decided it hasn't deranged anything important, which is key. And that got full tires again. The Sean Creech machine controls past me. I mean, it's scored 10th at the moment, but it's gone past right up the far end. And the ever so thirsty P2 start first. There'll be a few more laps before the GTPs come in.
Thank you, Nick. What a drive, by the way, from Colin Brown and the CrowdStrike Racing by APR team to get that car back up into contention. Was that 2 laps down, Jeremy, the CrowdStrike APR car?
It was at one stage. You got one of them back on a
wayby.
Yeah, on a wayby, but the other one, Toby Sowry. Yeah, Toby Sowry drove a brilliant stint an hour or so ago to get past the leader right before another caution period came out, and then he pulled away pretty rapidly. So Colin Brown taking over that good work from the young Englishman Toby Sowry.
Right, out of the traffic, and now Pipo Derani's caught Felipe Nasser again. They're just through turn 13. There's a group of 3 GT cars ahead of them, including the Cadillac Ferrari in there. Also, Lauren Heinrich, the leader in GTD.
Yeah,
Pro.
he's just romped away.
He's gone, hasn't he?
20 seconds he has now over Daniel Juncadella, and I still have a hard time looking at that name and seeing Chevrolet Corvette next to it.
Yes.
For the Spaniard in car number 3.
Yes.
Mirko Bortolotti's in 3rd position, and then a huge long string of cars behind Bortolotti in the Lamborghini. Russell Ward in the GTD leading number 57 Mercedes. Then Madison Snow in the BMW for Paul Miller Racing. Mario Farnbacher in the Harder Racing Aston Martin. James Collado for Risi Competizione in the Ferrari. And then the 2nd placed in GTD is the BMW for Turner Motorsport and Robbie Foley.
Right to the edge of that curb at turn 1 for Felipe Nasser, who again has responded and taken a second out of Pipo Derani, but he's really pushing it now. This has been an excellent stint to watch and see these cars and the relative performances change.
Yeah.
They've been out now for, well, the Whelen car's been out for 3 laps more than the Porsche Penske Motorsport car. So whichever one has to come, but you would think it would be the Whelen Cadillac that came in first.
Yeah, that car came in right before the previous caution period. Remember, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars came in right before the caution period, and then a few that did not, including the...
Yeah, sorry, Jerry, go ahead.
No, the number 7 and number 3, they came in on the same lap.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, my apologies. Half a second between them again now. Does seem as though Pipo Derani gets clear run. He can catch Felipe Nasser, but bizarrely, in a car that we think is probably grip restricted compared to the Cadillac, the Porsche is really good through traffic. We talk about the Pipo effect. Well, it's the Felipe effect here, and Nasser's doing an absolutely cracking job for that number 7 car. Now, it was a good start to the season for the number 7 car, going past the number 99, AO Racing, back out again in the purple Dragon Spike. And through also goes Pete Mozzarani. They've pulled 3 seconds now on Sebastian Bourdais, and Bourdais was right up that tailpipe, what, 6 or 7 laps ago?
Yeah, but the number 01 car did not take tyres on its... that was a previous stop.
And he's got Ricky Taylor right with him, and Louis Delatraz right with him, and Connor De Filippi right with him. Julian Adlau's charge towards the front has been slightly muted in the last few laps.
Yeah, just a little bit, hasn't it? And but it's certainly interesting to see. I mean, I think the Cadillacs seem to have the pace whenever they want it. Pipo Derani, he's able to close in seemingly at will. He's not going to push the envelope at this stage, but it's certainly looking, once again, very, very good for Cadillac. But the Acuras are looking very strong now, I would say, as well. Porsche's leading a race, obviously, but I'm not sure they have the as much pace in the cars at this stage in the race. But it's still, the temperature's going to drop by probably, I don't know, 8 or 10 degrees at least later in the evening, probably more than that, and that's could make a major shift in the balance between those cars.
I think, though, that particularly the Porsche Penske Motorsport 7 crew would be delighted to see them up there and competitive. Mathieu Jaminet is only 23, call it 24 seconds behind. The whole field is within just over half a minute in GTP. Now, yes, we've had safety cars to close them back up again, but let's not forget, Nick Tandy nearly went a lap down earlier on pace in that number 6 car.
Well, he had a problem, of course, didn't he? That was why he was at the tail end of the lead lap. But yeah, he certainly didn't have the pace in that stage of the race. And the Lamborghini you just talked about, just on the last lap, he lost a fair bit of ground, Cairo. He lost about 5 seconds on one lap. So we have to, hopefully he will. That won't be the same again this time around. Still waiting for that car. It's just gone through, actually. What was his lap time this time? He was slow again. Oh, 50. Oh, he's in the pits. That's why. Here he is.
Nick Damon has the Lamborghini SC63 of Matteo Cairoli.
Straight on his marks, and it's looking like it's going to be a... thank you very much. Looks like it's going to be a full service. They also have the 19 behind, man saving. Thank you. The 19 Pro GTD car as well. The driver staying on board. Full set of boots, though, with the fuel as well. So no looking around like it was a problem. Perhaps it's just a case of the tyres had said they've had enough. They just went off pace, but they are now racing. Right behind them, there's a full service of the 19 Iron Lynx GT Pro car, which is going to finish its whole service. Oh no, they're going to raise the car back up again. So they've had a little bit of a rethink about what they're doing on the 19 car. This isn't the quickest. This isn't the quickest stop now, but they've got the fuel in. The SC63 is continuing. They've got a problem on the rear left. No, if they put it down, so don't do that. The rear left's not seating properly. It is now. And they also did a little bit of a... that's the V10, not the SC63. They're both left in tandem, but I would say that the Lamborghini GTP car probably 15 seconds too long with that tyre problem.
Thank you very much, Nick. Hello to Charlotte Brown from Starting From the Pits podcast. Tuned in back in the northwest of the UK, and might want to listen to Starting From the and watch Starting From the Pits on the 20th. Might just recognise the voice and the face. I apologise for the face. Shay Adam.
Felipe Nasser is into the pits. He is staying aboard for another stint, but he is getting new tires, so no pain for Felipe Nasser. Ooh, and a windshield tear off, so they like him. And they are just waiting on the energy replenishment at this point. Very good stuff otherwise from the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they are going to single stint now for Nasser. How many laps was that, Jeremy, for Nasser?
32.
Oh, but, that's good.
Well, yes, but of those, 1, 2, 3, 6 were under a caution.
Right, okay. But, I mean, his pace was good all the way through that. Yep. It didn't massively drop off at the end, so you sort of feel maybe they haven't exactly turned the corner yet in terms of the temperatures, although the track temperature has dropped back down again. It's down to 24 Celsius. Now, I don't know where they're measuring that, but we've got clouds again. It's still really, really sweaty and muggy. It's 30 Celsius in the air and 55 humidity. But as far as the Michelin tyres are concerned, they're on something where the temperature is only 24 degrees. Nick Dimon.
Yeah, the 65 Ford Mustang just went past me and into the pits. No problem, automatic Ford Mustang. No issue for now, but at some point during the day, he's lost his front right headlamp. So he's only got a headlamp on the left-hand side, which is going to be more of an issue in about 3 hours' time when it's dark.
I think so long as they've got one, they're all right with that. GTP's in, and this is Pipo Derani, who had taken over the lead here.
Clearly, Pipo does not want to talk to us because he'd rather stay aboard for another stint, but they are giving him new Michelin tires. New Michelin tires also for Louis Delatraz, the number 40. This is the red Acura from WTR Andretti. They are having a bit of a slow tire change on the left rear, but now they've got that rectified, losing no time because the fuel nozzle is still attached for both of the cars, the Cadillac and the Acura. Acura now drops off the air jacks. Cadillac should leave sooner. 33, 34, 35, 36. This is a long stop for the Cadillac and the Acura both, so they must have been completely empty. Away goes Pipo as soon as it hits 40. The 0-1 Cadillac beats them both back out, and now once again goes Louis Delatraz.
News from Porsche on the 85 GDC bright yellow Porsche. That was a left-hand side drive shot. Left-hand side drive shaft problem. Winward into the pit lane after 73 minutes. A little bit more than that since the last stop for that number 57 car. That's with Shea, or at least going down towards Shea now.
It's with me, fuel, tires, and a driver change. Phil Ellis taking over for Russell Ward, so I'm definitely going to pop in and have a chat with Russell because he said his car would be great this time of the day, and it certainly was. Also into the pit lane is Risi Competizione. I'm waiting to see if they put that new right side door on that car because they did lose the right side mirror on the tire, the right front tire changer, Richie, but they managed to get things going. Oh, very nearly a collision as Winward leaves its box as the number 10 Koenig Minolta Cadillac is coming in. And let's see, are they going to do a driver change? No, Ricky is staying aboard. Brendan Hartley, who's up in the rafters, not yet being deployed. This also is a tire change, and it is a tire change for the 25 BMW as well. So I think it might be the time where some of the pain, at least for some of the teams, is over. Let's see if the 24 does tires as well. Yes, that car goes up on its air jacks, and in finally comes the number 6. There are new tires on the wall for that one as well. So yes, new tires for everybody in the GTP class.
Yeah, just out of Shea's view, because it's 5 GTPs in their way, but I can see from the other end, it's the number 5 Mustang sampling Porsche. That's just done a left-hand side only. That Widmer car had done 73 minutes, John. 73 minutes! I mean, who's driving that, Mr. Carpet Slippers?
It did include the laps of caution, of course, but never. And it came in, if you remember, just right before the caution. But nevertheless, that's a long time to be sitting in a racing car in this heat. So I think it's probably... Is it worse when you're going round slowly? I don't know. It probably is worse if you're going round slowly in terms of the heat inside the car.
Yeah, not so much airflow. Yeah, fair comment.
So we'll get a chat with Russell, I think, when he's got his breath back and he's rehydrated. Down at turn 7 a moment or two ago. Perfect example of the ABS working on the GTD cars with the Chetlar Racing just giving the Flexbox P2 a little bit of a bump. I think it's okay. Another hour of racing has gone by. We've just had pit stops at the top of the field, so let's start with GTD Pro for this VP Racing race update. Lauren Heinrich and AO Racing lead by 16 seconds from Daniel Hucketeyer in the Corvette by Pratt Miller. Number 3 in second And then there's another 11.5, call that 12 seconds actually, back to Madison Snows, back in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. And in fourth, Super Mario Farnbacher, the Heart of Racing team, back in it after being well down earlier on. Down, I think they were almost running last in GTD Pro actually, and they're another second or so back. The top 4 in GTD has Robbie Foley of Turner Motorsport in the 96 car, a second ahead of Jan Halen for Wright Motorsport in the green and yellow 120 Porsche. Roman De Angelis, Heart of Racing team, number 27 for Aston Martin's another 6/10 further back. He's got half a second on Frederick Schandorf for the recovering Inception Racing. Remember, side-by-side contact right at the start of the race for Inception Racing, and that number 70, but back to fourth. And we'll have the rest of the classes in our VP Racing in race updates after we've heard from Russell Ward. How does he look, Shea?
He looks like a Texas kid who's not really letting the heat affect him too badly. Russell, 73 minutes on that last stint. Is it harder when you're going around slowly behind the safety car?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, depending on how slow they go. I mean, for most of the time out of that safety car, they're going pretty quick, so getting some air in the cockpit and everything's fine. But man, what a hot day. I mean, thank God, I'm used to the weather in Texas. It's kind of similar, so feels like home.
As far as you're concerned, you said to me this morning you think this car is going to come alive in the heat of the day. Did it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, looking at the other guys out there, I mean, the tire degradation was much less, and I felt, really fast out there, the front group. So honestly, I mean, I think we're ticking all the boxes, and hoping that the car will come even more to us at nighttime, which is kind of what we set it up for.
I got to ask about Rolex number 2, because the first one you gave to your dad. What have you done with the second?
Yeah, this one's mine. This one, I mean, it means a lot to us. I mean, there's so much work that goes into getting the car here, getting it prepped, and just to be able to do it is just incredible.
Good luck the rest of the way, Russell.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Shay.
Very busy time for Winward Racing, their European operation based in Germany. Beautiful little place called Altenbach, with the DTM, with the Pro Car for AMG in the European Championship, the GT3 Championship. And Daniel Morad going over to crew that with the 2 DTM drivers. So a very busy time indeed for Winward. And what an operation they have built in what, in motor racing terms, is a remarkably short time. More power to the elbow of Bryce and Russell, who we're talking to there.
And look, Pipo Derani's got the lead, going a lap longer than the number 7 car on that last stint. Has paid benefit for the number 31 car. He's back out in the lead, and on his second flying lap, Pipo Derani set his best lap of the race, that car's best lap of the race, a 1:49.8 for the race leader, and already he'd stretched out 5 seconds over the rest. I told you the Cadillacs were looking comfortable.
Well, you said they could turn it on when they wanted to. That's exactly very interesting.
200 laps. Indeed. 200 laps completed now by our overall race leader, Pipo Derani.
And we are looking at around about 338, 340 laps if we continue at the pace that we are doing at the moment, if everything else remains the same, which is what Trustwell would always say, which endurance racing it seldom does. Hello, Paul. I know you'll be watching and listening.
Last year there were 322 laps, which was the first year for GTP. I think that the most that DPI's ever did around here was 351. The overall record was way back in 2009, when around 383 laps.
Wow. That would be the old LMP cars, though, yeah? That's a very long way. Just heard from JDC Miller, by the way, that they are repairing that number 85 Porsche. They're putting a new left-hand side drive shaft in it. Right, let's continue with our VP Racing in-race update. LMP2, Hunter McElrea for TDS, leads by just 3.5 seconds now from Maltha Jacobson for Dragon Speed, 11 from 81. Then another 6 seconds further back, Felipe Fraga for Riley in the blue and orange number 74. He's got half a second on Tom Dillman, who's been plugged into the Europol by PR1 Matheson, number 52 car. He's got 9.5 seconds on Nico Pino for United Autosports, number 2. That's the wind-coloured car. And the brilliant Toby Sowery for CrowdStrike Racing by APR, sorry, Stuart, Sam, it's another 4.5 seconds further back. That's your top 6 there. And at the front of the field, the top 10 GTPs are separated by just on 57 seconds, led by Pipo Derani for the red, white Wayland Cadillac, number 31. 7 seconds to the good on Felipe Nasser on the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. That's the one with the black stripes and side swoosh. Then another 2.5 seconds back to Sebastian Bourdais in the 01. That's the gold and dark grey Cadillac. Then it's 3/10 back to Ricky Taylor in the blue and silver number 10. He's got 2 seconds on his teammate Louis Delatraz in the red and silver number 40 Acura. Then it's BMW number 25 with Connor De Filippi, another half a second back. He's got 3.5 seconds on the Porsche of Julian Andlauer in the Mustang sampling car. And Mathieu Jaminet is another 16 seconds further back, if you prefer, 32 seconds away from the lead. 2 seconds ahead of Jesse Krohn for a BMW M Team RLL, and that is the top 10 as we said. Let's have a quick chat with a driver just out of the car, Nick Damon.
With Simon Mann out of the 21A, of course. And Simon, as all the other drivers, you're looking pretty warm out there.
Yeah, it's pretty hot outside, but it's all right. Just trying. It's difficult on the tires, especially when you follow other people. But yeah, it's all right.
How much life does following someone take out the tyres? I mean, and how much you have to drop off them not to damage them?
Well, especially the fronts overheat very quickly, and then it's difficult to get the grip back.
So moving on now, so is it a situation where this is the worst it's going to be, and now that the car will start to come back towards you?
Yeah, hopefully as we go later on in the day, the temperature goes down and hopefully go faster.
Thanks, Simon.
Thanks.
You can hear how hard Simon Mann's worked there, talking to Nick Damon. It's been a long time since Nick's left anybody quite as breathless as that, I think, to be honest. Although it is quite hard work talking to Nick. I'm only kidding, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane report there from Nick. Battle for third, and it's a battle between Cadillac and Acura on the back straight at the moment. Sebastian Bourdais has that position, and about 3 seconds of clear road ahead of him. Ricky Taylor is moving left and right, trying to work the mirrors and get some kind of mistake out of Sebastian Bourdais. Good luck with that. He will try everything. It's a cracking battle. They've just gone across the line. Yeah. And Felipe Nasser's not that, as I say, not that far ahead. They're going through turn 1 now.
Yeah, but Pipo Derani's 8.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, 9 now.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, he's putting out a second a lap over the last, well, since he left the pit lane.
This is a statement of intent
yes,
here, isn't it, from Derani?
He wants that 5th win here, doesn't he?
Yeah, it would move him into a tie for the second most successful driver of all time here. He would be sharing with someone else who we knew by a nickname, Dindo Capello. They would both be on 5 behind still the outright best, which is still Tom Christensen on 6 wins. We haven't heard very much from Turner Motorsport today. Let's put that right. Robbie Foley is out of the BMW. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane interview.
Robbie, we're finding it hard to really assess which chassis is best in which part of the weather. Have you got any idea?
Not really. Traffic was ebbing and flowing a bit. I tried to take care of my tires at the beginning of the stint just because I knew it's hot and greasy, and that seemed to pay off in the end because I got a couple breaks in traffic and I could make some ground on the front of the GT pack. We're certainly strong. Seems like we make speed in a different way than the Porsche. The Porsche seems strong at times. Mercedes is strong. So it's anybody's guess. We're trying to save the car as best we can for the night, for later, but so far so good.
The last time you were out, the it's pretty standard conditions as far as the temperature is concerned, but is the track evolving even though it's the same temperature?
Yeah, it's getting more dirty naturally. So if you get shoved offline, it takes a lap or 2 or 3 to recover your to recover the marbles off the tire. So I would just say it's more dirty and there's less margin for error.
You said shoved offline. Does that mean that realistically you want to stay on your line and make the GTPs have to get round you? But of course that can cause problems, can't it?
Ideally, yes, but we have to coexist out there. So sometimes you take the normal line, sometimes you let them go to you're just trying to minimize your time loss. So that's the goal, and ideally you stay out of the marbles.
Thank you, Robbie.
Thanks.
Pit stop starting again in GTD Pro. Daniel Hunkedaer into the pit lane. Madison Snow's been in and out, or at least the Paul Miller Racing car has, as has the 64 Ford Multimatic Motorsport Mustang GT3. Catherine Leggs back aboard the Gradient Acura NSX after a long stint by Tatiana Calderon. And Aaron Thielitz is out in the number 77. That is the, excuse me, in the number 12. That's a Sullivan car. Sorry, Jeremy.
No, you're right, John. I think that, that whole sequence is just about to be completed now in the next couple of laps. The car that's off sequence with most of the others, there's number 14 car that's in second place now, behind the number 77.
CrowdStrike Racing down the inside of United Autosport. LMP2 battle using the GTP car as it went through. And that is a stunning piece of driving. That is fabulous going into turn number 17. And that was a pass for position that takes Toby Sowry up into 5th at the moment, with pit stops happening ahead of him. Yeah, that was Nico Pino. He went past in the Wins car. The front of that, it's still the TDS Racing Orica of Hunter McElrea that leads as the Dragon Speed Malte Jakobsen cars come in. Tatiana Calderon been doing a sterling job in the 66 Gradient NSX and building confidence and knowledge all the time, it would seem to me, Shea.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. And Tatiana, you don't get a great deal of testing in this car, not a lot of preparation. So learning on the track, do you feel more and more comfortable with the car every lap that goes by?
Yeah, I feel like every session I'm learning something. It's the first time I pick up the tires with one old stint tires. The track's changing, evolving, so I'm really happy that I might get to learn the car and the track during the race. And I think with all the issues we have had, we are happy to be in the lead lap.
Is the ambition to stay on that lead lap and then fight for a podium at the end of this one, or are you guys just going to be happy with the top 10?
IMSA racing is crazy, so anything can happen. What we've seen a couple of years ago, I think if we are there to fight at the end, it'll be happy news and we'll take that podium, hopefully.
How hot is it in the Acura?
Wow, it's a sauna out there, honestly. I've never raced a car that is so hot. We so far have done just single stints, but hopefully as it cools down, we'll gain a little bit of power, both the driver and physically.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Good evening to everyone in the UK. Hello to Martin and Sarah up in Crewe. Just had a nice Chinese takeaway, watching in the command centre again now. And plenty of you doing that as well, with 4 3/4 hours to go.
Yeah, and Pipo Derani just romping away, more than a second a lap. His last 4 laps, 1 minute 50.76, 1 minute 50.80, 1 minute 50.43, 1 minute 50.32. That margin now is over 12 seconds to Felipe Nasser. He in turn is now 4.7 seconds ahead of not the 01 Cadillac, because on the last lap around, Sebastian Bourdais must have had some sort of a slip somewhere because he's lost 3 positions. Louis Delatraz up into 3rd position now. His teammate Ricky Taylor, the second of the WT Andretti cars, right behind him. Right behind him also is Conor De Filippi, and now Sebastian Bourdais is tucked in behind that group of 3.
Well, we'll see if we can work out what happened. Had a 56.9 the last time around, so I suspect, Jeremy, that was on the last lap.
It was on the last, as I was saying,
so 8 seconds.
Lost 3 positions on that one lap.
Yeah, I mean, it is too tight at the top there to be making mistakes.
Yeah, but it's so easy to make a mistake. The traffic is constant, working your way through the traffic. There goes another lap for Pipo Derani, 51.1 that time. But this is remarkable performance by Pipo Derani right now.
Tom Dillman's in the pit lane for Inter Europol by P01 Matheson for number 52, green and yellow car. Derani with traffic. He's got the Faf McLaren in front of him. Many laps down that Faf car after that side-by-side contact with Inception at the start of the race when the Racing Competizione car got banged up and spun across the circuit between turns 1 and 2. How there wasn't an absolute huge incident there, I don't know. That, I literally held my breath for a moment there.
Talk about threading the needle. Goodness
Well,
gracious.
as soon as I saw him coming back across the track, and I said, oh, he's coming back across the track, I was waiting for the third. And even from the start, and that was from the start, you're still motoring at the exit of turn 1. You're picking up speed there.
True that.
So Derani's put a dozen
Over 100
seconds.
miles an hour.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Even on the first lap.
Derani's put a dozen seconds into Felipe Nasser, who's got about 3.5 on Louis Delatraz, who has pulled ahead of his teammate.
He got past his teammate a couple of laps ago. Actually, that was on the same lap that Bourdais slipped back. So be curious to know what happened there, because Bourdais lost those 3 positions and Delatraz gained 1 at the expense of his teammate Ricky Taylor, all at the same time.
Hello to Jake Parrott, who's at Washington Dulles Airport, sitting waiting for a bag delayed from yesterday to clear customs. That to be plugged at the race. Shout out to Dave Sue and all the rest of the mighty marshals down at turn 10, and indeed all of the marshals around. Hope you get your bag soon. Dr. John Bigger has just said, I've just filled a massive bowl with popcorn because this race is cinema. Like it, Dr. J. Enjoy it at IMSA Radio. Derani in traffic. How does the Brazilian deal with it? Quite simply, he carves his way through like a hot knife through cream cheese, not even butter. Coming up to Catherine Legg, coming out of turn number 7, even bold enough to take his left-hand side Michelin's offline there, down to 30. That car, down to turn 10. I've always said the Cadillac looks good on curbs and good on the bumps, and it just looks a fabulous platform. And Pipo Derani clearly, Jeremy, has a huge amount of confidence in it, and it's using its tyres very sparingly, very well indeed. But the car just looks so composed. He's putting in lap times that are outstanding, but the car's not out of shape.
No, it's not, is it? I mean, he looks to be driving well within himself, and that consistency we saw over those 4 consecutive laps in the low to mid 1 minute 50s. I don't think anybody's done that pretty much all race long. But having said that, Felipe Nasser, he's turning pretty good pace as well. His last lap was a 1:50.8. In fact, all of the cars, they're turning 1 minute 50s. Matthew Jaminet in car number 6, who's running 8th, just turned his car's best lap of the race at a 1:50.2.
You just get the feeling, as I said about, well, actually that's nearly an hour ago now, that we were starting to ramp it up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
It's still 30 degrees in the air, but that track temperature has gone and stayed back down at 24. There was a little bit of cloud a wee while ago. That's cleared off here on the front straight. A lot of people moving around on the midway whilst the race is going on, but the big Diamond Vision screens keeping people up to date and listening. See people with headsets on, listening to us on 100.9. Highlands ESPN 1063 AM, Sirius XM 206. Hello to our rescue and EMR safety teams. I know they'll be tuned in the Chevy safety trucks and the Cayenne intervention vehicles. Always say, hope they have a very long, boring day and never have to do anything. Still a third of this race and 36 minutes to go. That means we are 36 minutes, Jeremy, away from the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points. See, I've remembered those today.
Yeah, good point.
I actually wrote them down. Chase just said in my ear, I'm so proud of you. I actually wrote it down. And every time I look across the top of the audio desk, I can see it sitting there.
Yeah, so I think if we stay green, I think the GTP cars are going to have to make one more pit stop at everybody before the 8-hour mark.
Here's something interesting. That's the control powertrain parameter warning again for the number 5. It's the Porsche. I think that's the second time that car has had a warning for that. That car's had a warning. Julian Andlau's Proton Competition Mustang. It's Julian at the moment. It was a very, very long time ago. A number of the Porsches suffered from this at Daytona, and they basically had to find a solution so that they weren't doing it. They got a couple of warnings. They were worried that they would get a drive-through, or worse, a stop and hold. And so they had to basically change the programming on the drivetrain to turn the car down a little bit. Over the bumps here. Oh, there's a touch on the leader. He's off. He's off. That's a huge one. And Durrani's over. This is full course yellow. The car's upside down. Clipped a GT car as he was going through. And the strive for 5 is over for Pipo Durrani. And the car's held up extremely well on top of the tyres on the far side of the circuit. Full course yellow immediately. A lot of scraping and wear on the bottom of that car where it's been over the bumps. There's absolutely nothing people can do to get out of that car.
Sorry.
It's
moments after I said.
And it was the number 21 that he hit the Ferrari left front of that car, damaged. Just a little clip as they went side by side as people was putting a lap on the Ferrari. And that is a huge incident that has scattered the tyre bundles all over the place.
Yeah, this is going to be a long yellow.
A very long yellow indeed.
In which case, I wonder
that's just running into turn 10, Jeremy, I think.
Is it? Okay.
The Ferrari, by the way, driven. I've just lost it on the time screen again.
Just in terms of the strategy of the race, John, I'm just wondering whether people will make a pit stop now. I mean, the leaders are not long into their stint. They've got plenty of energy left before they need a pit stop.
Yeah.
But ordinarily they probably would stop. But I'm wondering now. This is going to be for sure a long caution period because they've got to reset those tyre barriers even after getting people's car out of the way. In which case they might be able to stretch this load. Well, they probably can stretch this energy load past the hour and the 8-hour mark for those championship points.
Yeah, of course. So number 21, Miguel Molina, behind the wheel of that car, damage to the left front as they were heading down one of the faster parts of the circuit. It was side by side. Conor Molina out of the car and looking back down the circuit to where the Cadillac is upside down. The team is talking. The team is talking to people on the radio. People is talking back. He just can't move at the moment. He's trapped in his seat belts, of course. They've done exactly what they've needed to do. The car incredibly intact, we should say, for ending up wedged on the tyres, effectively on its roof. It's on about a 40-degree angle, sitting on the tail. It was just a slight catch of the left front. Tyre barriers absolutely doing their job and dissipating the energy. But that's a big off at a fast part of the circuit. And almost rolled back onto its wheels, actually. Side-by-side contact. It was left front to right rear. Both tyres immediately disintegrating. The camber on the wheels, that means the bit where the bottom of the wheel and tyre sticks out more than the top. When you run them together like that, it's almost like an open wheel car, and that's exactly what happened. People was on the brake straight away, but there was no stopping that Cadillac as it bounced up onto the tyre bundles, which did their job, dissipated the energy of that car. And the left front of the AF Corsa absolutely destroyed. That's the suspension as well. We've got the crane in there from our track services partner Steps Towing, and that car will be very gently rolled back. The good news is, as we've mentioned, People has been talking to the team have been talking to People. He can only sit tight at the moment and let the AMR safety team do their job. They first had to check to make sure the car was safe in terms of its hybrid power, which I noticed the AMR safety team did straight away. Just getting the tension on the left-hand side wheels, and they will gently flip the car. They actually practice this, believe it or not. The key to this is doing it as gently as possible so that you don't jar the driver when it comes back on. But there is no simple way to do it other than the way you would expect, which is to roll the car back onto its wheels.
I mean, he took a wild ride to get to where he is now. It's going to be fairly
did.
wild for the next few seconds as well for Pipo Derani.
Incredible that the safety cell has held up. And in fact, actually, they're going to get him out with the car just held up. Got to be very careful when you release your harnesses. You've got to brace yourself against something to make sure that you don't fall down and hurt yourself on the roof of the car. People's moving around inside, and I think he's going to extricate himself from the car. But of course, the problem is he's upside down, so he's been supported by all of the AMR safety team. Excellent work team, to get him out of the car. He's been upside down for quite a while. The blood will have rushed to his head, so he'll be feeling a little lightheaded. But he walks away. He walks away and waves to the crowd. Pipo Derani, what an absolute pro. He'll be going to the Infield Medical Centre. My goodness me. He wanted, it was the drive for 5 this weekend. He's made the headlines, not in the way he would have liked to, I'm sure. Gets into the Porsche Cayenne GTS intervention vehicle, and they finish flipping the car over. It is the tiniest of touches, and we're not blaming anybody on this.
No, we don't have an angle to really judge really what happened. No, there's no angle to see
if anybody moved either way. It's at a part of the circuit coming down towards out of turn 10 and 11, where you accelerating hard, and there is room to go around the outside, and it does happen plenty of times. We've seen it several times today. The Whelen Cadillac has held up incredibly well. The door opened without being forced. I don't even think the windscreen is cracked on that car. Yes, there's damage to the front bodywork and the left-hand front suspension in particular, but that is extraordinary. The team now have to get the car lifted straight up and onto the back of a flatbed. They had the airbags there, and those airbags were inflated underneath the driver's door so that, if necessary, people could just flop out. That was not required, as people give himself a quick squirm and got out, and now the car can be lifted from the anchor points on the roof, which go through into the roll cage, and the front end will drop down because those anchor points are on the balance points, which is perfect. And now it can be placed on the back of a flatbed. Pass around is happening whilst this is going on, and we'll open the pits once that is done. Jeremy, do you want to do a quick rundown before we go into the pits, a VP Racing in-race update?
Yeah, with 7.5 hours gone into the race, Felipe Nasser then leads in car number 7, and that is our actually several, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more lead changes. There's 20th lead change now. So Felipe Nasser leads in the Porsche 963, car number 7. Then the 2, Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Acuras, number 40 ahead of number 10. Number 25, the BMW of Colin De Filippi, is in the 4th position as the pits are opened and all of the leaders are coming into the pit lane. So wholesale pit stops now under caution as the pits are opened, as the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac is loaded onto the flatbed here. Pit stops wholesale at the front of the field.
Let's head down to our pit lane reporters and take some CrowdStrike pit lane updates. Let's start with Shea Adam.
It's fuel and tires and a driver change for the number 7 as Daytona winner Dane Cameron is taking over that car. Wheel rotation well on the jacks for Louis Delatraz. They dropped him too early. His right front tire was not attached. Now they put the car back up, and now they signaled that he is clear to go. Behind, it was Ricky Taylor taking fuel and new tires as well. No driver change there. The number 6 Penske, that was the Porsche 963 from Penske. They also came in, no driver change happened for that car. But there was a driver change for the number 25 BMW, as now Max Martone is behind the wheel of that, and everybody did new tires.
Thank you, Shea. The incredibly intact wheel and Cadillac is on the back of the flatbed already. Credit our AMR safety team and the track safety workers. Model of professionalism. A number of you saying fantastic work by all concerned. And tub looking solid, absolutely. There is a dead zone area behind those tyre barriers where no one is allowed to be, and they're there for exactly this reason. The tyre barrier, the tyre bundles that got split open into there, that is what's called a red zone, and that is the reason it's a red zone when something like that happens. So nearly rolled back onto, if not its wheels, onto the top of the tyre bundle, but the right way up. Great to see Pipo Derani walking away from that pretty much unaided. He'll go to the infield care centre to have a check-up. Thank you to Johnny Main, who's part of the Orange Army in the UK. A massive salute to the AMR safety team and track workers. Textbook driver extrication from an inverted hybrid. And people out waving to the crowd is a great sight, he says. And thanks again to all of our volunteer marshals around the world. And whether you're here working and listening on the PA or 100.9 at the moment, or you've come back from a day's sport over in Europe at the moment. What is it? 20 minutes past 10 in Europe, 20 past 9 in the UK. There'll be a lot of you who've either been doing some work today or are out to go and do works tomorrow. Here's the GT cars into the pit lane. Shay Adam
I
is
got lots
watching
of friends. Once again, in first was the 14 Vaster Sullivan Lexus. This will be fuel, tires, and a driver change as Ben Barnick getting back aboard. So Kyle Kirkwood took that car over not terribly long ago, but now it's swapping back and forth. Well, for Corvette Racing, they were in not very long ago, so they are doing fuel only for the Windward Racing Mercedes as well, but they're blowing out the grate as well, trying to give it a little better opportunity to breathe. The 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin is in. That was fuel only. The car was told, go ahead and leave, and it does just that. Reese is in. They are doing a adjustment to the nose. Looks like maybe they're putting a new nose cone on that car, actually. That's a bit interesting. Further back down the pit lane, the 64 Ford had to pull in around its sister car. They did the refueling barely inside the limits of the box, but that car actually getting going again because the 65 is taking this opportunity. That's the sister Mustang. Remember, we commented before, they lost their right front headlight. Well, under caution, why not give it a new one? That's exactly what the Ford mechanics are doing.
Yeah, well, they're not going to lose any time. Exactly. I think also around here, headlights aren't just for show, they are for go. So having two headlights pointing in the right direction. The cleanup continues at the site of that very scary accident for Pete Durrani. Contact, side-by-side contact with the AF Corsa of Miguel Molina. I really hope somebody at AF tells Miguel that Pete was okay, because he was looking quite concerned when he got out of the car. I'm sure he'll have found out by now, but let's hope that's the case. Now, the artistry and skill of a man with the teleloader. And the barriers are restored.
Seriously? Really?
Yep. Yep.
Kidding. Gotta be kidding me.
Yep, two teleloaders working in unison there, and that's done. So we'll reset the field for you and go through it in just a second.
Yeah, big shuffles around.
Right, but where do you want to start, Jeremy?
Well, let's start at the front, shall we?
Go on then.
A short fuel, I think, there for the number 25 BMW, because that is vaulted Maxime Martin, who's taken over the wheel of that number 25 car from Conor Di Filippi up into the lead of the race. He was running fourth before the pit stops. Second place then is Dane Cameron, the erstwhile leader in car number 7. And he has taken over from Felipe Nasser. Jesse Crone in the second of the BMWs then in third position now in car number 24. Then Matthew Jaminet in the second of the Porsches. So it's now BMW, Porsche, then the two Acuras, Louis Delatraz and Ricky Taylor, number 40 and number 10. Then Jimmy Brune in car number 5, and then Scott Dixon. So that must have been a slow stop for some reason for that number 01 car, as Scott Dixon takes over from Sebastian Bourdais. That's something we might follow up on. I didn't hear anything during the pits. Reports there, was there, or did I miss it?
We'll see what we can
and then,
find out.
Rounding out the top 9 now, because we lost a couple of the prototype cars, is the Lamborghini. Now also making additional pit stops now, Dane Cameron and Scott Dixon, number 7 and number 01.
We'll run the other numbers for you in our VP Racing in Race Update after we've heard from Joey Hand in this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Joey, this is kind of a blessing in disguise, because the thought of running around Sebring at night with only one headlight, that wouldn't have been too great for the 65 Ford Mustang, now would it?
Oh, that was going to be Dirk's problem. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I've done it. I did it here like 2000, I don't know, 12 or 13, 14, I don't know, but it's not good. And it's the right side headlight, which really is tough for turn 1, tracking out. So, no, yeah, it was good timing. I mean, we were running around there. In the heat of the day, our car was just okay. Definitely was better in the morning, and probably gonna get better in the evening, but probably a lot of guys are gonna do that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Fred had contact a few sessions stints ago, and luckily the headlight, as you saw, was living up in the nose, so it didn't go anywhere. It didn't cause any problems, so no big deal. But probably didn't help the aero. But yeah, I mean, cool to be out here in a Ford Mustang, Sebring. This is where we did a lot of testing, and just still trying to learn here. There's some pretty hot temperatures, so tire degradation is high, and just trying to figure stuff out.
We saw the fans welcome you guys to the IMSA circuit at Daytona, but when you come to Sebring, and especially you, 2 times the winner before, this place, it's got to be a different welcome when all of a sudden you got the blue oval on your chest and it's a GT car as cool as this one.
Well, it is a special place. I mean, this place is just filled, just packed to the gill with people and campers, and this is one of those ones that I really enjoy. I know you're not supposed to be looking around the racetrack, but I do it under yellow and check out. I definitely get those sniffs of some tri-tips, some hamburgers. It gets me hungry out there. But it's just one of those great places to run. It's one of those great venues. Like I love Long Beach because of the venue, and this is one of them. You just don't get this anywhere else. I know we're out in the middle of nowhere, kind of, and I always talk about tracks with topography, but this track just has like that history, and it just produces great racing. I mean, you can see it here today. We haven't even got to the good stuff yet, right? So it just produces great racing. Just designing the track and how low grip it is, and then you have the heat and all that. So very fun place to race. Super excited to have these fans here. This Ford Mustang Rumble. We got all those senses of America on this thing. Red, white, and blue, V8. It's all right there in front of you.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Let's run the other classes for you as we complete our VP Racing in-race update before we go back. Green, LMP2, TDS ahead of Inter Europol, 11 from 52. Then United Autosports, the blue car, the number 22, Felipe Fraga. The yellow, orange and blue, Riley, number 74. CrowdStrike by APR, Colin Brown, the 04 car, red, white and black, is in 5th. Connor Zilic for Era Motorsport, the shades of blue, number 18. Malte Jakobsen for Dragon Speed, the number 81 car. MDK by High Class, the 20 car. And Ben Hanley in the Wins car, down in 9th position, but still crucially on the lead lap in class. First off the lead lap, Johnny Edgar in the 33 Stars and Stripes Sean Creech Motorsport Ligier, and he is hustling around to get on the back of the line at the moment, having just done a pit stop and I think made up 1 of the 2 laps he was down. Yes, he's still 1 lap away. In GTD Pro, EO Racing and Michael Christensen, the number 77. That is Rexy, the green dinosaur car from the dark grey Paul Miller Racing BMW, number 1. In 3rd, although with 3 GTD cars behind in GTD Pro, is Alexander Sims for Corvette, and Mario Farnbacher is behind him for 4th place in Heart of Racing's number 23. The 3 GTDs that are in between those 2 pairs of pros, Frederick Schandorf, Inception, number 70. Wow, what a comeback that is after that car was damaged on turn 1, lap 1. Heart of Racing in 2nd. They were down laps as well, with Zachary Robichon, the number 27, behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. Triazi, number 023, with Onofrio Triazi behind the wheel. There's another car that was in dire straits earlier on with the Ferrari 296 GT3. The rest of GTD, Elliott Skier for Wright Motorsports, the number 120, that's the green and yellow car. The Turner Motorsport BMW 96, blue and yellow, you know that colour scheme. And Phil Ellis for Winwood Racing, the Mercedes AMG GT3, started right at the back, that car, the 57. It was, in the early running, it was easily the car that had made up all the best amount of places, because it literally started at the back of the field. So that is your VP Racing in-race update, as we're about to go back to green, either at the end of this lap or the next one, with Maxime Martin and Jesse Krohn leading 25 from 24 for the 2 BMW M Hybrid V8s from Team RLL. BMWs have cycled to the front. Air temperature as hot as it's been all day. At one stage it got up to 32 degrees. It's dropped back to 30 right now, but that track temperature still hovering around the mid-20s. And we are under yellow, an extended yellow, for a scary, scary looking accident for Pipo Derani, having clipped Michael Molina's car, the AF Corsa, and then speared off driver's right, hitting the tyre wall pretty much straight on, and then being flipped into the air and landing back down on the tyre bundles. Derani, with a little help from his friends, the EMR safety team, being pulled out of the car whilst the car was still inverted. The team deciding not to wait any longer to get people out of the car. And he was out on his feet and being taken away. Excellent work by all concerned. Safety team in the prohibited area at the moment, just talking to the fans to make sure, I think everybody else is all right as well. Make sure no debris went the wrong side of the fence as we clear up the last few tyres in that gap, and the ones that got sprayed into the buffer zone, as it were, and then we can go back to green. Excellent work by everybody concerned, working as a team. Looks like we're coming back to green flag now. Yes, we are. 4 minutes 11 and 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds to go as we go back to green flag racing, and already side by side at turn 1. Mathieu Jaminet trying to make a sneaky move on one of the BMWs, couldn't quite get it done, just had to check up out of it in the middle of turn 1. And that Porsche all of a sudden looking a very different platform from earlier. Behind him, Ricky Taylor has had a good start as well, and I think he's got ahead of Louis Delatraz. I'll check that for you in a minute. Yes, he has. So it's Martin Krohn, Jaminet, Ricky Taylor, Louis Delatraz, Jimmy Bruni right in there as well. Then a little gap back to Dane Cameron, who's got past, I think, both Scott Dixon and Romain Grosjean. Side by side again, BMW and Porsche. There's a little bit of hip and shoulder going on there out of turn 7 and through to second place for Mathieu Jaminet. The Porsches are suddenly finding their feet. BMWs did fuel only, the Porsche took tyres as well, so there's a grip advantage from that last pit stop to Mathieu Jaminet, who's dropped a couple of seconds to Maxime Martin. Now down the inside as Taylor goes through and just eases the BMW off the track. I think he might have to redress that, give him it back there. Well, he hasn't, and here comes the 40. Louis Delatraz trying to get through as well. It's been an awful restart for Jesse Krohn. Started second. He's going to finish the lap down in probably 5th position, and he's still side by side with the number 40 of Louis Delatraz. Behind them, Bourdais is still next up, actually, in the 0-1. Sorry, Scott Dixon in the 0-1, as Jimmy Bruni dives for the pit lane in the number 5 Proton competition. So why is he in the pit lane? Shea Adam, what are they going to do?
Nothing. He's driving straight through. Is this a penalty of something? I don't see anything on any of the screens. Now, let me run out and see if he makes the hard right-hand turn to go back behind the wall for some reason. He's still going straight, still going straight. No, he just did a drive-through.
Right, well, apologies. I did not see that on the screen. There's another challenge to Jesse Krohn, started second and is now in 6th position. Really extended yellow flag period. I thought it would be longer, actually, for a horrifying looking incident for Pipo Derani, clipping the left-hand front of Miguel Molina's Ferrari with the right rear of his car, instantly puncturing tyres and braking suspension. And at that point, Pipo's doing as much as he can to slow the car down, but effectively, with broken suspension and flat tyres, he's driving a very expensive sledge, and it just didn't slow down.
That was a heck of a restart lap there for Maxime Martin in the leading car. 1 minute 50.499. That's pretty darn good going. Let's say first flying lap. Wow. He wants to stay out front. He's only, if he can stay out in front for another Well, 8 minutes, less than 8 minutes to get to the 8-hour mark and score maximum points in the Michelin Endurance Cup. 50.04 for Martin. Wow.
50.1 for Mathieu Jaminet. 50.2 for Ricky Taylor. So they're not leaving much out there. Jesse Cron though, 52.2. Scott Dixon, 52.9, 52.5 for the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsports cars. So Jimmy Bruni through the pits without stopping at his...
Yeah, we didn't see any notification of any penalty, did we?
Yeah, it must have been a penalty. How far back is
the
it
rest
going
of
to
them
go?
all shown up here, but that one didn't.
Well, for car 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless he just misheard. So Martin by 2.6 seconds now, as Mathieu Jaminet is winding up that Porsche 963. Excellent restart from him to split the BMWs to start with, and that really started the decline of Jesse Krohn, who has dropped down to 5th now.
Change the lead in LMP2 again. Tom Dillman now into the lead for the yellow and green car. The Inter-Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports ahead of number 11 of Mikkel Jensen. Joey Garg holding down 3rd place just ahead of Colin Brown in number 04.
Yeah, penalty coming as well. It'll be a drive through for the number 47 Cetilar Racing Ferrari. Minimum fuel time absolutely sacrosanct, so that'll be a drive through. Huge amount of bodywork or under-tray or something at turn 1. Let's see if we can work out who that's come from, as a full course yellows comes out from the Mustang. It's part of the under-tray, I think, from one of the Mustangs.
GTD Mustang.
Yeah, yeah.
As opposed to Pro.
Yes, indeed, the first form car. Yeah, it's completely, as he bounced off the track. And we saw that at Daytona with the trunk lid, the boot lid getting dislodged, and then underneath there, that's part of the under tray at the back. 2 big pieces there. So that is the Proton car.
So full course caution number 8. And this will be a short yellow, so there won't be the pit opening sequences.
I take it though, even in a short caution, you can have emergency service. So
yeah, but you shouldn't need it because everybody, I think, who would have wanted to make pit stop.
I'm thinking more for the Mustang that's caused
it.
right.
Oh yes.
So
exactly right.
Can they come in and fix the boot lid, the trunk lid, and do the under tray?
No, they can't do any work on it. No.
It's not preventing him circulating, in fairness, but he'll probably want to come back in as soon as it goes green again. And indeed, short yellow called.
Could use it the number 5 car, certainly. We just made that drive through, whether it was a penalty or not.
Now, just hearing from, we're talking about that second pit for the number 7 Porsche, the Porsche Penske Motorsport, Dane Cameron, had to come in for a second time. His seat insert wasn't quite in the right place, hadn't, if you pardon the pun, seated correctly. So that's why he came in. They put another splash of fuel in as well. We're just waiting for the field to clear turn 1 so that our track services team can go and pick up the 2 large pieces of carbon fibre. We might, Jeremy, be under yellow again for the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michelin Pilot Challenge. Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Good point.
I don't think I can remember a time when we've had both of the interims covered by yellows. I think we had one here last year. I can't remember if it was both. I'm sure someone with the stats. At IMSA Radio, by the way, if you want to be in touch, thank you for all the interaction. Rob Chalmers saying that was eerily similar. This is Pete Wall's crash to Jose Maria Lopez's crash in the WEC round at the far side of the track a few years ago. Yes, it was actually. Ian Chicken reminding us that that boot deck lid, the trunk lid on the Mustang, clearly is an issue, as it happened in Daytona and Qatar. I'd forgotten about Qatar, actually, as well.
Really?
But we had a couple at Daytona that were sort of flipping up like the old Chaparral air brake.
Yeah, we wondered whether that had something to do with the banking and sustained high speeds around there, but this track isn't slow, but
that only popped up when he bounced over the curb, so you know, maybe a whoosh of air from underneath it, or some debris, or indeed just the fact that the diffuser was pushed up from underneath and has popped it away. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch.
And of course, you know, fixing a problem like that isn't the work of a moment. Apart from anything else, anything different on the car has to be properly homologated as well.
Oh yeah.
As we saw the problem with the Chevrolets yesterday, they had the new Corvettes, the new GT3 Z06 Corvettes had a slight strengthening extra bit of carbon to hold the rear diffuser in place, and that had not been cleared beforehand, so they were put to the back of the grid, and I believe that part I believe it was properly homologated overnight, and certainly has been allowed for the race.
I think we have an answer on the Proton Mustang sampling car. It had had 2 warnings for powertrain, exceeding powertrain parameters, and I think it's just had a 3rd one, and that was the drive-through for Jimmy Bruni in the 5 car. I've now heard that from a couple of different sources. We're going to get that confirmed, but certainly they had a warning not so very long ago. I thought they'd had one earlier in the race as well. I'll get that confirmed as soon as we can. Shay's working on it from her end as well, but the car definitely did peel off. Yeah, that's come through at 6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour, so it got the warning at 4 minutes past the hour, and then 6 minutes past the hour it got the 2nd call, but of course we were under yellow for all of that time, so they couldn't serve the penalty, and therefore it had to come in once we got going. Now, very interesting indeed. So that we'll need to keep an eye on for the other Porsches as well. It appears that since people crashed, I can't get the telemetry to work out there. GTP telemetry. Oh, I'm being told if I am patient and press refresh, it should come back again. I'll wait for that for a moment or two. Right, we have just gone through the 4 hours, so once again the 4 hour mark will be the completion of this lap.
Yep, we'll await the results bulletin from IMSA before we update the points tables. just in case there's anything else that's cropped up that we don't know about. Shouldn't.
So, Jeremy, we're moving to the last third of the race, and now hearing from JDC the sad news that the 85 is being retired. They thought they could repair that left drive shaft, now not. So unfortunate. Yeah, they were having a good run.
Cars down then, of course, with the number 31 as well. Still 9 cars there and still running, all of them very strongly. They've
I'm
all
not picking a winner, Jeremy. I'm telling you.
No. I mean, look, if you look down the fastest laps of all of the GGP cars, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in the 49s. The best being the 49.497 that was set by Louis Delatraz back on that 187, so about 35 laps ago. The cars in the 50s are number 24 BMW, number 01 Cadillac, surprisingly, the number 7 Porsche, and number 63 Lamborghini, but even that's still in the 50.1. So
wow, they'll be delighted with that.
It's all very tight, just 0.6 of a second covering the entire field.
To the green flag, which is waving again as we head into the last 4 hours. And Sebring, this one's boiling up nicely. Clear evening, great conditions. Sunset just after 7:30 local time, which is round about an hour and 45 minutes away. A bit more than that. Good restart by Maxime Martin for BMW in the number 25. Mathieu Jaminet holding on to the rear wing. Porsche Penske Motorsport number 96, Porsche 963 number 6. And he's under pressure from Ricky Taylor, who did move forward in that brief bit of green flag that we had. 2 Acuras now, 10 from 40. With Jesse Krohn, BMW Team RLL, did not have a good start last time around. Then Scott Dixon and Dane Cameron and Romain Grosjean and Jimmy Bruni. 4 seconds between the field in GTP. In the pro part of GTD, 20th position now for AO Racing, and the works driver Michael Christensen still in that car, leads by half a second from the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Now we've got a problem for the FAF McLaren, James Hinchcliffe again. That car moving very slowly from turn 7 onwards.
Yeah, they've not had no fun today.
They've had none. Well, when you get thumped just after the first corner of the race, there's absolutely nothing to do with you. Your race is only going to go one way. It's either going to get spectacularly better or go downhill from there. I've got to tell you. Mild repairs on the Proton Competition Mustang GT3 for Gianmarco Leverato. Did not have a new floor to put on at the back, but they've at least addressed the problem with the deck lid at the back. Coming up to 6 o'clock in the evening. Nobody is moving on this infield. Actually, there's people coming in. I think there are still people coming in. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it is brilliant. It's just a fabulous scene, isn't it? Looking out from our commentary position, just above the start-finish line.
It is. It's Burning Man for auto enthusiasts. It's Woodstock. It's Glastonbury. That's what it looks like. Glastonbury with trailers. I mean, just incredible. It's been a real festival this week. Great atmosphere. Sebring absolutely at its best.
Yeah, perfect weather as well.
That's been great. Nicely cool in the mornings. A bit sweaty in the evenings, but it's been very pleasant. Then that said, so just had the confirmation of what we reported. Too much torque on the powertrain for the number 5. That was the drive-through. It was assessed just after the hour, but with the incident with Pete Otarani course, couldn't be served during the yellow, so came in straight after the yellow flag was removed and we went back to green flag racing. About this debut for Romain Grosjean and the rest of the Lamborghini Iron Lynx team. They will be absolutely delighted with this. Car still running. Had one or two little coughs and splutters earlier in the week, but touch wood. It's been very good indeed. And I think they'll be very happy with what they've achieved so far. Absolutely, they want to get it to the finish of the race. And this car staying in the States and doing some more testing. We'll see it again. Now the driver's door has popped open on the Lamborghini. I thought that was just a trick of the light. Yes, I thought that was a trick of the light with the shadows just start to lengthen a little bit. I think he's dragged it shut. It's Romain Grosjean behind the wheel. No, it's popped open again. He's on the Ullman Straight at the moment. It's not wide open, but let's see what happens to it when he goes round the right-hander at sunset. It's not moving. It's not flapping. So is it partially closed? Or is there a setting on it that leaves it partially open to get a bit of air through? I don't know. I've seen in cars down through the years, I've seen boot lids, trunk lids on little Fiat Abarths propped open to get more into the air-cooled engine. I've never seen it to air-cool a driver.
Latch is possibly further. The air pressure should keep it in place. I mean, I think even under heavy braking, there is on a few of these corners. I don't think it should be an issue. But whether it's distracting, of course,
it would be bugging the you-know-what out of me. I tell you that, because he'll see that in his peripheral vision if it is just flapping around a little bit. At the front of the field, by the way, Maxime Martin is about 1.2 seconds to the good from Mathieu Jaminet.
Settled into low 50s as well. 1 minute 50.1 on the previous lap, 150.2 this last lap for the race leader Maxime Martin.
Not only the car different from the last time we saw, well, I saw this car in Qatar a couple of weeks ago. This is not the same chassis. There are some subtle differences, particularly in the logging loop between IMSA and the FIA World Endurance Championship, but the crew's different as well. And there have been some fairly major restructuring of the technical team. Long-time technical guru Giorgio Sana has left Lamborghini. And in fact, he wasn't at Qatar either. So there's been a slight redistribution of some of the duties. Let's add another one to our official retirements. This is the AF Corsa. Was involved in that incident for Pipo Tirani. Miguel Molina out of his car. He was looking very worried back at the scene of the incident. He'll, I think, be delighted to know that Pipo is okay. That Whelen Cadillac was quick. That was another car that had done a 149.8 for that car. That was its best lap. Half the field below 150 in GTP, but as Jeremy said, with the fastest lap spread of only just over half a second. Now, endurance racing is about how you can sustain that pace. Starting to have problems with the setting sun now.
Yeah, that's yet another challenge the drivers are going to be facing over the course of the next hour or so. What's the time now?
Just coming up to 6.
6 o'clock, so it's...
The sun is low enough now that it is in the driver's eye line going down the back straight, and Louis Delatraz has a filthy windscreen on the Acura number 40. Next stop, everybody will be wanting a tear off.
7:35.
7:35, correct.
So an hour and a half. It'll get worse and worse and worse as they head down to Sunset Bed and also down into the hairpin at turn 7 as well. Because the sun's pretty bright right now.
The 0-1 of Scott Dixon. It's not a scruffy windscreen, to be honest, but it just diffuses the light as you're going down to the hairpin. And it's exactly what you're talking. It's been a funny light day today in terms of the quality of the light. When the cloud was in earlier on, it was really diffusing the light in the sky. And I've been wearing my IMSA cap in the booth just so I can more easily read the screens in front of me, and I thought I would have been able to take it off by now, and no, can't. Well, I spent the first 10 minutes with my hand over my eyes like a front spoiler, and I thought, that's daft, I've got a cap on my bag. Normally I only get this out when I'm playing cricket. And it was in the haversack. Down the back straight. Smarter than the, well, just get taken out, Jeremy. I think that's a basic thing. Going down the back straight now, even though the sun is still quite high, it's just starting to be an issue for the drivers. They're sitting very low in these cars. Many of them, well, all of them will be on full face helmets, and most of them, I would suspect, have got a visor on. And out of, now this is a green flag pit stop for Romain Grosjean. Is this for the door, Shay?
Yeah, they have the fuel nozzle, well, no, they don't. Actually, I was going to say they have it in hand. They kind of have it sagging behind them. Romain comes in, he hits his marks, jump over the wall. They're giving a new drinks bottle in the car, putting a brand new one. Yeah, no fuel going into the car whatsoever. Romain talking to the 3 mechanics who jumped over the wall to listen to him. There's a data stick exchange going on. That's something we haven't mentioned yet. Twice during this race, you have to take the data stick out of the race car and give it to IMSA within 30 minutes of removing it, which is actually a good amount of time because where you have to take it to is a little bit of a walk. They're giving Romain an additional drinks bottle with the straw as well, so I'm imagining that his drinks bottle in the car hasn't been working. No, he's waved that off. He's just signaled to the mechanics that, yes, your clothes actually shut the door to where it should be. Unfortunately, they were able to pull it back open without opening the latch again, so this could be a longer stop as they try to address the fact that the door will not stay closed.
Might as well put some fuel in it while it's standing there.
Nope, no interest in doing that.
That's really interesting. Why not? Thanks, Shane. Keep an eye on that for us. Another retirement. It will come as no surprise to hear that the number 31 Whelen Cadillac has officially now been notified to IMSA as a retirement. The car will finish 10th in GTP. Now, BMW leading. We have said all week, strange things happen at this race. Cars that sometimes look dominant don't get to the end, and cars that have been lagging behind sometimes are in the right place at the right time, or some brilliant strategy will pull them through. We have the BDO Knows Strategy Award for this race. A bit of tape or debris, at least, just blowing in the wind just in front of the left rear Michelin tyre. on that leading BMW. Just a bit of debris from something. It's like he's picked up a bit of old cassette tape, but it's probably not that. Although round here, you never know. A bit of a side-by-side moment for the leading BMW with the AWA number 13. Yellow Corvette, Matthew Bell behind the wheel of that. See Matthew back.
Number 60 car called out
there. Spin for that bright yellow.
Matteo Cressoni, that's surprising. He's a lap down in that one of the Iron Lynx cars, but he clearly didn't see the BMW coming through. As he turned in, he had to sort of take evasive action and then lost control. Let's have a look and see again.
Was there a touch there?
Quite there. If not, it was very, very close. And certainly it was enough to put him offline.
It is very slippery offline.
Yeah.
Connor Zilic last time around had a pretty decent lap as he passed Felipe Fraga and Colin Brown.
and at the same time also Michael Christensen has just reset his best lap. I think that's the fastest lap of the race in GTD. Yes, it is. 2 minutes 1.099.
Oh, spin for the Era car coming out of turn 1 and almost picks up the other cars coming through. And wow, spin and continue. Great catch by Connor Zilic. We were just talking about him having had a really good previous lap and passed 2 veterans. And then went a little bit wide at turn 1. Now, was there another car involved there? He's just trying to clean up the Michelin tyres. No, he got a big swapper on. That was really odd. Great recovery from Zilic. He was catching up Mikkel Jensen, and Jensen...
He was running with him.
Exactly.
There were 3 cars died to the lead, and the leading car, number 52, just came into the pits right before this incident.
Wow.
Tank slapper on there.
He, on the brakes, reverse the lock, off the brakes, click down.
Very impressive.
Continue. Nobody saw it, nothing to see here. No, I didn't spin it, boss. Definitely didn't spin it. Again, it's just that little bump right to the edge of the curb.
The leading GTD car, GTD Pro car, number 77, comes onto the pit lane.
And Nick Damon is watching that as well as some LMP2 stops.
Yeah, we just had the Euro Interpol car, the unmistakable yellow and green machine coming totally standard, so I don't think they changed drivers. I was just talking to Shay at the time as we swapped over. At the other end of the pits, Michael Christensen has got out of that number 77 AO Rexy green Porsche, and in front of me is the Triazzi competition Ferrari, the 023. We've lost a few Ferraris recently, so one of the cars still rolling, and they are doing a full service as well. So yeah, we are now having timed pit stops, green flag stops. It's been a while since that last very long yellow.
Thank you, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane team working very, very hard today in the weather. Also, like to say thank you to our camera operators. Brilliant again. The images have been exceptional, and we haven't got to the darkness yet. Stay with us. Just after 6 o'clock if you're just joining us. Central Highlands Voice of Sport, Highlands ESPN, 1063 AM, 100.9 FM around the circuit at Sebring International Raceway, Sirius XM 206 across North America. If you're road tripping in at the moment and listening in on Sirius XM, let us know. Every IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race again this year on Sirius XM. The channel is normally 206, but I always say check on the morning of the race. You can easily log on to SiriusXM.com, and then in the search facility you just put IMSA. There's a little page there now, and it tells you where to find it. And of course, RS2 around the world. No blocks, no breaks. The democracy of radio, free at the point of use. Part part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and our commitment to racing around the world, principally endurance racing. We've got a brand new endurance series starting next weekend, the Nürburgring Endurance Series. 2 races on Saturday, as well as 2 6-hour races next weekend. So the NES from the Nürburgring, and at Mugello it will be the next round of the 24-hour series. I do like Mugello, and I'm looking forward to the trip down there.
A couple of pit stops there, and we talked about the number 77 car coming onto pit lane leading in GTD Pro. Also into the pit lane last time round was the 0.23 Triazzi Competizione in its GTD Ferrari. That leads Madison Snow in the lead overall in GTD Pro, just a second or so ahead of the Corvette of Alexander Sims at number 3. Then the leading GTD car now is now the McLaren Frederick Jandorf for Inception Racing, just ahead of Elliott Skier, doing a brilliant job for Wright Motorsports in car number 120. Then the 2 Aston Martin advantages of hard racing. The non-pro car ahead of the pro car at the moment. Zachary Robichon just ahead of Mario Farnbacher. Well, actually, he's got 7 seconds ahead of Mario Farnbacher.
Yeah, pulled
and
that
then is right behind him is number 14 car. It's Ben Barnicat, and he is in for a double stint now, and has just got past a couple of laps to go. Jordan Pepper in the number 19 Lamborghini.
That's our VP Racing in-race update. Let's find out more from the drivers with Nick Damon.
Yeah, with Tom Dillman, just out of the interior pole, Peter. Tom, I caught you as you were putting your team shirt on. You seem to have quite heavily bruised sort of collarbones. Is that just because of the heat, or is it the hands device? Just they look really red.
Yeah, it's the hands. I already have those marks when I drive.
Let's talk about the competition. It's very, very tight, isn't it, in P2? There's about 5 of you who really seem to just be swapping the lead the whole time.
Yeah, we were playing the 4th and the 8th hour. We managed to take a lot of points, taking the lead now in the last restart. So that was good. But it's pretty tough to overtake. So it's really between all those 5 cars. It's all about track position and yeah, with the pit stop sequence, etc. to try to have the track position, because with our cars we have so much aero loss when we follow. It's pretty tough to overtake.
So at this point, I take it you're going to start back timing from the end of the race as far as strategy is concerned.
Sorry?
You're going to back time from the end of the race for strategy from now on. That's where it stops.
Yeah, but you know, every full course yellow throws everything back to 0. So it's 3 hours and a bit to go. A lot can happen, and you cannot really predict if you are going to the end right now because of the full course yellows.
Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Change towards the head of the field as Ricky Taylor has got past Matthew Jaminet for 2nd position. Nice move, nice and clean into turn 1. He sets off to try and close down Maxime Martin. So Ricky Taylor now up into 2nd place for the number 10, and he's bridged the gap. He's nearly with the BMW. I am fascinated, Jeremy, by how the balance of power changes through the stints for these different GTP cars. Everybody's been out there for a dozen laps at the moment. Scott Dixon did a little extra splash, didn't he? Came back in, but effectively they've all been out for the same time since the last green flag.
Fascinating, isn't it? Absolutely
It's incredible. Oh, little bit of smoke from the right-hand exhaust of the Acura. Was that smoke, or was it? No, it's smoke. It's smoke. I thought it was dust, but that is not a good sign. There's some kind of fluid or vapor coming out of the right-hand bank of the number 10 Acura, the better placed of the 2 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acuras. Now, the only other thing it could be is a bit of tyre rub or something scraping the ground. So I'm going to take a very close look at that as it goes down towards turn 13. And now, hang on a minute, is it the floor? Is it the floor? Perhaps bouncing on the ground.
Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't see anything, I must admit, but you got eagle-eyed Hindhoff here. But as you say, he just got past the Matthew Jaminet Porsche.
It's definitely something out of the right-hand side exhaust. The right-hand side of the engine bay. Now, the question is, how long can they keep that out? If it's just burning a bit of oil, they can top that up under pressure next time it comes into the pit lane, which is around about 18 laps away. The problem will be if it gets worse and it gets reported to race control, because what you don't want, particularly at this time of day, not any time of day, but particularly at this time of day, you don't want a thin film of motor oil on your windscreen. Oh, it's much worse through the right-handers. Now I'm wondering, actually, if it's a breather pipe of some description. It's left-handers, and there aren't that many left-handers here. So Nick Damon, even as I speak, I know he's walking down towards the number 10 pits to see if somebody will talk to him. Let's go back to GT and to GTD Pro, where Madison Snow is under pressure at the moment from the number 3 Corvette, Alexander Sims, and that is battle for second and third. Down at turn 7. BMW holds sway for the moment, but Alex Sims determined, I think. It's the battle for the lead, rather, in GTD. Did I say second? Well, first and second. So I suppose I was half right. This has been an absolutely cracking race across the classes. LMP2. Colin Brown has cycled to the front and has pulled out 18 seconds for CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing APR. You wouldn't have given that car a chance to start the race. They're the biggest gaps on the field. GTD, Elliott Skier for Wright Motorsport leads from Phil Ellis from Winwood and Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport. That smoking is getting worse. It's getting more frequent and it's getting worse. I can't tell if it's coming out of a breather or actually out of the exhaust on the back of that Acura. So it could be a gearbox breather, but there's certainly a fine vapor of some description. As I say, it's much worse on left-handers, and there's not that many left-handers here. It's particularly bad coming through turns 3 and 4. There's another left-hander coming through turn 8, 9. Let's see what it's like through turn 11, which he's coming to now as he goes around the Inception McLaren. He's right on the back of the leader, and he has been pressing for quite some time. This is Ricky Taylor we're talking about.
Talk about Inception McLaren, by the way. It's just been in the pits, so gave up the lead in GTD.
Let's see if he has a little go down the inside into 17. Ricky Taylor behind them. Jaminet and Delatraz are having their own battle as well in the number 6 Porsche and the 40. The team car to this blue Acura. Big burnout in the pit lane as they go by. I think that was Felipe Fraga coming out the pits in the 74 Riley. Right, let's have a look again at Christensen corner. All of these cars showing, yeah, there it is. Absolutely no doubt.
It certainly is quite a bit worse now, isn't it? You're absolutely right.
All of these cars showing a few battle scars. There's a dive plane completely missing from the left front. There's a bit of a bite out the one on the right for the number 10 Cunningham Minolta Acura. Well, drama aplenty from the drop of the green flag here. 3.5 hours to go. Now, we'll see if we can get the Michelin Endurance Cup points for you as well. See if they've been posted yet. Lap after the 8 hour, as into the pits for Colin Brown.
Yep.
Leading in LMP2. Nick Damon is patrolling the pits for us at the moment. In fact, he is stalking Wayne Taylor at the moment. Colin is staying in the car, I'll tell you that. Colin looking, and the Ricky very, very quick at the moment. Now, let's see if we can get a word with Wayne Taylor, with Nick Damon. It's got to be a worry. Nick Damon is down there.
Wayne, obviously, it's been very nice of the Peacock guys to show the pictures of the cars. Do you know what the problem is with the 10?
No, but actually I'm going to run up now and try and find out.
Okay, thanks, mate. I'm not sure he knew what was going on. He was shown it by the NBC guys. But yeah, he's now he's actually chatting with about 2 engineers straight away. So yeah, bit of oil in one of the banks, and that's not good news.
Thank you, Nick. Well, if you've been listening to us, we've been talking about it for ages. The worry is when it stops, isn't it? Because it's then burned through all the oil, and then what happens at that point? It's not slowing him down at all at the moment, and he's been hassling the back of Maxime Martin for what, 10 laps, a dozen laps?
Yeah, more than that.
At least that. Ricky on a double stint at the moment, so we expect him to get out and have a rest period before he gets in at the end. I would expect Ricky to finish the race. Maybe he's done at the end of this one. We shall see. Yeah, that is getting worse, I'm afraid. Leader coming up to the LMP2 number 2 of United Autosport. It's the Wins car. Currently driven by Ben Hanley, who stays just enough out of the way without ruining his corner. His top 4, top 5 actually, within 3.5 seconds, with Scott Dixon just hanging on the back there. Nice driving by Ben Hanley to make sure the leaders weren't affected or impeded as they went through. Now, Jeremy, have we got some... Almost. Okay. I'll let you do the arithmetic. Let's have a quick word whilst we're keeping an eye. This is #OilWatch. Let's have a word with Michael Christensen, who pulled a tremendous couple of stints out in the Rexy, the AO Porsche.
Michael, fantastic sort of couple of hours in the car for you there. You must have really enjoyed that despite the heat.
Yeah, it's great. It's the car's very good at the moment, and yeah, the team has done a great job with the strategy. We had a puncture in the beginning of the race, which put us back in the field, but yeah, we managed to get back in front, and yeah, Rexy likes that.
Yeah, the only problem is, of course, that it's being good at this time doesn't necessarily mean it will carry on for the closing in the cooler. Or do you think you will be good in the cooler area?
Well, that's exactly how it is. Yeah, usually in the heat, it's different balance than in the cold. So, yeah, we believe that we had a good car in the night practice, and hopefully we can continue on that path. And yeah, we think we're strong in the night as well.
And will it be you finishing the race?
Second.
Will it be you finishing the race?
We don't know who is finishing yet, but we'll see.
Great stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Michael Christensen out of Rexy AO and into the pit lane. Oh no, I thought we were going to get Ricky into the pit lane there. Rob Chalmers, the pace of the number 10 has gone up because there's less oil in the engine to cause rotational drag, which is great. Ricky Taylor goes through to the lead, just as we were on the interview. And again, traffic assisted, but quite forceful down the inside at turn 10. And puff of smoke to say, thanks mate, bye-bye. So, another lead change. And back to the front for the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti ARX 06 Acura.
Number 22 lead change.
Wow.
Amongst 6 different cars.
So pretty much half the GTP field has led.
Yeah, the only manufacturer that hasn't led is Lamborghini.
Yeah. Did they not lead one lap? No? Okay. Right, let's get the Michelin Endurance Cup points done.
Starting off in GTP, the leader at the 8-hour mark was the BMW, car number 25, so that scores 5 points ahead of the number 6 Porsche, and the number 10 scored 3 points. That's the Wayne Taylor with Andretti number 10. So the points now are 22 points for the number 31 car, 20 points for the Porsche Penske number 7, and now the number 6 car will be closer on 17. So otherwise the top 3 remain unchanged. And the manufacturers, Porsche goes from 1 point behind to 1 point ahead of Cadillac, because Porsche scored 2nd place points, Cadillac scored 4th place points, and that's enough to flip that. So it's now Porsche that leads from Cadillac in the manufacturers in GTP. LMP2, maximum points there for Inter Europol with PR1 Matheson Motorsports, and that vaults them into the lead. Again, that's another team that wins this championship on a regular basis. 1 point ahead now of CrowdStrike Racing by APR, which is back in the mix, but didn't get good points there. Okay for this in GTD Pro, maximum points there for the AO Racing Porsche, but Paul Miller Racing number 1 BMW, scoring 2nd place points, then extends its lead over Racing Competizione. It's now 24-20. In the Manufacturer Championship in GTD Pro, the Corvette squad leads on 20 points to the 17 of Porsche, which claimed the maximum at that 8-hour mark. In GTD, finally, Inception Racing number 20 car with the 5 points now will move into the lead of the overall points. They were second coming to this weekend, but of course the Court of Preston Motorsports number 32 has had problems. But now 20 points for the Inception number 70, 19 points for Winwood Racing in number 57, and good 3rd place points then for Ritriazzi Competizione in the number 023. They're on 18 points, so 20-19-18.
We'll go to Nick in a second for an update from the pit lane, because we have had one of the leading cars in, but there's an incident down at the hairpin involving the number 8 Tower car with Michael Doonan and Josh Burden for Riley have had a coming together. I think they have both now pulled away. It was Josh who was coming up on Michael and just missed his braking and turned him around and then tapped him again from the front for good measure. Josh might get a penalty for that. They were both passing the EO number 77 Porsche, which Rexy just turned in beautifully and avoided the pair of them. Meantime, Nick Damon, you saw a pit stop for Wayne Taylor's.
40, the
red
and the shiny red one. Yeah, that came in full service. Lee Demetraz got out. I think it was Colton Herder who got in. They took off the windscreen tear off, and that was the most important thing of all, because it's effectively opaque, and then you've got the opaque gunk, and then you, of course, are flying into 17 into sunset. At sunset, it gets quite hard to see. And I think he'd just been off the road because he couldn't see on the previous lap as well, but no real loss. They weren't worried. There was no damage being done. That stop was just a full service driver change, and most importantly, windscreen cleanup.
Thank you, Nick. And another incident for the Tower car. Twice on the same lap, he's been biffed. That time by the number 4 Corvette. It's the car that's been delayed. Tommy Milner behind the wheel of that, sitting down in 49th position overall and 11th in class. I think there's possibly a couple of penalties coming with the Josh Burden car, the number 74 Riley car, and the number 4 Corvette, both involved in incidents with that tower number 8 at Michael Diner.
And smoking or not, that number 10 car is...
oh, it's smoking all right.
Yeah, it's pulling
smoking
away. 4 seconds advantage now over Maxime Martin. Scott Dixon moves into 3rd position as a number 6 Porsche comes into the pit lane. Out of 3rd place.
Nick Damon has got a pit lane caller.
Yeah, and it's looking like a full service for the 6. They're getting tyres and everything else. Getting in the car, I think it's Fred McAvitzi, but I haven't got the sort of helmet recognition that Shea has, so I'm just guessing. I don't get anything against anything else. That's done already, and they're also getting a nice tear off. We're going to get the 10 car in very soon. They have already, and they have prepared a pressurised vessel of something to poke into it. So there's going to be some pressurised vesseling, and I'm positioning myself at the rear to see just how smeary and unpleasant it actually is, that car.
Well, the incident just a lap ago down at turn 7 between Josh Byrne and Michael Dynan. That's incident responsibility for Josh. He'll have to come down through the pit lane. We'll wait to see what happens with the second incident, I think, on the same lap. At IMSA Radio, thank you again for all of your notes coming in, and a reminder that hashtag Michelin PRT will get you in front of me and Jeremy at the end of the race, and we'll bring our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters into it as well. If there's anything that you think anything that you want to discuss or point to rising. Here is the number 10 in the pit lane. Now, going slower, is it smoking less or more?
Smoky Joe as it comes down the pit lane. Now oh yes, smells of oil on this right-hand side, and there's a bit, and it's still steam as it goes. There's something not right on the right-hand bank of that engine, and the question is, how not right is it? It's obviously not affecting the performance of the car, but is it affecting the ability for the car to continue having an engine that goes up and down as the number 7 Porsche goes by for what will be a full service? Yep, there's a driver change as well for the 7 Porsche. No driver change here. Albuquerque, I think I may have missed it, he stayed on board. In goes 1 litre of something to the top left-hand side of the car. Away it goes. Smoky Joe as it goes away. It's not tyre smoke, it's oil smoke. So they are now in a battle against how long a litre of oil lasts against how long a stint is, I think, as the rest of the GTP cars have also suddenly arrived to my left while I was confident of the smoke. Both BMWs have been and gone, as has the number 5 Proton Porsche 963 as well. So they've all come in at various times. Well, actually, I say that, but the number 7 Porsche is still here.
It's being held
so
at the moment.
For some reason,
now it's going.
Not sure whether they had to have another recycling, but it's out. And there they all go again. I think it was the CrowdStrike car. So that was the Riley car, which obviously is doing a drive-through.
Correct.
So, yeah, that's the GTP's done for a minute. And I must admit, they don't look that concerned at Wayne Taylor Racing.
Okay. Could have another word with Weird.
Well, I got 4 out last time, so if I get 1 more, it'll be 5.
Excellent. Well done. Hello to Gasoline Alley Cat, off-duty marshal. Let me tell you that all of us here at IMSA Radio, and particularly Jeremy and I, who still do a bit of racing from time to time, have the utmost respect for you and all of your marshal colleagues. Thank you for the kind words. Gasoline Alley Cat. Where are you in the world at the moment, and what time is it? Hello to Henry and Vincent and Monty. Monty Elysium tuned in from the opposite coast to know that you're in. Hope you and Billy are well. Coming down to 3 1/4 hours to go, almost 6:30 in the evening, and another set of pit stops for the top 5 GTPs as they cycle through. just joining us, the race a little bit staccato early on with the 2 or 3 rapid fire safety car interventions from the Lamborghini Urus. And then what you're going to see replayed on all the news channels and all the sports stations over the next couple of days. Pipo Derani coming into contact with Miguel Molina. Right rear of Pipo's car, just grazing across the left front of Miguel's GTD Ferrari 296 and breaking the front suspension. 2 punctures, 1 on each car, and Pipo hoving off into the tyres at full speed, it seemed. Car ending up upside down, balanced on the tyre bundles. Excellent work by the AMR safety team to do the inverted extraction, and people walking away waving to the crowd. Car has been retired. We haven't had any further news from the team. Hello to Johnny, says, are accurate in the go until she quits mindset. I'd have expected them to have a look a bit more closely at that smoke issue in the box. Well, if they smelled it and it was oil, then they're just going to put some more oil in and send it till the cut. Nick Damon is hanging round the box of Wayne Taylor.
And Wayne's come back to tell you what the problem is.
At the moment, all I know is that it's using more oil than is expected. So we haven't been able to, find any specific thing going wrong. There's no sort of oil leak or anything like that. It might be just using up, but I'll go and talk to the engineers.
I suppose the idea really is if you put a litre in each time and it doesn't burn that much, it's fine.
That's what I hope.
Thanks, Wayne.
Old school. How much is it burning? 3/4 of a litre, or 3/4 of a pint, or whatever per stint. How much you putting in a pint a stint? That's fine. It's the old Mr. McCorber. Result: happiness. How much can you put in? I can put in a pint. How much is it burning? A pint and a half. Oh, result: disaster. It's the motor racing version of Mr. McCorber. Out front at the moment, the car is absolutely blazing the trail with about 1.7 seconds on Renger van der Zande and Nick Yellerly in third now for the BMW number 25. Reinstalled into that car. Fred Makovecki still in touch for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Just 5 seconds away from the lead and a second and a half away from a step on the podium as it stands at the moment. Colton Herter is behind the number 40 wheel, just been installed on that. By the way, it was Brendan Hartley that got into the leading car. Augusto Farfus in 6th position in the BMW. Matt Campbell in 7th for Porsche number 7. Jimmy Bruni, who seems to have been in that Proton Mustang sampling car all day, in 8th position. The top 8 separated by half a minute. The top 5 by 6 seconds. With 3 minutes and 9 to go. A slew of stops in GT. Alexander Sims cycles to the front of GTD Pro as he stops after everybody else. But into the pit lane, Ben Barnican for Vassar Sullivan, number 14 in Pro. John Pepper for Iron Lynx Lamborghini, number 19. Phil Ellis from the lead of GTD for Winwood, and Wright Motorsports Elliott Skier from 2nd. Oh, and Davide Rigon. No, actually, Davide's just gone out again. So that is the start of the next round of pit stops in the GTD and GTD Pro. Nick Damon?
I ran round because I was talking a bit at the back, and now I'm at the front, and as you say, there's a slew of very attractive GTDs.
Oh,
the Porsche 120 goes past it.
Come to me, Nick. We've got a big crash at the final corner. It's, I'm afraid to say, it is the Gradient NSX, and that car is stranded in the middle of the road. This is going to bring out a full course yellow, and that car had been working its way back up through the field. Tatiana Calderon did a great job, but it's been comprehensively destroyed and bounced back into the middle of the road by Catherine Legg, who was in 5th position in class. Now that's very unusual for Kat. The door is open. She's got the door open. And this would be the first DNF by Kat since she drove the Delta Wing here. And everyone since then she has driven and finished. Now it looks like the car's been in the wall one side of the road. This is a standard yellow, so the pits will open with just on 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. The intervention vehicle already there, and Catherine pulls herself out of the car. There's a lot of debris behind that car. I know that Derek is here, Catherine's father. You girls jumped out on her own, Derek, and she's in the back of the back of the Porsche.
Gosh.
Oh, got a push. I think that was a little push from the 6 Porsche. We'll check that again. Oh, and a big slide to avoid it by the number 20 high-class racing car. That was an excellent piece of avoidance there. Let's have another look. Yeah, definitely side-to-side contact. And was that 6 or 7? 6. I think it is the white one, isn't it, Jeremy?
I think so.
So
4th place car.
Under review, Fred McAfee. That is a 4th place car. And well, they do not like prototypes and GTs coming together. That doesn't mean that it's always the prototype driver's fault. Now they've got to get that car moved. That's another lift. I love this idea of just pulling the crane and picking it up and throwing it on the back of it, or dropping it on gently onto a flatbed. Car stood up pretty well, went into the wall on the passenger side. Bit of clean up to be done here. Car stranded. Catherine already on her way to medical. I'll get word as soon as she's there, but she opened the door on her own, she got out on her own, talked to the AMR safety team. Standard procedure to make sure that everything is fine, so she'll be checked out. Maybe they are just going to try and drag this car out of harm's way.
Been a great recovery by that Gradient Racing team, and they had some difficulties earlier on, and as you say, John, got themselves right back there into contention.
Really good run from both Sheena Monk and Tatiana Calderon earlier. Tati just learning at every turn and every lap to make the car go quicker. And then Kat, in her previous stint, did that previous stint did what at the time was the 3rd fastest lap of the race. And they're trying to get into the front of the NSX. Oil is pouring out from the engine bay. And we've got the flatbed ready to take it away. Have we got a crane to do that, or are we just going to winch it on? I think we're just going to winch that one on. Coming down to 3 hours, Jeremy, and once again the race is neutralised for the
9th time.
Right. Brendan Hartley leads for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. That's the number 10 blue, silver and black Acura. Renger van der Zande for the gold-fronted, gold and grey Cadillac. Then it's BMW. Nick Yellerly. BMWs have done really well here. They've both been towards the front. About an hour away from sunset at the moment, but it's certainly starting, the light is starting to fade.
We've now got a class split going on here, and the GTD leader had been lapped, which I think was number 120 car, wasn't it? No, 86 and a
86 and a Fjordbach.
Yeah, who was actually, oh, that's unfortunate. He was right behind, he was second in line, only behind a Corvette. But because he had been lapped by the overall leader, that means he's got to stay behind the safety car. And even though the GT cars are all supposed to be treated together, for some reason that still escapes me, they're not when it comes to full course cautions. Yeah. And the GTD leader was not able to go past the safety car like all the other GTD Pro cars are. So when we get to the restart, so the GTD Pro cars are all going to be a lap ahead of all the GTD cars. That means all the GTD Pro cars that were behind number 86 went past it, which I think is really irritating.
Yeah. Yeah, understand. It has worked the other way.
Yes.
Where the GTDs have been ahead and got the...
You know, in some ways I kind of like it because we do have two different classes in terms of points. So it actually makes it clearer and cleaner from that perspective.
Yes.
I would really like all the GTD cars to be treated the same, and then just have a separate classification after that.
Yeah.
So you have an overall GTD points table for everybody, and then either a Pro and or an AM or both. In addition to that, but we don't. That's not the way we have it. And what we have is great. As I say, considering what we have, this does make it a lot cleaner. So we're now going to have 7 cars on the lead lap in GTD Pro. Over number 3, number 77 has been dominant pretty much so far, but we'll see whether that remains. Then number 14 Lexus back in contention. Number 19 Lamborghini Frank Pereira. Number 23 Aston Martin. Number 64 Ford. And number 62 Daytona winning Racing Competizione Ferrari. So that's a Corvette, a Porsche, a Lexus, a Lamborghini, an Aston Martin, a Ford, and a Ferrari.
So is Paul Miller Racing and the other 4, the 65, are they going to lose a lap as well, or will they get around onto the back of it? Will they be waved past the GTs?
Well, you know what? I'm thinking that the number 1 car missed the opportunity to get the wave around. I think that's the case because he was behind the number 1 car. Excuse me, he was behind number 20 car and ahead of the number 14.
Yeah.
The 14 has got the wave around, and I think the number 1 car missed that opportunity. It's Neil Verhagen who's driving that car at the moment, and he is going to be a lap down. From what it looks like right now.
That was a big hit for the Krejcik car, thankfully.
Oh, and also the other Ford has got the wave around as well, so number 65. So both Fords are on the lead lap in GTD Pro.
All right, so that is, Vervees has just now dropped onto the back of the train, or will do. So I presume Neil Verhagen will as well.
No, I don't think so.
I'm not sure. So now we've got 8 cars on the lead lap. And what's happened to... Well, Verhagen, as you say, still sitting behind the GTDs.
Yeah. And you know, there's no call to the from race control to the drivers.
No, you have to
say,
you have to know the rules.
Yeah.
The pits are open for prototypes, and we will have takers. Of course we will. Under 3 hours to go. Nick Damon in the pit lane sees... Well, this is good. This is a good news because they can put a bit more oil in before it's all burned out.
They're all led by the blue number 10 Acura, piloted by Brendan Hartley. Already stopped in box though, because there are earlier boxes, the 0-1, both the BMW. Oh dear, the 40 car almost wiped the nose off the 10 there. A very in first, young Sonny. One of the Porsches has, for some reason, done a drive-through and not stopped. That's weird. Okay, so off goes the 40 on a bit of fuel, and they are taking the rear deck off the 10. So they have decided there is something going on. Here goes the rear deck, and here goes the engine covers. They obviously decide there is something that actually needs fixing. Interestingly, the P2 stops are all taking a bit longer because obviously they just use fuel like water. So they are effectively getting fuel filled. Only a very short fill. Hartley still stuck in the pits. There are a number of tools being laid out, so they're having a good old look at this now. It has spread a bit of oil into the engine bay, but interestingly, it's pretty clean. So the stuff that was coming out was heavily burnt on the oil. So there's the GTPs are gone now. Everyone's gone. So they are absolutely last of those who stopped. There's a bit of rooting around in the inside. They're wondering whether they've got someone's got a little pressure relief valve in there. So I'm wondering whether something's popping off that shouldn't pop off, and that's what's bleeding the smoke. But they do seem to have discovered a spare part they want to replace. And obviously they're dealing now with bits of the engine which are right next to the turbo, so they're only 800 degrees centigrade, so it's fine. So a very brave engineer is trying to put something sort of upstream of the turbo inlet pipes. So my guess is it looked to me what they're trying to is a union, a union like a flow rate union, and I think they think that's leaking. It's if I explain, if you think about if you're doing your plumbing and you want a short bit of plumbing metal to link between a pipe and the bottom of a plug, you basically what you do is you have a kind of a grommet at both ends, which seal it, and you clamp it down. And it's one of those sort of devices. Something the bit in the middle, though, I think is probably very intelligent. Probably like $2,000 or something. But it's that's what they're doing.
And the rest.
I would like to say, by the way, the rear end of this car is absolutely beautiful. It is a work of mechanical art, looking at the turbos, because it's quite a little sewing machine of an engine itself, isn't it? The actual up and downy bit is tiny.
It is the smallest capacity engine, Nick, you're right.
Fabulous, honestly.
V6 2.6, isn't it?
The weird thing is, John, that if you're on the side that's not been leaking, it is completely clean inside. You could eat your dinner off it. It is amazing. It's some sort of sealed environment where it's just not getting... And there's a lot of gunk around, as you know, anyway, generally. Yeah, I have to say that's a pretty impressive piece of engineering by these Acura. I'm sure all the other ones are equally nice. We don't get to see them ripped off with 3 hours to go. But man has his hand deeply in. Here comes the other important thing, which is the refill oil. Now, the key point obviously here is they need to do this without losing a lap. And they are already putting the rear deck back on again.
Time for you to step out the way.
I'm now round the side, so I've decided not to get run over by the car because I wouldn't want to spoil the gorgeous look of the inside of my innards, to be honest.
Yeah.
Bad news. They've
lost the lap.
They've lost the lap as the Porsche's gone round, which is leading. Now they're putting the fuel in. Now, of course, the point about this is that they are now praying for A, that this fix works, and B, another yellow, because that will get that lap back. Car is down. Harder Racing Aston Martin swept across the front. We're not fired up yet. Thumbs up from everyone. Thumbs at the back. And there she goes. And she's gone. There's a red light at the end of the pit lane. This is because we've got a train of those GTP cars. They go down and lap behind all of them. To my left, we have the GTP machines. I can see one of the Corvettes. So there goes the Turner BMW 96 car. And then a stream of cars in fish, including the 77 Rexy machine that was leading up to about an hour ago, the 13 AO Racing, the 23 Hartley Racing Aston Martin. So I think that just about all the GTD cars, have taken the opportunity for a stop. And they're away again. So they worked out what they thought was wrong. They fixed it. It's now up to you, John, to use your eagle televisual eyes and see if it's still puffing out smoke.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Take this opportunity to thank everyone for engaging on the socials at IMSA Radio. Don't forget hashtag Michelin PRT for post-race tech. We'll stay on the air on RS2 and answer some of your questions and your points arising. Thank you as well to all of those on the RWEC Discord group who once again are supporting the broadcast with some great chat, and a special hello to Pentanix, who has just announced an engagement. Congratulations. Very well done, and I hope you'll be very happy, the pair of you. I hope it won't won't affect you and your sports car, your love of sports car and endurance racing. Let's have a word with Roman De Angelis, who's just got out of his car.
Yeah, straight out of the heart of racing into a cool suit. It's Roman De Angelis. Actually, interestingly, John, we've got an imitation of the M25 at the moment because it's a complete logjam of sort of the little pallet trucks for lorries and the huge, much bigger trucks for rubbish, and they're stuck entirely, but being moved out the way. It's got absolute chaos back here, actually. But that's not bothering Rem, who's been on the track itself. Rem, another good thing, the car very much in contention.
Yeah, chaos on pit lane and chaos on the track right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's been good. I think we're in a good spot now. It's hard to say with all the different strategies. I don't even really know where we are right now, to be fair. We're just trying to keep the car clean and make sure that we're there in the end, trying to stay cool as well. It's hot out there today, so. Yeah,
it's interesting you say, because we've seen so many different cars lead at various times, but because we had these yellows the whole time, everyone's staying together. So is it really a case where you're not that bothered where you are, as long as when you come off the pit lane for that last stop, you're in contention?
Yeah, I don't honestly think anyone will know where they are until that point. I think there's cars that are, running different strategies. Some people that are, I don't even know what different strategies people are on right now at this point. But, we're just trying to stay in the hunt and make sure in the last 2 stints we're in contention. And by doing that, obviously have a fight in the end. So we need to have a car that's safe and clean by that point. So just got to get there first.
Temperatures dropped a couple of degrees in the last half hour or so. I mean, did you feel that in the car, or is it just still a hot, sweaty mess in there?
You definitely feel it. I mean, the stint I did prior to this, I did a double, and we had some AC problems. I definitely didn't feel as good as I do now when I got out a few hours ago. So I'm definitely happy that the temperature dropped a lot, and happy that we have water in the car, and it's hopefully when the sun sets, even cooler.
Thank you.
Let's do a couple of our quick hellos as we're doing the GTP class split. Alan Prosser has got rid of the final customers in the pub, so he can sit down and watch this properly. Hello to Kate Shaner, to Gareth Evans, to Race Canada, and also to Ewan Wade, Hugh Walden. Cheers from New York. Been listening to the broadcast all day. I'm coming to see you at the Glen in the summer. Hello to that was Alan's there, and to Johnny Main. Golden hour, go and fill your boots, Mr. Cameramen and photographers. Hello to Nick H. Inspector Damon. The number of officials hovering about the number 10 makes me suspect the cover-off investigation work was mandated rather than optional. You might be right, but I didn't see a flag there. And finally, quick word from somebody at the Turn 17 grandstand. It's Blurfiend. Great but hot day of racing. Hope the 963s like the cooler evening weather. He is a Porsche technician. Jeremy, before we go back to Greg.
Yeah, so there's 2 cars that did not pit of the GTP leaders on that lap, number 6 and number 5. However, number 5 had just ducked into the pit lane.
So the two, so again, we had for a moment Porsche's first, second and third.
Indeed. So now we've got them just first and second, and then it's the Cadillac of Ringo van der Zand. Gosh, it's amazing how this race changes, isn't it, on a regular basis. And now the BMWs that were running so strongly just a little while ago, down in 5th and 6th, and then rounding out the top 7 that are on the lead lap is number 40, WT Andretti Acura.
And in LMP2, Ryan DL and Era Motorsport are leading now from Hunter McElrea, so the 18 from the 11. And then the number 2, United Autosports, the Wins car back in it now. Rasmus Lind is behind the Dragon Speed 81 wheel, Paul de Resta behind the 22, and Toby Sowery, who's been an absolute star for my money today, still on the lead lap as well. In GTD Pros, Jeremy said, all the pros have got a lap on the GTD cars.
And somehow Neil Verhagen's got himself back on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how
so that might have, well, maybe he was just a long way behind Jeremy, but it is the Vassar Sullivan number 14 from Frank Pereira for Iron Links in 19, Chris
John,
Meese in third.
I think it's because number 3 car came into the pit lane.
You're absolutely right.
Out of the lead. So that enabled the number 1 car to get the wave around. Boy, they were lucky there.
Correct. Antonio Garcia is just on his outlap at the moment. Green flag with 2 hours and 45 minutes in Old American Le Mans Series race to go here at Sebring, and another good restart. Fred McAvecchi leading, but with surely the sword of Damocles hanging over him with that investigation. and yet to go through. The right motorsport Porsche has been bumped off or fallen off at turn 17. The green and yellow car, though, refires. And the 120 back in the right direction for Jan Halen. So Makoviecki, Campbell, Renger van der Zande in third. And the Lamborghini just one place away from getting its lap back here. It's actually sitting in behind the leader. Now what happened to the right car? 3 into 2 into 1, didn't quite go. A couple of Aston Martins on the inside and just a little tag on the right rear. There was just not enough room to turn in there for Jan. And oh my goodness, well, the incident involving the leader and Catherine Legg reviewed, no action. So the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars continue to lead. No action for that side-by-side contact. So let's get back to the racing. So Indy Donchi leads for Winwood Racing. That is literally from the back of the grid, that car. It's been quick all day though. 57 from 44 Magnus Racing Aston, from the Lamborghini of Devon and Di Francesco, and the 78 of Forte Racing, then the Lexus, then the Ferrari, Vasser Sullivan from Congress. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 of GTD. Magnificent stuff. This is setting up for a real grandstand finish.
Oh, isn't it just? And in LMP2, Ligier fans will be delighted to note number 33 car is back on the lead lap, I think. Or is he? No, perhaps, I beg your pardon. No, he's still 1 lap down. Apologies. Apologies. I thought the scoring was a bit confused me there. Easily confused at this stage of the game.
Well, we'll allow you that one, Jeremy.
What's interesting to me is that the first lap after the restart here was a 152.2 there for the Fred Makoviecki and the Porsche that now leads the race. The last restart, the BMW was out front, and he was immediately down into the 50s.
Yeah.
And there's no direct sunlight now on the racetrack, so conditions are, I would suggest, a little bit better than they were.
The air temperature is coming down very slowly. Jake Parrott's got his bag back. He's been sitting waiting for it all day.
I think Ligier is back on the lead lap at the tail end of it.
Yeah. Settling in. He's got an adult beverage. He's got his laundry sorted. And just for you and anyone else who needs this, there are 2 hours, 44 minutes and 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26 seconds to go. And if you know, you know. Brilliant stuff. Spooner in orange. Good to know you're tuned in. Thanks for all your hard work at racetracks as well. Listing the IMSA company all day on the web feed. Spent the day selling cars, said Neil Damsel, and I've come home and I've started watching as well. I'm beyond help. No help required, mate. That's it. I would say that was a productive day. Excellent stuff. Of course, buying cars probably would have been better. One of the real stars of the ERA Motorsport run today has been Connor Zilic, a young man with a really bright future. Nick Damon has caught up with him in the pit lane.
Connor, great stints from you. You've got the car now in the lead, so everything going very well.
Yeah, it is going really well. There in my first stint, I got a little worried with, kind of where we were, and that second run there, as the sun starts to go down, the car's really coming to us. So I've got a lot of faith in this ERA Motorsports team. We've worked really hard this week to get the car in the window, and I feel like we're there. So
going to have to break into that, I'm afraid, Nick, because the leader has gone off at turn 7, Fred Makoviecki, and he's punctured a left rear tyre. There's some bodywork damage as well on the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. He was embedded in the sand to the outside of turn number 7. He's got it going again, but this is damage This is damage. Oh, this is cruel luck now again. Was this a jump or did he push? He was setting off down the road and just spun it.
Wow.
Spun it on his own. Now, that makes me think that he was leaning on the left rear. I wonder if the left rear was already going down, Jeremy, and he didn't realise it.
Yeah, it could well be, but that has put the Lamborghini back on the lead lap with that problem for number 63 car, because with the Roman Grosjean was directly behind him on the racetrack, and he's now going to go through and back on the lead lap. So stroke of luck for him. And there's number 7 car in the pits. There's that number 6 bar. That rear tyre's completely come apart.
Matt Campbell then goes to the lead on lap 257. Another lead change as Fred Macko comes back to the pits. I rudely interrupted Connor Zilic. I'll get back to him in just a second because there's so much action going on after the restart, including in LMP2 where Ryan Dalziel, Nico Pino and Hunter McElrea are battling at the front of the field. Then there's another gaggle of 4 cars, 5 cars going down to the hairpin. Ryan Dalziel holding on to that at the moment, just starting to see the light beginning to fade here. 2 hours and 41 minutes and 21, 20, 19, 18 seconds to go. Let's get back to Nick David. And apologies to you and Connor for that, but drama at the front of the field, Nick.
Yeah, this is the thing, you get settled into the race and there's drama, and I notice the team is up on the wall now. Is that in case it's a yellow or because you are coming in?
I honestly have no idea. You know, I have my headset off. But yeah, like I said before, you know, the car's really good now, and, you know, Ryan's in the car leading right now, so you know, just got to keep doing what we're doing, and you know, still a long way to go. So stay patient and, you know, keep ourselves in it.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
And thank you to Connor for his patience there. The 74 Riley car spins at turn 13. Josh Burden right across the track and didn't manage to hit anything else. Dropped the wheel off the curb, left rear, and completely looped it across the track. It is a mad half hour here as into the pits, the erstwhile leader, Fred Makovecki, with damage to the left rear. It'll be a new bodywork section on the back of that and new tyres. There's some scuff marks on the front of the car as well. Now, this was the car that had side-to-side contact with Catherine Legg. So has something broken on the back of the car? There is suspension damage on the back of that car on the left-hand side, and that is the side that came into contact with the gradient.
Absolutely right, John. It was the left side of the Porsche and the right side of the Acura. Goodness gracious.
They're having to get the tyre debris away from the drive shafts and the inner workings. The toe link looks okay, actually, onto the back of the gearbox. And so they've got all the rubbish off that. There's various bits of wiring that need to be reattached, and also the steer that holds the bodywork. But I'm Nick, I know you're a bit closer than I am. Is that left rear wheel pointing in the right direction?
Yeah, and they're not putting. They're changing the rear clip. They're kind of all avoiding looking at the dead carcass, but it does look like they've actually managed to get the thing arranged. So they probably haven't broken the suspension. The side-by-side contact may well have given them a slow puncture. Car is dropped down. They're just turning on the attachment devices. There is quite a little bit of damage in front of the rear left wheel, and yeah, they had broken the rear clip quite badly, but it doesn't matter because you can change it. But yeah, so as you know, I'll do the half a mile to get there and then just disappear without me. But no, looks fixed, but obviously now they've got to get the time back.
Working on the car outside of the pit box, not for that Porsche, but for the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, in a competitive 7th position in GTD Pro with the top 9 all on the lead lap. Alex Riberas will have to peel off from that battle. Now, that was a single tyre put onto Fred Makovecki's car, and he has dropped 2 laps from the lead now. Brendan Hartley, waiting for him to come around, but he's a lap off the lead as well in the number 10 car.
Yep.
So now we're down to 7 cars on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is that Lamborghini of Romain Grosjean. Grosjean's car benefiting from the fact that he was right behind Fred Makovecki when Fred Mako went off, and he was able to pull away whilst Fred's teammate Matt Campbell had to check up a little bit. Well, that was bizarre. I'm almost certain that that will be as a consequence of the side-by-side contact, because did they come in to the pit lane? Did they change tyres? Don't know.
Yeah, they certainly made a pit stop. Wait a minute, 6 car did not come.
Oh no, it stayed out. That's right. That's how it got the position.
Yeah.
So there you go. I was just questioning myself as to whether they'd come in and change tyres. Shea Adam is back in the pit lane. Good evening.
Good evening. Very good dinner up at Schleppers this evening. Lots of pasta, lots of people interested in watching the pictures and listening to us. And actually, I was eating with some people from IMSA Technical, who shall remain nameless because the comments that I'm about to tell you are way too good. They were watching the emission out of the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, and the comment was actually made, well, it does make sense that they would be running very well because these things tend to go very well before they explode. Thankfully, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh.
Somebody won't be laughing at that one, I can tell you.
No, indeed not. But yes, a fair point. Well made. Right turn lover said, did the number 6 mechanics pull off a rod or a strut from the engine and gearbox area they didn't replace? Yes, they did. I think that is part of the stuff that holds on to the bodywork, perhaps. Maybe not, because it would have come off with the bodywork, wouldn't it? At the front of the LMP2 field, Nico Pino and Hunter McElrea having a good scrap at the moment, down to turn 13.
Indeed, and a lap ago, Nico Pino got past Hunter McElrea to take the lead of the class. The number 18 car was in for its pit stop the lap before that, so this is a super battle that's going on between these two. Only, well, less than a couple of seconds back is the second in the United Auto Sports Car. That's Paul di Resta, and he's got his hands full in car number 22 with the number 04 of the very impressive Toby Sower is right there as well.
The drive-through, oh my goodness, that's going to take them well out of it for the number 86 print lane protocol. This is Anders Fjordback, MDK Motorsports, again on the lead lap in GTD. If you're on the lead lap at this stage, you've got to think you're in with a chance of something. The battle for P2 lead across the line, down towards turn 1. Just in behind, Paul di Resta is working his way up to thirds. He's bringing Toby Sowery with him. Rasmus Lind another couple of seconds further back, weaving side to side from the TDS racing car, Hunter McElrea. Trying to influence or perhaps just take the concentration away from Nico Pino. Another great find by Ben Keating. He keeps finding these good drivers. Through turn 7 at the hairpin, and there's no doubt in my mind that Paul di Resta is catching these guys. There's going to be a 4-car battle for the lead here any times, with the LMP2s coming back together. Meantime, at the front of the field, Renger van der Zande has caught Matt Campbell in traffic down through turn 16. Really nice move by both drivers there, but a super thinking driver's move. Matt Campbell stood up the Cadillac as they were coming through turn 16 onto the backstretch. Then it's BMW Nick Yellerly flashing his headlights in the background, trying to come through the traffic. The top 4, check that, the top 5 within 3 seconds as they come through the traffic after the restart. So, still incident responsibility warning for car number 23, Partner Racing. And the 86, having been hit, gets a drive-through of its own. It's serving that now for Anders Fjordbach for MDK. So that was a coming together between the Porsche and the 23 Heart of Racing car. But a warning for that. It was the pit lane violation that's got the drive-through. Alex Riberas gets off with a slapped wrist. Battle for the lead in traffic. And right in front of them is the 63 Romain Grosjean Lamborghini SC63, desperately trying to stay on the lead lap as he carves his way through traffic and goes past the 8-0 Porsche number 77. That's Seb Priault driving that at the moment, sitting in 6th spot in class. Now this is going to get spicy because Romain Grosjean wants to stay on the lead lap here, Jeremy. We've got a huge line of GTD cars. Grosjean goes back to the racing line as the leaders are behind him. Matt Campbell goes to the wall, can't make the pass. And right in there now, here comes Nick Yellerly and Augusto Farfus. 4-car battle for the lead with ahead of them a car that wants to stay on the lead lap. There's almost a coming together at the start-finish line as Van der Zande and Campbell weave their way through the traffic. They both had to swerve away from each other there through turn 1. They dodge through more traffic. Now they've got Ricci Competizione in front of them as well as the Lamborghini. Oh, this is quality stuff. This is where the drivers earn their money. Fast lap after fast lap after fast lap. That's excellent. But now you're making split-second decisions which could make you a hero or go home. Down into the hairpin. The leader hits the inside curb. That was a smart thing to do. There's a little side-by-side action between the Lamborghini of Iron Lynx and one of the prototypes as it went through there, and I honestly couldn't tell you which one it was. And this is good news for Matt Campbell. He's put a bit of a gap on the field. That in behind him, Nick Yellerly sniffing around the gearbox of Renger van der Zande. Augusto Farfus right there as well. And Colton Herta has come through. Colton Herta has come through and split the BMWs, I think. So Matt Campbell through Jean de Bian and into Le Mans corner. Yeah, Colton Herta has split the BMWs. So he's stealthed up behind them. So I reckon that's the top 5 within about 2 seconds. And they still haven't put the lap on the Lamborghini SC63. Grosjean desperately trying to stay ahead. Goes to the inside of the leading Lexus RCF GT3. Ben Barnicoat in GTD Pro. He's right in the mix now. Extraordinary stuff. 40 Acura, Colton Herta. The sun beginning to cast its amber glow as it drops down towards the western horizon. Sunset bringing with it action as it often does here at Sebring. Let's break away for this for just a moment and go to Shea Adam with down at Wayne Taylor Racing. I'm sure a very interested spectator.
Yeah, Ricky and I are sitting here just laughing, watching all of the battling out on the track, thinking about the fans around the track. Ricky, it hasn't been this way for a long time at Sebring, has it?
Yeah, I really should be resting, but it's too much fun to watch this at the moment. Yeah, the fight is just so good. Everybody's, it's still a normal WeatherTech Series race to go, and everybody's still pushing like it's the last hour. So every bit is important. So I know why they're going for it. I was going for it with 4 hours to go. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch.
After last year coming second in the championship again, a position you've held a lot in the history of the series, which is actually a huge accomplishment. Did you learn that maybe you take the points on offer if you don't get the win at Sebring, or are you still going for it?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been struggling for points this year so far. Even qualifying, coming almost zero, losing 35 points there, really hurt. So I think at some point we need some wins, but it's a balance. Last year, everybody had bad races at some point. So what do? Do we try to go for the wins like we did in 2021 or 2022, or do we kind of play it a little safer and bet that everybody's going to have their bad luck at some point and take the points when we can? At the moment, we just like to get our lap backs to put ourselves in a position to fight. But still quite a ways to go. Now all the pros are in, so hopefully we still get a little lucky with the yellow here and there, but yeah, it's going to be tough.
When Nick talked to your dad, it was basically right after the issue had started to rear its ugly head. Do you guys know what the problem is now, and can you fix it or maintain it to the end of the race?
I don't actually know what the problem was, but they told me it was fixed. So yeah, so we're good to go to the end. Just hoping for a little bit of luck. If we can't race our way to the front, for a little bit of yellow.
And the last question, I saw them pass something that was basically an injection into your brother on one of the stops, and then I see you making one too. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so we work with a company called Hammer Nutrition, and they supply us with any sort of endurance fuels. So if you think about other sports, you get to get out and take a break, you know, have a banana or have a sports drink or something, have some carbs, have some calories. But in motorsports, you drive for upwards of 3 hours at a time sometimes without eating anything. Your brain needs some fuel, so we actually make a little, we call it a hammer bomb, so it's a little carb gel mixed with water with some electrolytes, and we put it in a turkey baster, we hand it to the driver in the pit stop, and we take that when we're not doing a driver change. So Philippe's gonna finish, and he requested that I hand make his finishing hammer bomb, so I was just mixing one up for him. Chocolate is his favorite flavor, so ready to go.
True love. There's our answer, John.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Shea Adam, with that CrowdStrike pit lane report.
I had dinner with all those guys last night in the Apex Cafe back here in the paddock with Brendan Hartley and Philippe and Ricky and Jordan, and it was just great fun. I mean, they got along so well together.
Yeah,
they're passionate about the race. It was the Carrera Cup North America race was going on in the background. They're paying attention to that as well, and it was just a fun little group. And they were just eating regular food there.
Well.
Well, actually, Jordan had just got back from doing his wing eating contest in the infield.
Oh yeah, he took part in it as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Porsche keys to the race. We said get to the night. We're nearly there. We've got about 20 minutes to official sunset. Track temperature is staying about the same, air temperature is staying about the same. But that is what everyone is waiting for. It's a pain at the moment as Ollie Jarvis is staring straight at the setting sun. Down at turn 17, it's earning its name of sunset now. Under the Mission Foods bridge and back onto the start-finish straight.
And look, I'm just looking at the number 6 Porsche is 2 laps down, and he's not making any inroads against the LMP2 cars that he's directly behind. He's directly behind the top 4 cars in the class. He's not able to pass them.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain that car isn't carrying a bit of damage.
Oh yes, it's most assuredly, John.
It's not aerodynamically fully optimized, to use a saying. As far as I could see, we're struggling just a little bit at the back of that car. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Matt Campbell still hasn't passed Romain Grosjean. Fair play to Romain. He is holding on to the lead of the leader, if that makes sense. So he's still right on the end of the lead lap at the moment. The final car on the lead lap for right now. And Brendan Hartley is only another 7 seconds behind, he's lapping a little bit slower than the leader, so that he's not coming back towards it. Don't forget, we will be picking our BDO nose strategy. My goodness, have we got some candidates for that today?
That's going to be a last-minute call, John.
Oh, it has to be. It has to be. I mean, there's been great strategy, there's been great speed here as well. Look at Winward Racing, 34th to first in class. Incredible. Right at the back of the GT field. Let's also think of what's going on at the CrowdStrike, racing by APR. They were a couple of laps down, got one back with strategy and one by speed. Toby Sowery, how long is it since you've seen this? Somebody catch and pass the leader and then drive away from them and get the lap back. Incredible stuff. That just doesn't happen anymore. Certainly not at this level. And also Porsche Penske Motorsport, they've got Matt Campbell to the front. They tried a couple of funky things early on with short fuel and pit stops to get a little bit of track position. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. There's a lot of grand candidates here. Really is. Conquest Racing, they've fought their way back up. Yes. Outside the top 10 early on. Some really good stories here this weekend, Jeremy, and still, I suspect, a chapter or two to be written.
I think so. I mean, you know, we're still not quite at sunset. What's the time now? We've got about 10 minutes to go before the sun goes completely down over the horizon. I'm not sure. Yeah, look at this glare now from the onboard as they head into Sunset Bend. It's and with all the dirt and grime on the windscreens of these cars, that's a really tricky time of day right now.
And this is when the concentration levels have to be absolute.
Yeah, and that's number 6 car in there. He's finally going to go past one of the LMP2 cars, perhaps. Not round the corners, he's not. Wow.
Tower has just gone behind the wall. It was the number 8 machine, orange, black and white, and they've had a fraught day. Michael Doonan behind the wheel and has gone behind the wall. They would get a prize for tenacity if there was one. Although we will be awarding the Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award presented by CrowdStrike on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern on RS1, 8 o'clock in the UK. We'll use the data that we get from IMSA for the speed and then look at the candidates and look at their endurance and teamwork elements from this race. Speed and teamwork, not sure about the endurance, but speed and teamwork definitely for the team that put that wall back together after Pete Portorani's big crash. Excellent work by everybody concerned there. If you haven't seen that, don't worry. The highlights will be showing it, I'm sure. So, let's have a quick word with AWA Corvette driver Matthew Bell. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Well, once again, it didn't start very well for you or your teammate, but things have picked up from there.
You know, we're still getting to grips with this new car. It's, you know, Pratt Miller and GM Chevrolet have made a pretty impressive car in the first go, GT3 machinery, so we're still getting to grips with it a little bit. But yeah, as the race went on, we've jumped up and down the leaderboard a little bit, but I think at one point we were in P3 after cycling through some pit stops, so first stint went pretty well. I was able to get out there and battle with a few guys. That was a proper old-fashioned GTD stint. I was doing some overtaking, getting stuck in. That was nice to be in the fight. And yeah, we're just trying to get through to the end.
You got Lars in the car at the moment. I mean, is it really just about learning this one?
All right, you're always learning, but you're always pushing as well. You know, we're not just cycling around trying to be at school. So no, we're pushing. We're trying to fight as hard as we can. But yeah, there's a lot to learn with this new car, and yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Are you taking it to the finish?
Yes, looks like that. Yeah.
Get yourself a lead lap, and you should win then. You know.
Yeah. No. Hopefully we're still there in the fight, and hopefully the prototype boys haven't taken all the psycho pills, because they seem to have eaten a fair few of those in the race so far. So there's some interesting driving going on up front as they're coming through the GT field. So yeah, hopefully everyone takes a bit of a chill pill.
Good idea. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks.
Matthew Bell, as you probably deciphered from his accent, not from round here, originally from Newcastle, younger brother of Rob Bell. Carved himself a very good career out. This is an interesting little project that he's involved with AWA. Lars Kern and the rest of the team, the two Corvettes. The engine in the background is that of the leader, Matt Campbell, who still hasn't got past SC63 of Romain Grosjean. Now, he's still a second ahead of Renger van der Zande, and it's all sort of stabilised a bit. Took half a second out of Renger last time around, but again, traffic can be so controlling at some points. Just noticed actually that the right-hand side brake lights on the Lamborghini SC63 aren't working. The marker lights are. The rear light signature, which looks rather like a TIE fighter, is only lighting up on the left-hand side for the braking. We're in the golden hour now, 10 minutes away from official sunset, just enough cloud in the sky to get a few reflections. The photographers will be absolutely loving this. There'll be a... Oh, what is the collective noun for photographers? A shutter of photographers down at turn 1. Great to see families and the next generation here. St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. We'll be celebrating a little bit, I'm sure, tonight for that. And the palms are illuminated. And what's more, they're starting to show now such a part of what goes on. As is turn 10 on the far side of the circuit in Green Park, a law unto itself. Well, it's certainly something that you have to see at least once when you come here. Now, is this the moment that the Lamborghini finally goes a lap down? Just checking to see when we're due pit stops, actually, Jeremy.
Yeah, a little while yet. We came in
20 laps for the leader, and the Lamborghini 23 laps in at the moment. So there is a danger there, of course, that Romain will have to stop anyway and give up the lead lap. Desperately wants a full course yellow now and the safety car out. He wants to see that Lamborghini Urus.
Yeah, he does need a caution, doesn't he? Because he was in before that latest full course yellow. That's when he fell off the lead lap. Was able
the lead is in. The leading Porsche is in. 2 hours and 14 minutes to go. So Matt Campbell peels off. Renger van der Zande inherits the lead. That's another lead change. And the Porsche is heading down with Matty Campbell, star of the early part of 2024, heading towards Shea Adam.
And he just very subtly rumbles past, pulls onto his pit marks perfectly, and puts the car into neutral. It goes up on the air jacks. They're doing 4 new Michelin tires, so once again, they have this capability to change all 4 tires. Porsche with the allotment left. Let's see. Windshield tear off? Yes, they are going for the windshield tear off. These tires did not look scrubbed to me. They look like they were still shiny and new. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as the sun starts to set. Waiting on the fuel and the energy replenishment at this point. Matt Campbell staying aboard for another stint into the sunset.
Well, that is a weird time to stop, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is. We've got 2 hours and 13 minutes remaining. The cars can do around about 52 minutes or thereabouts. And I thought he should have been able to stay out another 10 minutes or so, which would make it close to being able to do it on just 2 more stops. So
unfortunately.
Yeah, we've still got 30% of fuel left.
Yeah.
Oh, have we? The thing's
Unfortunately, the telemetry's down, Jeremy, so I can't.
It is. No, but I mean, so the number 7 car it only did 21 laps since the last stop, so that's 6 or 7 laps, and well, at least 6 or 7 laps earlier than I would have expected to come in. But here's another car in the pit lane as well. The next leader is on the pit lane. Wow, curious.
Nick Damon has the car that's just inherited at 3rd place, the 01 Cadillac.
It's a full service, including driver change for the 01. A slap on the back as Renger van der Zande gets out. And, oh, that's very athletic. He said a couple of hours ago, he just hopped onto the wall like he was like walking up a single brick. It was like a poetry in motion, balletic almost, as he went on the wall there. Car looking remarkably clean, actually, not having any detritus on it at the back of the car. They've cleaned the windscreen, and there they go with the 4 tyres, and off they've gone. So obviously this is a tactical point where they get there in some way, Jeremy, but I can't work it out either.
That sound in the background was the GT3 RAR of Rexy. The number 77 AO Porsche came in fuel, 4 tires, driver change, and Lauren Heinrich. And it looks like it might be Lauren to the end of this race. Seb Priou has gotten out, and I am not going to let him get too far before we have a chat.
Well, I don't know if you'll get anything from the pit wall down there, Nick, but it's worth an ask. Maybe they had a tyre pressure warning and they brought Matt in. Renger van der Zande is down there with Nick Damon.
Renger, did you just not want to drive into the sunset? You seem to come in a bit early.
You said bit early? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Ask the guys on the pit wall.
So literally, you at no point get involved with this. You just follow the instructions on the in and out. You're not thinking about laps whilst you're in the car at all.
Yeah, obviously there's traffic coming, and yeah, we have to make some stops today. So I think they planned it just fine for us to move forward instead of backwards. You know, when there's a lot of traffic coming, then that's the moment to make a decision, pit early or not. But yeah, the car's good. We had some issues on the way that we got fixed. I mean, Seb is very fast, Dixon was very fast. I think I'm going quite well, so yeah, let's see what we can do at the end there.
And the track, is the track starting to improve as the sun goes down, or is it just getting greasy and unpleasant?
No, it's much better now. The tank car was losing a lot of oil, so I was keeping my distance to the tank car, and it covered up my whole windscreen. So with the sun going down, we didn't take the risk. We came for another stop. We gave up position for that, but just to make sure that they could actually see something. And then we went out again, so all fun and games here.
Well, that's answered a couple of questions there. Change in position, Jeremy, in P2.
In P2 or P1?
Oh, well, yeah.
In GTP, no change in P2, I don't think, at the moment, but at the front of the field, Colton Herder has got past Nick Yellowy, so that becomes the 8th different car to lead this race. That's our 27th lead change, and each of the last 4 laps have been led by a different car. in the middle of, you know, in the middle of what should be a long green flag run, so really interesting.
I mean, I'm stunned. We'll try and get some word from the pit wall. We had a penalty, mechanical black flag, for tyre operational requirements for the number 65 car, Dirk Müller for Ford. He's been in and out. I wonder if they've fitted the wrong tyres to that car. It's the only thing that I can think. They've fitted a set that was allocated to another one. Let's head down to a car as Chris Meese pits from a 4th place in GDT Pro, car that's been there or thereabouts all of the race. The AO77, Lauren Heinrich has just taken that car over from Sebastian Priou, who's with Shane.
Boy, Seb, racing the 12 hours of Sebring is a little bit different than the first Porsche Carrera Cup race of the iteration in North America. You won that one. How much more difficult is it to try and get a win in the 12-hour?
This just doesn't stop, you know. You have to keep pounding every lap. Yellow flags in the race and you're back down to P7.
it's a tough morning race, but we've got the speed. It's not over yet, but unfortunately that yellow flag messed us up a little bit. But yeah, it's a tough race, and you've got to be physically fit for this one for sure.
How much of an advantage do you think it will be, though, to have the Porsche crest on your logo at the end of the night?
Yeah, I mean, I think the car works better in the night time, so it's all to play for, and I'm looking forward to the fight ahead that Lauren's going to do, and that Michael and Lauren did a great job the whole way, so yeah, really excited.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you,
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and we've got our GTP telemetry back, and it's not a million miles away from pit stop time. Colton Herta with 30% of his energy allocation, 25% for Nick Yellerly in second, Augusta Farfus in third, 90% for Seb Bourdais, because obviously he's just come out of the pits, 30 for Jimmy Bruni in fifth. Matt Campbell is 95 because he's just come out, 25 for Romain Grosjean in the Lamborghini, Iron Lynx, etc. Pete Porterani and Phil Hansen shown as 0 because those cars aren't running. So it's working back there. In for the number 11 TDS. This is one of the cars that's been battling at the sharp end of LMP2.
Top 3 cars in the pits now in LMP2. Put in the middle of a pit stop cycle there for those cars. We've got a fabulous overhead view of this racetrack. There's not many spare spots on that infield, are there?
No.
Every spot, every vantage point is taken. Brilliant. But there's always somewhere to find a view from. The sun's almost going down now. I think it's just, this is sunset time. Just a fabulous, fabulous view. Now, the sun has certainly gone from behind the trees, so the problem for the drivers has now gone away.
Yeah, and this is prime photographer time, isn't it?
Yeah,
5 minutes before the final 2 hours. Just listening to the sound of the engines, there is something that is just a little different about how racing cars sound in the denser air as it cools down on a night time. This is just fantastic stuff. Just enough cloud in the sky as well to get a little bit of a reflection from the sunset. As the leader comes down to the Mission Foods sunset corner, barely braking there. Big lift through the corner, not a big braking event when he's on his own. So Colton Herta maybe on a little bit of fuel save at the moment, trying to stretch these GTPs, Jeremy, to what, 50 minutes? The GTPs, we can do 30 laps, so that's 30, and yeah, about 50 minutes. Bit of fuel saving here, and maybe...
Sorry, what was the question?
50 minutes-ish for the GTPs.
Yeah, a bit more than that. I think 52 certainly.
I think Colton Herta is saving fuel at the minute because his brakes aren't glowing.
He's just turned a heck of a fast lap. He just turned a 49.9. It's first 49 we've seen for a little while.
He barely braked for turn 17.
Yeah.
Just lifted off early and rolled through the middle of it, and it works.
Yeah. He's just gone personal best through sector 1. It's a very short sector, just 10.8 seconds, 10.08 seconds for Colton Herta. He pulled out 0.4 of a second on Nick Yellerly just through turn 1 effectively. So whatever he's doing it very, very nicely indeed. Colton Herta, he's pulled out now 5 seconds over the first of the BMWs. The second one is about 2 seconds behind that. And then Jimmy Bruni, once again, I think it's the tyres are, he's just had a very slow lap of 57 for Jimmy Bruni, so all of a sudden that's cost him a lot of ground. But behind him is number 01 car of Sebastian Bourdais, and Matty Campbell is closed right in on Bourdais. So that's the battle now for 5th and 6th. Cadillac against Porsche.
And remember, Campbell in that 7 car is off sequence, came in very, very early indeed. And Bourdais did as well.
Yes, indeed, that's it, yeah.
They came in after 21 and 22 laps, when we know that, in fact, that car can do probably 29 or 30, both of those cars. The Lamborghini should be due in next time around.
That was lapped by Colton Herta a little while ago, so
oh,
he is a lap down now, is a Lamborghini.
Yeah, just gone on to the 30th lap of the stint. Roman Grosjean has been sensational here. Really very, very impressed indeed. How far behind is he? That 63 car. There's the leader going round the hairpin. Very, very dirty and dusty offline out of the hairpin through turn 8 and 9.
Three-car battle still in for the lead in LMP2 out on the racetrack after that recent round of pit stops. Number 2 car maintains the lead ahead of number 11. Number 04 car has leapt ahead actually quite a long way of Bijoy Garg, who's now driving the number 22 car for United Autosport.
Brian DL into the pit lane for Era Motorsport. He's with Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a standard stop. Ryan staying on board. He's, I think it'll be a triple, this will be. Doing a little bit of a shifty at the rear left, but they've let it go. It's dropped down. So the fuel is the last thing. The power, those lights are bright now, so you can tell it is getting dark. And there we go. So trying to get back in the fight of that LMP2 battle.
Going down to 2 hours to go. Just over that at the moment. RS2 around the world across the Central Highlands region on Highlands ESPN 1063, 100 FM, 100.9 FM at the track, and Sirius XM 206. We've got video for you as well at IMSA-radio.com. Top left, there's a live video button, and we're on YouTube as well for the first time with a little test going very nicely indeed. Thank you for all the kind words about what we're doing with IMSA for that. And don't read anything into it at the moment, it's a test. That's the only thing I would say. Into the pit lane, Roman Grosjean, and he bounces out of the car as if he's been in there for 5 seconds.
Not quite so bouncy as Renger van der Zande, because Renger is the bounciest so far out the car. But in has got Andrea Caldarelli, full set of tyres and fuel. No major concerns about the car itself. They're not looking at anything specifically. Slightly delayed on putting the front right on, but it doesn't particularly matter. They get that front right on before the fuel hose comes out. Hose is out now, but then, yeah, it was a driver change. Andrea Caldarelli got in, Roman Grosjean got out.
Driver change always seems to take quite a long time on this car.
It does take a long time. You're absolutely right. It's kind of like they haven't quite got the speed of the belt doing up. They're kind of leading. Oh no, stop! They've stopped it, and again, now they're struggling with that door again on the driver's side.
Meantime, while you're watching that, Nick, the 023, the Triazi competition Ferrari has got no front lights on, so that car's going to have to come in. That is a problem. A very bright cockpit on the Lamborghini as well. You can clearly see the driver in the helmet. Visor is up. And comes off the pit lane speed limiter. Andrea Caldarelli for Lamborghini Iron Lynx. The big V8 will be fired into life probably. Hello to Edwardian Creations, loving the YouTube, great here in Australia. As I say, this is a test. IMSA hasn't done this before, and it's a collaboration between everybody on the broadcast side and the IT side. So just a little toe in the water for the moment, so don't read anything into it.
So inside 2 hours to go now.
Yeah.
And for the race leading car number 40, last made its pits on lap.
They're about to come in, Jeremy. We've just had a Gustav Farfus in the 24 BMW fuel, VP Racing fuel, Michelin tyres, and Philip Ain being installed in that car, loaded up, ready to go for another 50 odd minutes. not that far away from just doing one more pit stop, are we, for the GTPs? It's going to be close.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I've kind of been watching here to see whether they can make it on just one more stop from here. I think the number 01 and the 7, they figured there's either going to be a caution or they're going to be going so fast they're going to need an extra stop in any case. So they made that early in case there was a full course caution, which would pay dividends for them.
You know what that also tells me? They've got a spare set of tyres.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think everybody's good to go on tyres now. We won't see any more double stinting. They've got that pain out of the way.
Triazi.
It's so good. It just great. It adds yet another layer.
Oh
to
yes,
strategy.
absolutely. Triazi into the pit lane, Nick, with the Ferrari.
And it's showing the advantage of this modular construction of the Ferrari 296, because normally, like, your lights aren't working, it's a nightmare. But they just unclip the front of the car, and by the front of the car, I mean the front of the car. They put on the replacement front of the car, which includes the light, the radiator intakes. Oh look, the lights work straight away on the new car, and it's you know, that normal nightmare problem of getting electrics to work. Well, I've got a complete set of electrics, complete lights. It's even got the under grille light as well, and that problem is solved by this fantastic modular design of the 296. It is absolutely a boon. And the other GT3 manufacturers, GTD manufacturers, are going to have to do it for their next generation of cars because it's such a big advantage.
Nick Damon in the pit lane. Scary moment for the crowd strike by APR. Toby Sowry. I wonder if he realises that his front Michelins were actually off the ground as he came through turn 1. The left front at least was pawing the air, and as the back sat down, now maybe we're getting an idea about why we've seen so many squirrely moments there. Shea Adam has 4 pit stops to update us on.
And from furthest box away from me to closest, let's start with the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. Fuel, new tires, Daniel Serra. Fuel, scrub tires, and Brian Sellers for the #1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. It's looking to try and replicate its win from last year in the GTD class, now in GTD Pro. We've had the #10 Konica Minolta Acura Brendan Hartley out and Philippe Albuquerque in, and that is the Mercedes that you heard in the background. It is now Phil Ellis taking that car to the checkered flag. Fuel and new tires where the 40 is in. Right in front of me, perfectly on cue. Jordan Taylor very casually walks over to the car that came in from the lead of the race, scrubbed Michelin tires going on to this car, meaning that Jordan should be able to get heat into the tires a little bit easier on for this final, well, second to final stint, penultimate stint, I should say. Little bit of time being taken to make sure that there is no debris or anything on the actual arm on which the tire goes. Ooh, windshield tear off makes a big difference at this stage, and it doesn't actually tear off the entire windshield, just a segment from which the driver can see, so you can see how dirty it was compared to the start of the race, compared to where it is now with every windshield tear off they do. I think they still have 1, 2, 3, 4 more windshield tear offs. There we go for Jordan as I casually step out of the way. 41 lap stint, is that what you just said, John? That
yes,
seems like a lot.
Sorry, 31,
Yeah.
my
Okay.
apologies. 31 laps for the #40, waiting for the #5 Jimmy Brewery Proton Competition Mustang Samney. He'll be in this time or the next time around, and the Lexus is in the pit lane from the lead of GTD Pro.
And Ben Barnicoat skips out, second best skipping actually, not quite up to the level of Gregor Van Zandt, but I think slightly better than Romain Grosjean. In has got Jack Hawksworth, and the car, which of course had nothing but bad luck at Daytona, is looking at the moment as one of the strongest in GTD Pro, all going down the ground. The man is fueling as fast as he can. It's Kelly on the back of his head, who's got the privilege of sticking the fuel in, and it looks really like it's going to be a stop as long as the fuel is going to go in. It's about to come out. God, it's a very long stop, isn't it? It's blimey. I told you it was very empty, and there it goes. And the 40 will go away. There's no reason why it won't pick up again in the lead of GTD Pro.
This is a bad and costly penalty for Conquest Racing, speeding in the pit lane. Not even close, 7 kilometers an hour for the #34 Ferrari, which was in 4th position. It's going to have to come back down the pit lane, just left, and has obviously dropped down just a little bit, but he's going to have to come back in, and at this stage of the game, that is going to be very costly in terms of its track position. Let's grab a few drivers before we get down to some more racing after these pit stop. Ben Barnicat out of the Lexus that's been leading GTD, Paul.
Well, you brought the car in the best position possible, which is leading the class. Obviously, the car's going very well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite get the end of your question.
The car's going well.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, earlier in the day when it was hot, we were struggling. I think it's quite common that we're known for being a bit harder on tyre degradation than the other cars. But now the night's come, you know, I was flying there at the end. Pretty risky at both of those restarts on that last 2 stints. It's not very nice, to be honest, when you're in a GTD battle caught up in all the when you're in a GTD Pro battle caught up in all the GTDs, it's pretty nail-biting stuff. But luckily I managed to be honest, I just got through that, and I think the others must have got bottled there. But I mean, what a pleasure it is to drive this Lexus, sun setting around Sebring, with a great group of guys with you. So yeah, hopefully we can keep it going.
Now, it's always a great pleasure to drive a car over the sunset if you're there with your best girl by your side, but is it that much of a pleasure in a racing car with a smeary window going into Sunset Bend?
Yeah, my girlfriend's probably not going to be happy, but it's definitely better doing it around here at a bumpy old Sebring than a nice sunset drive somewhere at home.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben Barnicat, soon to be single. Oh, we do like Ben. Let's hear from Alex Riberas from Heart of Racing. What a day they've had, and they've got their 27 car leading in GTD. The GTD Pro Car Shay hasn't had that kind of run today.
Well, Alex Riberas and Ross Gunn have already done a 12-hour race sharing a car where a late penalty, you had to fight back, but you still did. This team never loses that drive, do they?
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a pleasure to be back here in the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. And no better way to do it than with this group of people. The Heart of Racing and Aston Martin have done a tremendous job giving us a good equipment for this weekend. And the new car, it's a work in progress. You know, we are working on it very hard. I don't think we have the pace to win today, but we are there or thereabouts. We're in the hunt, and it's a long race.
If you don't have the pace to win, then does your focus turn to trying to help the GTD car get the win? Because it looks like they do.
I mean, that's one option we always operate. I think as a group, as a team, the Heart of Racing by itself works and feels always like a family, right? And that's the most beautiful thing about coming to race here. We win, we lose together, and if we can help 27, we will do. If they can help us, I'm sure they will as well. So it's a privilege to have this honor of having both cars.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much, Dave.
And thanks for talking to us before even debriefing with his crew.
He's a class act, it is Alex. Incredible pass for the LMP2 lead just a moment or two away ago as we were in that interview. Hunter McElrea and Nico Pino. Nico was leading in the number 2 United Autosports USA car, and Hunter McElrea and he split either side around the number 12 Lexus at sunset. Nico chose the left-hand side, the outside, and Hunter McElrea dived down the inside and took the lead of the race. And now Toby Sowery is coming to take second place away from Nico Pino, who might just be struggling a little bit for grip here. But look, take nothing away for Hunter McElrea. That might be the overtake of the race. That was incredible stuff. And fair play to the Parker Thompson, who's driving the Vassar Sullivan. He just held his line and just let them go. On you go, boys. Here's the pass for second. Down the inside, pass made. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Down at turn 7.
So Nico Pino definitely struggling right now. Hunter McElrea, he's had a brilliant race. He's had the fastest lap of the race also in the LMP2 class. Tremendous run by him in that number 11 car for TDS.
And while I remember, not the last lap, but the one before, Daniel Surra reset the fastest GTD Pro lap at a 2:09.66 in the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari 296 GT3.
That's the first sub 2-minute 1 lap, I think, isn't it?
Is it? Right.
In any of the GT cars. Yeah, 2 minutes 1.071 as far as GT non-pro. So within a tenth of a second.
Sebastian Bourdais leads, and leads by a handy 3 seconds into the pit lane.
Yeah, but look at the order: Cadillac, Porsche, Acura, BMW.
Yes.
And then, yeah, there's 20 seconds between them right now. It's been a lengthy run since through a full fuel stop.
Antonio Garcia in from the lead of GTD Pros. That pit stop cycle starts again, Shay.
You want to know how much confidence Corvette Racing with Pratt Miller Motorsports has in their newly acquired drivers? It's Danny Juncadella who's taking this car, which could potentially win for Corvette Racing, to the checkered flag. Antonio Garcia, the king of Spain, gets out and hands over to who we might deem the prince of Spain after the year he had in 2022. And Danny Juncadella rumbles out for the first time at night, racing laps in a Corvette around Sebring.
I'm looking at the lap times here. I'm watching the number 40 car. Jordan Taylor's driving that car now. Can he get to the end of this race without making another pit stop?
Yeah.
It's fairly close. Well, it's very close. I'm not sure whether it's doable or not, to be perfectly honest. But it was certainly a brilliant stint last time. No, he's just got in the car.
Right, it's 3 laps in we stint.
Yeah. The number 5 car was actually that came in 1 lap later. So that did lead. Jimmy Bruni did lead 1 lap in that number 5 car before handing it over to Julian Adler. So that was our 9th different leader in this race.
So he got in at, let's call it 47. The car can do about 55 minutes.
Yeah, it was about. I think it was about a minute, an hour and 52. I think when he came into the pits.
Right. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, we're coming down to the always dramatic and
it's actually an hour and 56 to go, so it might be
always dramatic and fantastically attractive time of night. Sun's been set for 20 minutes or so, but there's still the glow in the western sky. I cannot see trails of tail lights going out of this race track at the moment. Those that are here are staying here. So go to Paul di Resta and Nick Damon for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Paul, you're very earnestly watching the time in there with your teammate BJ Gog. You say you're on standby. Does that mean you're still working out the strategy to win the race?
Well, I am back in. It just depends when I go back in. The way the yellows have worked, it's going to be quite a short break from when I got last out to now, but obviously you got to play with a 4 and 6 drive time. But it's going to be a hard race. I don't think we're quite quick enough to win. We've just been off the money since we arrived here and unable to get the car. But you never know this race because things can mix up, and I guess we can try something wild, but it's been hard work.
Been an incredibly busy few weeks for you. Qatar, testing in Italy, and now here. I mean, it's amazing how your career hasn't ended at all after leaving F1, isn't it?
Well, it does keep you busy. It's good to be driving cars. It's even more fun, obviously, when you're winning races and successful, but this is a great race to come and do. I did it in 2018, always wanted to come back to it, obviously. And we're winning the WEC race a couple of years ago here with United. You know, the adrenaline just gets going, so I'm keen to obviously try and replicate that. And, you know, we'll find out in an hour and 43 minutes if we're going to be good enough for that. But it's tough competition all the way through it, and everybody keeps you honest all the way through this race with the GTs.
How was it going back to this slower version of the P2 after the fun you had at Imola with the less restricted one?
Just seems every car you get in every year just gets a bit slower. They always try and slow it down, but obviously the cars are massively underpowered and under-deliver what they are, so it just makes it even more emphasis on trying to bully your way through the GTs. I feel for them because, you know, they don't like it. I think the speed differentiation needs to be changed. The hypercar needs to be quicker, the P2 needs to be what it was, and then the GT where it is, because that's what it was designed around. But listen, it's the same for everyone, so you just got to try and navigate your way through as best you can. The nice thing is the conditions are stable, but if it's wet, it would make it even harder, obviously.
How quick was that revised old spec, new spec P2 compared with this one? Is it like 3 or 4 seconds bigger around here, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say too much, but it was a good step quicker than the LMDH cars when we were testing it this week. So nice to be back in the car when it's properly opened up and how it is, because as a team we had a lot of success in that car, so hopefully that'll come back to us, and the things that we took from those years will help us.
Thanks, Paul. Good luck.
Well, there was a smile in his voice there as he was talking about that almost day-restricted machine. If you look hard enough, there are some times on the web to go and find for that. It's eye-opening.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, the lap record for LMP2 in these cars around here was Guido van der Garde did a 48.3, which is quicker by a second or more than anybody else has gone today in anything.
Yeah.
So, but you know, that's the way things are. And there's no point in bitching about it, for goodness sake. I mean, it's still a fast racing car, and it doesn't matter as long as everybody else in the same class has the same power.
That's exactly
you just
right.
got to do a better job. So
which is pretty much what Paul was saying there. You've got to drive these cars pretty aggressively to get the best out of them.
Yeah, but that would be the same whether they had an extra 30 horsepower. You'd still drive it just as hard to win these races because they are so competitive.
I think an interesting point, and it's not just Paul who's mentioned this to me, is that the difference between LMP2s and GT3s, LMP2s in the current form here, and GT3s perhaps needs to be opened up a little bit, and that's what they are doing in the ELMS. Some really interesting chats with
8 seconds differential here, 8-9 seconds.
Yeah, some really interesting chats with drivers at Qatar about losing LMP2s and GTE cars and going to GT3s, and there was a 10 to 13 second differential between the top class and the GT3s in Qatar, and particularly the GT drivers said, hey, it's much better not driving the GT LM cars and having the P2 cars around, because there was parts of circuits around the world where the old GT LM cars, the GTEs, were actually quicker than the P2s, particularly through some of the corners, because they had more downforce and a bit more grunt coming out of them. And that was where everything's happening from turn into apex. That's when things get a little bit sketchy. And it's something that, what do the ACO call it? Stratification, I think they do call it stratification, yeah, between the classes. And that's just as important to get that speed and lap time differential correct as it is to balance within the class, possibly even more so in safety terms. Sporting terms within the class, absolutely, but safety terms. So just after 8 o'clock, hello everybody, RS2 around the world, ESPN on 1063 AM here in the Central Highlands and 100.9 FM around the circuit, Sirius XM 206 in North America. Don't forget, after the race, the checkered flag will end the competition but start the conversation as Michelin post-race tech takes to the airwaves. And we'd like you to be part of that. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio with any questions, points arising, observations. You want to have a little rant, that's fine as well. Pass on what you need to know. Let's head down to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Shea Adam, who's with Andy Lally, who's had a busy weekend, back in a front-wheel drive car for the first time in a long time yesterday.
Good point. Andy Lally, you got a podium yesterday. We going for a win or bust, since it's been 10 years since you and John Potter won this race?
That's been a bit too long. John did an awesome job this morning, and obviously Spence is flying right now. I can't wait to hop in. I think I'll be getting in with about an hour 20 or so to go, and then I just waiting on this trend that we've had for the last few years of everybody going elbows out, and I think we'll see the dust fly and probably get a couple yellows to pack us up and set us up for a pretty good 20-30 minute sprint to the finish. Can't wait for that.
All right, so genuinely, how much did it help yesterday to get your eye in by battling as hard as you did in the TCR class?
It actually, it's an incredibly fun series. I love it. I want to do it more, but with the front wheel drive and that platform being so different, I really need two different brains to kind of unscrew one, really fully learn that style, and then kind of unplug and replug in the GT3 because it's a whole different platform. And it took me about 5 laps today to just reacclimate again, not jump over the curbs that I was jumping over in the TCR car, and smooth things out in the GT3 car a little bit. But definitely a lot of fun. Hopefully I'll do a lot more of that.
Spencer's never won this race. So how badly do you want to get a win for him? Because you guys have been driving together forever.
And, you know, this is sad. Maybe it's a sign of my age. We were driving here this morning and talking about 10 years ago, and he's like, that wasn't me. It was Marco. We'd come here for a bunch of years. There was a point where he was up to gold and then down to silver with all this silly stuff. And that was around that time, so I thought he won it with me. So he said that. He's like, I want this. And I'm like, man, we'll try.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's particularly good for that team. I mean, they know how to enjoy themselves. They also know how to go fast. They had no luck at all at Daytona, out of the race early there. So this has been a really good, strong run for Magnus Racing.
A lot of confused. Oxygen, midnight in the UK, watched from the very start, loved every bit of it. Well, don't forget, we've got coverage of all the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship races and the other IMSA-sanctioned races across the year. It'll be Long Beach that's up next. Now that's a completely different style of race, almost a sprint race really.
Well, very much so, just 100 minutes there.
Now we've seen some tricky strategy win that race in the past, including of course with Porsche last year, tyres or no tyres. They took no tyres.
Yeah.
That was a big gamble, but they held on to take the victory.
Yeah, that was the difference, and they held on. It was a struggle towards the end, but they held on. That was the first win for Porsche.
So that's the next one up. And if you're thinking about visiting an IMSA race, whether you're here in the US or further afield, this year's calendar on IMSA.com, next year's calendar on IMSA.com, as it was announced on Friday. Yes, 2025, the full calendar, guaranteed, inked in, everything signed, sealed and delivered. Start working out your travel plans. At the front of the field, Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac Racing has a handy 6-second lead on Matt Campbell in the Porsche for Penske Motorsport. 14 seconds further back, Jordan Taylor for the Acura. Then the first of the BMWs. That Acura being the red Acura, not that you can probably see the colours at this time of night. And then Conor De Filippi in the 24 BMW, then the 25 rather, then the 24 Philip A. Those guys split by 22 seconds. Julian Andlau back in the Proton competition Mustang sampling Porsche. It's a good run, that car, actually.
Yeah. He did lead a lap.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yes, that's the car that led the lap, yeah. Philippe Albuquerque is the first car off the lead lap, Jeremy, still? Yes, it is. Yes. In the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing. And Andrea Caldarelli is back behind the wheel of the 63 Iron Lynx. The other Porsche, the number 6 car, now 3 laps back and still hasn't picked its way through the LMP2 field. 5 seconds before Nick Tandy gets to the back of Nico Pino in the United Autosports Wins car. He is, let me have a quick look, 8, 12 and a bit, and then 30. Well, he's at 25 seconds off the back of Caldarelli, I think. In the classes, GDD Pro, Jack Hawksworth with just a 1 second lead He and Lauren Heinrich have been trading tenths of seconds for what seems to be the last 6 hours. It's not quite been like that. And Jordan Pepper with a holding brief for Iron Lynx, Lexus, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Chevrolet, Corvette, Ford Mustang and BMW in the top 7. 7 different manufacturers in GTD Pro. Magnificent.
Yeah, and that Ferrari, the Porsche has been charging along there because it's made up a fair bit of deficit. Well, no, it's been okay. They've been together now for a little while, haven't they?
Yeah.
Separated by not very much. Yeah.
Phil Ellis leads again at the head of GTD for Winward Racing in the Mercedes by nearly 15 seconds from Robbie Foley for Turner in the 96 BMW. Then it's Aston Martin for Magnus Racing, the 44 car. That's quietly gone about its business today, that number 44.
Yeah.
3 seconds further back is the Cetilar Ferrari, then a Lamborghini, and then a Lexus. So hang on, that's another top 6. So here's the number 7 car coming into the pit lane. This is the 2nd place car, Matt Campbell. This feels early again for me. And I'm not sure, Adam, they were expecting that car.
I just walked by their pit wall about a minute and a half ago, and they were not set up for him. They're changing the left side tires. Now they're coming back around to do the right sides as well. Driver change has taken place, it looks like. Maybe Matt Campbell got out. Honestly, I couldn't even tell if that was just an assistant running back around the side of the car. Windshield tear-off is happening, but this is an early stop. The last one, by the way, was because he was being held up in traffic.
Well, it's another 22 lap stint. You don't bring somebody in because he's been held up in traffic. I'm not sure I buy that, to be honest. Couldn't get past Grosjean.
No, because he's going to need one more stop from here.
Yeah.
And this is going to drop him way out of contention, effectively, I think. Because everybody else should be able to make it on one more stop at the most.
I mean, if the pace had been scintillating and they were just splitting it into 3 shorter bits to use up new tyres, I could maybe understand that.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's now got 2 45-minute stints to do, or that car has. And by the way, it's Felipe Nasser who got in the car, spotted the red and white helmet. Just wait for the timing screen to catch up on that. And okay, let's see if it gives them options. They could go to around about 35 minutes to go, or they could split this 90 minutes in half. Now, far be it from me to try and second guess. That's a couple of 20 odd lap stints that we've had with that car. The other thing,
yeah, that's not normal.
Yeah, the other thing is, did they actually fill the car? Yes, they did. So it's the only thing, if they were running, maybe running light towards the end. Still trying to work that out, Jeremy, to be honest.
What out?
What?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to be making an extra pit stop compared to everybody else in GTP over the final 3 hours of the race. So, no. That's not strategic, I'm afraid, that one.
No, and they'd already made an extra stop with that car earlier, hadn't they? When they only did a 20-lap stint. Where is the 7? They've done 14 stops already for that car, and I don't think that's had a penalty. But all right, if they win the race, what do I know? Drive through for the number 65. This is well, that was the
that did a lot of problem early on, didn't it?
That was the Ford Multimatic And that's another drive-through. So that's tyre pressures on that car. Is that the second time that car's had that? Interesting.
Yes.
I think it is. I'm being told yes from a number of yeah, 65 twice. About an hour ago, something like that, maybe a bit more. Yeah. So that is a mechanical black flag. If you're wondering what that's about, that is Michelin set a minimum tyre pressure. It happens in quite a lot of series, both on 2 and 4 wheels. It's a safety consideration. Now, clearly, if you set your tyre pressures low to start with, you've got to be careful bringing them up, but it does give you more grip quicker in the stint. If they get over-pressured, you start to lose grip. And here we're talking about it quite a lot actually in MotoGP with front tyres. You start following somebody closely, the tyre pressure goes up, the heat in the tyre goes up, you start losing grip. And that's why you want to get as close to the low pressure minima as possible. Remember, no tyre warmers here in IMSA for any of the classes, so you're working with the ambient temperature you've got, which is now down to 27 Celsius. Track temperature's barely budged all day, which makes, if I hadn't seen it move up to 26 and 27 and then drop down, back down to 24, I would have thought that was a defective sensor. In the pit lane for the leader, Sebastian Bourdais. Fuel has gone in, or is going in. There's been a change of tyres, a tear off. 32 seconds stationary at the moment. Now 36 seconds. Quite a lot of heat coming from the rear of that car. Normally if you see heat, it comes out of the front brakes. Also in at the moment in the Europol, the 52 PR1 by Matheson car. Kuba Smirkovsky brought that car in. Dragon Speed have just left in the LMP2 battle, which is still to be sorted.
What am I missing here, John? That's a 24-lap stint for number 01 car. So the number
that's twice that those two have done
both of those two cars. We need to try and ask somebody down there in the pit lane, what the deal is, because
are they using partially scrubbed tyres and not wanting to go through? But it's such a disadvantage if you're missing. I mean, basically they're missing 8 or 9 laps there, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that's
5 or 6 anyhow. Which is
29.
They're going to be making one more stop than everybody else, pretty much in that the cars on the lead lap. The other 4 cars on the lead lap.
So, I've run it a few ways in my head, Jeremy, and I can't work it out. But that's why I'm standing up here, of course, and not earning the big bucks on the stand with Tim Sindrick and Chip Ganassi and the guys. At RSL, at IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT for post-race tech. Our wrap-up show will be also running our BDO Nose Strategy Award. We'll get some nominations from the team. Let's take a look, because we haven't for a wee while, and it is now night. Porsche keys to the race. Get to the night. It's night. Still have to be patient in traffic. And the tyres. What are we missing with strategy? Not sure. No penalties at this stage. You cannot afford a penalty at this stage of the game. You've worked so hard to get on or stay on the lead lap, and there are 6 cars now on the lead lap for the moment in GTP.
Yeah, and the top 2 are pretty much together.
Yeah.
Jordan Taylor and Conor De Filippi Jordan
battle
Taylor
again.
Yep, because Jordan had a pretty slow lap last time around, presumably some traffic. And I'm wondering whether he can stretch this though to go to the end on just one more stop, which everybody else is going to have to do as well.
Correct. Absolutely right.
At least.
Jeremy. At least, yes. Let's see if we can pick out where on the circuit our leaders are. Coming down towards turn 17. 84 Fahrenheit, still 53%, and it's a dive to the inside, coming out of the final corner. Now across the line, Connor De Filippi in the BMW. That's the second of the set of lights that you can see. The Riley LMP2 rejoining from the pit lane. The Acura from the front, very distinctive, that light signature, and it's got the two L-shaped rear lights with the brake lights on the top of the aerofoil at the back. The BMW has the multi-strakes of a rear light. Oh, flashing the lights now from Connor De Filippi. He really wants to get into the lead. Had to go around one of the Lamborghinis. I think that was the number 19. Yeah, it was the Iron Lynx car. BMW's come to life here, Jeremy. He now can close back on Jordan Taylor almost at will.
Yeah.
He lost a bit of time in traffic, closed back up. Lost a bit of time in traffic, closed back up. And he's trying. Connor De Filippi, little twitch there from the BMW M Hybrid V8 as he came out of turn 13.
40% of energy still aboard the number 40 car for Wayne Taylor. 35% is showing up for Connor De Filippi. They came in just one lap apart. Number 40 came in on lap 282. Number 25 car came in one lap earlier than that. So I think they can do another quite a long way before they need to stop. Just coming up to complete 300 laps this time. Oh, yellow is out.
Oh no! I'd rather we could have run, but listen, it's for debris on the circuit, and it's another huge piece of bodywork. And it's no choice.
No, true.
It'll be easily picked up, this. See, now this, I need to bring you, I need to bring you to a couple of Creventic races, Jeremy, because this is where your Code 60, the purple flags, really work. You freeze the field, you pick that up, and you get straight back to it. Pits still remain open. Anybody wants to come in, they can, but they risk getting caught on a countdown. It's turn 16, the Mon corner, and that was a fairly big piece of debris. Race control asking the cars to pack up because they want to have a nice big gap for the corner workers to go out safely and pick up that piece of bodywork.
Okay, right now, so this is absolutely going to play in the hands of the 0-1 and number 7.
Yeah.
But everybody, they're going to come in now, and everybody is going to need to now make one more pit stop from here. But this is going to play massively in the favour of number 0-1 and number 7. I reckon that was a big stroke of luck for them, because I think if it had gone green to the end, the number 40 and number 25 might have been able to make it.
On one stop more.
On one stop more, yeah.
So you're going to stay out now if you're the 0-1 and the 7?
No, they'll. Well, good question actually.
I think you stay out. I think you stay out and take the track position.
Well, if they top off now, then they'll need less fuel at the final stop.
Well, that's true.
Unless there's another caution period. So again, there's a whole bunch of strategy still to be played out, but they'll definitely come in now.
Track services are at turn 12, 15 and 17. Shea Adam is down at Porsche Penske Motorsport with Matt Campbell.
All right, Matt, you had 2 shorter stints. What problem are you guys nursing?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of all things. For sure, everyone's struggling, I feel like, with the track. The track definitely isn't easy with the conditions today. So we're really fighting with the tyres. For sure with us, you know, I think we were a little bit behind where we wanted to in terms of systems in the lead up to the race, and for sure this isn't helping us in the later stages of a stint. But nevertheless, obviously you know, we're running towards the front with P2, you know, more or less on the road after the stops, so this is really, really good. And definitely we need to be towards the front for the track position, because for sure it'll make our car managing a lot easier. But yeah, crazy race so far.
Coming in under this yellow or staying out, do you think?
Have to wait and see.
Haha, I love it. Thanks, Matt.
Cheers.
He was smiling as he said that. Well, let's see if we can work out whose bodywork it is. It's a piece of... Is that a piece of prototype that was thrown up there, side-by-side contact with one of the GT cars that looked sort of, maybe, kinda like an Aston Martin, but I'm not sure about that in the darkness. Oh no, it was the Ford. It was Ford Multimatic. It was the number 65 car of Dirk Muller. So which car did that hit? It looked like a prototype to me, but a smaller prototype, so a P2. Let's see who has to replace bodywork when they come in. Pits are closed at the moment.
Yeah, because the pass round is going on now, so that's anybody in between the safety car and the class leaders, for anybody except the, well, including Brit. Yeah, basically it's for all the other classes except for the GTPs. So the number 10 and number 63 will remain one lap down, but they might have an opportunity to gain that back if the leaders come onto the pit lane now, which they probably will.
Yeah, they will.
In which case they will stay out and then get back on the lap.
Yeah.
So that should get number 10 and number 63 back on the lead lap.
300 laps just completed.
Yep. 301 just now. That's right. In the yellow.
So computer says, stand by caller, 336 now.
It was 322 last year. We're going to beat that almost certainly.
Yeah. What's the record for? Well, that would be the record for GTP cars, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
DPI, I think, was 351 in the previous year.
For
DPIs.
For DPIs.
Yeah.
But for GTPs.
Yeah, they did. Well, it was the
bit last year. That was the first year.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
I mean, outright, as you said, was 380 something, wasn't it? 383.
383. Yes.
383 is the outright distance record.
Cars have had cost a lot more even than these ones. These are expensive, and they had stickier tyres and
stickier, wider
high
tyres.
horsepower.
Stickier, wider tyres and 1200 horsepower all the time. Happy days. So everybody is standing ready as we have our, what's this now, 13th?
No, this is the 10th.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a long green run from that last one. We went green.
The average full
course.
quite
a long time.
Average full course yellow in this race, Shane tells me, is 45 laps. We are on 43 at the moment.
One sec. We went green on 254. We went yellow on 300. So that's 46 laps. This green flag suit.
Or if you prefer, an hour and 27 minutes. Thereabouts. So, Matthew Campbell telling us there they are struggling with their tyres still.
I'm still not sure it's just the tyres.
Yeah, but they have done longer stints, haven't they? But they had yellow in them, so that doesn't really. Doesn't really tell the story when you've had yellow flags in there, because you're A, extending the stint time-wise, B, extend the stint laps-wise, and C, you cool the tyres down and then fire them back up again. The Ford is hustling around. That's the flat plate Coyote V8 that you can hear. Mike Rockenfeller car. So track services doing a bit of sweep up whilst we've got the opportunity. The Lamborghini Urus leads the field round.
Yeah, there's going to be 10 cars on lead lap in LMP2.
Pits are open for the prototypes. She's standing ready. Let's see. Is the leader going to come? Of course he is. Leader in. Wayne Taylor Racing number 10. Conor De Filippi in from second. However, third place is in. The second BMWs. Wait to see if Porte comes in. He does. Nick Tandy has stayed out to get a lap back. Of course he has. That makes perfect sense. But Shea Adam, you have some friends.
25 BMWs into the pits, fuel and tires for that one. The 40 is also in. Wow, Jordan Taylor's out. Louis Delatraz is getting back in. I did not expect that. Fuel and scuffed tires. The 7 is into the pit lane. This should be fuel only. Let's see. They come off the wall. Yes, fuel only for that car. The 24 BMW is fuel and tires as well. And the Mustang sampling Porsche, that would be the one out of Proton competition. Fuel and 4 tires there too. The first car back out and rolling, that would be the Porsche. Well, at least from the cars that stopped down on this end. It was number 7 Porsche ahead of 40 Acura, ahead of 25 BMW. The red light was on at the pit exit. I think they all stopped, and now it's green again, so that's good. And they all rumbled by.
And of course, you don't lose any time for being stopped at the red light because the cars ahead are going to go round and come and pit, and then you're going to get your GTP class split anyway. Riley, number 74, Riley LMP2, number 74. It's really dark through turn 1, isn't it? I keep forgetting how dark through turn 1 it is. We heard, was it Joey Hand, I think, earlier on, saying that the right headlight's really important through there because of the fact that it is dark and that you're looking for your exit point as you come through. So, very interesting, that.
Yep, so this will put number 10, number 63 back on the lead lap, so they'll get the wave around after the GTD cars have had the opportunity to come onto pit lane. And with an hour and 10 minutes remaining from here, we'll see everybody coming in, I think, pretty much in GTD, and then it'll be a fuel game towards the end. An hour and 10 minutes to go now. It'll be probably around about another 10 minutes before we go back to green. That leaves an hour. These cars can run about an hour on tech and fuel, so that's going to be tight. But as we heard from somebody, I forget who it was now, one of the GTD drivers saying there's probably likely going to be some yellows in the closing stages, so couldn't count that out, so that'll make it for sure the final pit stop coming up.
Hour and 10 to go, paging Robin Liddell. Robin Liddell, the Flying Scotsman. He's gone to Port Orange for a couple of days, I think. So he's not here at the moment. I bet he's watching or listening. Hello, Robin. Excellent drive yesterday. You and Frank. Congratulations. It can be done. We've seen races won. But if you're going to try it, Jeremy, you've got to do it from the very moment you come out of the pits here. I think it's just maybe a little bit too. It depends how long this. Well, it shouldn't last too much longer actually, because it's not as if we've got tyre barriers, etc., to rebuild. Right, everybody in. Well, that's interesting. Am I not seeing this, or did the GPD Pro cars not come in there? No, they have. Shea Adam is watching.
They definitely did. There was actually just pit equipment that was hit by the number 45 Lamborghini. It knocked over the windward number 57 Mercedes tire that was actually left within its box. So that shouldn't be a penalty on the 57. If anybody, it would be a penalty on the 45 Lamborghini. Fuel and tires for the number 27 Aston Martin, a part of racing. That's Roman D'Angelo still aboard. When I talked to him earlier, he said he was very tired. He'd already driven a lot, and he had a couple more stints to go. Fuel and tires for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. First car back off the pit lane was Windward. Second car, the Wright Motorsport Porsche, number 120, Jan Halen, I believe, back aboard that car. We've got a massive change-up down there as far as GTD is concerned, and those cars have gotten out ahead of all the GT GTD Pro Cars. First Pro Car back down and moving is the number 3 Corvette. It's Danny Unkadea. Then the 14 Lexus from Jack Hawksworth. 77 Rexy is the next Pro Car out. Reese, terribly aimed in the pit box, facing the wall, has issues getting going once again. And then the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW of Brian Sellers. We still are waiting for the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which again was angled in at the wall. That was chaos because there were so many cars in a very, very tight pit lane.
Thank you, Shea.
And with the pit stops for the GTD cars, obviously they're the number 01 and number 7 car. They've been in fairly recently, so they needed only a splash of fuel. So they've leapfrogged their ways from 4th and 5th to 1st and 2nd. The 01 Cadillac now, Sebastian Bourdais, will be leading at the restart. Felipe Nasser in the Porsche will be 2nd, and that I think is extremely good news for Sebastian Bourdais. But everybody will have to make, I think, one splash of fuel in the latter stages. But it was really unfortunate there, I think, for the number 40 and number 25 cars in particular, that were looking so strong on their fuel.
Yeah, the Acura and the BMW at the front of the field. So as we cycle through, we'll get a couple of people dropping in to the pits at the end of this pit stop cycle. Those who are trying to make laps back. Yeah, expect to see Nick Tandy coming in at the number 6.
Yeah, he's 3 laps behind, so he'll get one of those back, but he's still going to be 2 laps behind.
Yeah.
But number 63 and number 10, excuse me, the Lamborghini number 63, and ahead of him, Philip Albuquerque, more specifically, I think, because that's a really fast car, in number 10, WTR Acura. That is now back on the lead lap, and he will hustle around and make that stop.
Yeah, that's the car with the smoky right bank.
Yes. Now we'll see some fireworks from him, I think, in the closing stages. It's got to be a really fast stop, and then hustle around and try and catch up with the pack before we get back to green.
Final wave by happening now, and then there'll be the GTP prototype split. So who's behind the lead? There's a whole load of P2s at the head of the field, at the head of the queue. So do they need waving by, or do they need to drop back? It was TDS Racing, certainly right up there. Mikkel Jensen, I saw the number 11. Into the pits for the Triazi Ferrari, and Klaus Bachler has come in as well in the number 86 MDK Motorsports Porsche. Triazi 12th, 13th for the Triazi Ferrari. They are still on the lead lap, or they've just got back on the lead lap in GTD, should I say. Harry Tinknell's just been in and out for Ford number 64.
Yeah, and as Shea said, the Aston Martin, the Chevrolet got out first, leapt from 5th to 1st, with a obviously needing less fuel than everybody else. Really quick stop.
And Daniel Unkadea will be relishing the fact of restarting in the lead. It'll be Andy Lally who'll start in GTD lead spot.
Wow.
That car did not pit.
Really?
Stayed out because Phil Ellis was the first of the cars out the pits for sure.
Oh yeah, well that car had been in. Has that car been in just a little while previously?
44.
Yeah.
Remember, we just interviewed Andy Lally, and then they did the driver change. It did come in before the yellow.
Yeah, it did.
And we've got a damaged Ford in the pit lane. Now, which one is that? Is that Dirk Muller that's come in? And Iron Links have come in, the number 60 as well.
Honestly, I can't tell from my vantage point, John. I was waiting on the service for the 10 to be completed. But the Ford that's come in, the bumper is trailing off the back of the car, and there was a lot of damage to what was lagging behind it. Now, that's the sound of the 55 Ford going back out, but that's not the one I saw. Let's see, they're bringing a new bumper over. Still can't tell which one it is. Perhaps you can see on timing and scoring which one is shown as P.
65 shows in the pits.
Dirk Miller, yeah.
Leonardo
Yeah,
Pulcini.
that car's just got the wave around, so he's actually back on the lead lap.
Yeah.
In
Leonardo Pulcini tried to leave, I think, with the fuel hose attached. So that'll be.
That car's back on the lead lap as well. Okay.
That car's just got back on the lead lap as well, the number 60. They had just hustled around, but Pulcini's going to, I think, get penalised for that. Was the fuel? Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. The fueler did really well to drag the fuel hose out as Pulcini, as soon as the car was dropped, decided to go. And they still had the fuel hose on. Also in at that point was the 63, Andrea Caldarelli was just a little bit further down the pit lane, so they hustled around and got back on the lead lap, and as did Philippe Albuquerque on the lead GTP lap as well. And Nick Tandy did exactly as we expected, but he is still 2 laps down, but he's got one of his laps back.
Yeah, so in LMP2, Malte Jakobsen has cycled his way to the front in the Dragon Speed car.
Yeah, that car has been up at the top, near the top before, but I'm not sure it's led.
Yeah, that car came into the pits shortly before the caution period.
Miguel Jensen in second for TDS, number 11, after that outstanding pass. The split pass round Parker Johnson in the Lexus. And it's Colin Brown for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Ben Hanley, United Autosports number 2. It's the Wins car into Europol. Tom Dillman, 52, yellow and grey. Paul de Resta on the lead lap. No, hang on a second. Just wait for those cars to come around. 81. Yes. Have? Oh, okay, no, just waiting for a few cars to come across the line.
How's number 81 car?
How's he got a lap? How's he got a lap on the field?
Yeah, I think he might have taken an improper wave around, you know.
I was just looking at that and then thinking, no, let everybody get across the line, John.
Anyway, I can explain why it is where it is, to be honest, because yeah.
Right, well, let's keep an eye on that.
Because he's shown us a lap ahead of all the
Correct.
other LMP2 cars. Oh dear.
Indeed.
Behind him, the order is as one would have expected. Number 11, number 04, number 2. They were the guys who've been battling for the lead. Tom Dillman is at the wheel of the Inter Europol PR1 Matheson Motorsports, number 52. That's the same order as they've been running before the caution period, which is about right. So I think the 81 car, that's the only explanation I can come up with why it might be a lap ahead of everybody else.
Andy Lally, by the way, who didn't stop.
Because he'd stopped a couple laps before.
Yeah, he stopped at 28 minutes past the hour. Or at least that's when he came out the pits.
Okay.
So he's looking to go an hour and 12 minutes, which is probably too much, but a bit more yellow.
Yeah. Probably worth a gamble.
Andy Lally not desperately known for fuel saving, but it is worth a go.
No, but he's well known for doing whatever it takes to win a motor race.
Well, that is very true, Jeremy. You meant that. All right, shall we go back racing again with 58 minutes and 43, 42, 41, 40. Green flag in the air. Now, let's race to the checkered flag, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen.
Just under an hour remaining.
Cross the line then. And streaking through the first corner, Sebastian Bourdais, pulls out a little bit of a lead to Felipe Nasser in second, then Louis Delatraz, Connor De Filippi, Cadillac, Porsche, Acura, BMW with Philip Eng in fifth, Julian Andlauer in sixth, Philippe Albuquerque back in the mix in the number 10 car. It's smoky, but it's fast. Now the bodywork that was lying around, or the bodywork that was trailing on the 65 Mustang, was because it made contact with the number 52 in the Europol in turn 17. And there's a little bit of bodywork still out on the track. Improper final wave by, stop plus 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Spot on, Jeremy, well done. Car 60 leaving with equipment attached, drive through, and car, I think we guessed that one for the Iron Links, and 45 drove over the tyre, hit the tyre, didn't it? That was the problem there. That was the Winward car, wasn't it? That Shea called that one.
Who's that? Taking a scenic route.
That's BMW. Yes, that's a BMW. I think, from the back lights. Sorry, I was trying to look at penalties there. It's a turn, that was turn 10, 11. So, as we thought, the leader in LMP2 into the pit lane for Dragon Speed, the flex box car will have to sit and boil an egg. Also coming in, the Lamborghini number 60, that's just a drive through.
Bad lap there for Colin De Filippi, who got shuffled down a whole bunch of positions. He's at the tail end of the pack in GTP.
And the second Lamborghini was the Wayne Taylor 45 car. That was the drive through for hitting the tyre. So, improper final wave break, stop at 3 minutes 44 for the Dragon Speed car. That will drop it a lap and some. So TDS Racing and Mikkel Jensen goes into the lead effectively when he comes round next time.
Oh, the Lexus took the lead. Did you just say that? Sorry. The Lexus took the lead in GTD Pro. On
the restart,
yep.
Jack Hawksworth heads up driving by the man from the north of England.
And Risi Ferrari made up a couple of positions as well, up to third place.
Almost an accident coming into the pit lane as people committed and then stopped.
Okay, well the reason is...
car stalled.
Everybody's going to have to make one more stop, I think, in the GT cars, so
that was
come
the
in and make it
penalty
early.
cars. That was the two penalties,
okay.
yeah.
I
And there was some
think they can get to the
bodywork.
end.
Some bodywork came off the 60, the bright highlighted yellow car, and went to the right-hand side. That was Leonardo Pulcini. But what I don't understand is why the Wayne Taylor car pretty much stopped. Coming into the pit lane. All right, let's work out what's going on at the front of the field. Answer, Felipe Nasser is within half a second of the Cadillac. Battle at the front of GTD has Andy Lally and Phil Ellis. I think Phil Ellis is in front now, isn't he? There's the 57 car going through the complex and under the bridge. And it's Elliot Skier in second. Down towards the hairpin, to the dark side.
Yeah, Lally got shuffled well down the order, down to 8th position.
So that Aston Martin Vantage number 44. So he's saving fuel like mad, isn't he? That's what he's doing.
Who's that?
Saving fuel. Andy Lally, saving fuel like mad.
Maybe.
He's not stopping again. That's what I reckon. He's letting them go. Unless he was off the track. Side by side. Coming through to turn 17. Louis Delatraz. Felipe Nasser battling for second. Sebastian Bourdais just up the road a little bit. Porsche versus Acura. Porsche round the outside going into the first corner. Can he make it round the outside? Not quite. Has to drop back in again. In fact, it's two Porsches there now, because the Mustang sampling car is right there. Nasser with Louis Delatraz, I think, just nipped past him. So Delatraz...
no, he was ahead of number 5 of Van Lauer, but it was the number 40 car, the Acura, trying to get past the Porsche.
The Porsches, yeah.
They were that was close.
Yeah, he has got by. And Dissipators trying to catch Sebastian Bourdais, who's 5 seconds up the road for the Cadillac.
Yeah, the Porsche just is struggling.
Something very, very weird going on. It's that short stop for the Cadillac, number 1, has worked really well, but the other car that did it, the Porsche, it's not worked at all. So what is the difference? Bourdais by nearly 5 seconds now as they head up to the far side of the circuit. This is the time of night where strange things happen. I don't know what it is about drivers, why they think they can get away with more in the darkness. The same monitoring cameras are there at every corner. But there is, I think, a little bit of a mentality that they can get away with more. Great pass for position. Really good move by the Acura number 40. As they went through turn 17, stuck to the outside and made it work. Porsche came back down the front straight. Now, oh, big push. That's the Lexus number 12 that's been pushed off the road by the number 4 Corvette, I think. Yeah, they've come together. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Ooh, I'm not sure.
Look, I'm really unimpressed by the way the number 4 car has been driving. I mean, they're way out of contention. What are you doing forcing the issue for a lead? Yeah, that's just wrong.
Totally agree.
Just absolutely wrong.
Yeah, leaned on him.
Get out of the way.
Continued to lean on him, many laps down, and has taken...
Not even a class car. I mean,
that's Parker Thompson, he spun around, who's in the GTD category. I think that'll
he was actually down a bit in any case. For some reason, not quite sure why, but he was down a bit. But he's going to be down a bit more now. Instant evolving cars 4 and 12 under review. Yeah.
I'm not sure that's going to be a difficult decision. Yeah. Sure, that's a difficult decision. We'll leave that to race control. It's the pointlessness of it, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just that it's a bad move. There was no need to be fighting that. More problems out on the circuit for the Mustang number 55. This is the Proton car, and moving very, very slowly.
And Louis Delatraz pretty much halved the deficit to Sebastian Bourdais on that last lap. No action? Are you serious? Okay. Instant evolving cars 4 and 12 reviewed, no action.
Yeah. Corey Lewis has pulled the Proton farm.
They see a lot more, camera angles than we do, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. 55 has pulled off the circuit at turn 9, and there is a place he can get off the track there. Corey Lewis was aiming for the gap, so I think we'll stay green there. Good heads-up driving by a thoughtful driver. Lead has been cut to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Louis Delatraz, once he got past the Porsche, has hit the afterburners here.
Yep. Left it for dead. 2.7 seconds he pulled out on that one lap after getting past. Yeah, the Ferrari's up into second place now, isn't it, in GTD Pro?
Daniel Serra.
Yep.
Full course yellow. Oh, we are going to have a yellow. Thought Corey had got behind the wall. Short yellow, pits will not open, but it'll pack everybody back up again. Nick Tandy will be cursing he wanted a full yellow. Actually, nobody would have pitted, so it wouldn't have made any difference. Corey in the Ford Mustang at turn 9, almost got it off the track. It won't take too long here, so this will be a short yellow in every sense of the word. Still 46 minutes to go, so I want all of you to start thinking about your BDO nose strategy. Nomination can be from any of the 4 classes. Who's done the best with what they've got? Shouldn't take too long here once this car gets dragged behind the wall. Corey stays in the car for the time being. Very odd engine note when that car was moving along sort of up and down as if the throttle wasn't connected. Thinking of heading out and you want to keep in touch with what's going on, Sirius XM 206. If you're not so equipped, well, around the Central Highlands area at Highlands ESPN 10:63 AM will take you through to the end of the race. Also, of course, you can burn a bit of data on RS2. Hello to Jeff Carter, who's tuned in. He was at the track this morning and is following the race, listening to IMSA Radio. Hello, Jeff, hope you're well. I'm a colleague of ours here at IMSA. Now, into the pit lane. That must be the Wayne Taylor Lamborghini, is it? The 45, yeah, with no lights on at the front of that car when the pit lane speed limiter is on. Absolutely incredible this week. The difference between midday on Tuesday and 5 o'clock on Tuesday was like a Wednesday to a Thursday. By the time we got to Wednesday, it looked like Friday, and Thursday it looked like Saturday in terms of how many people were here. It's been incredible. And Friday and Saturday looked like Saturday, but everybody had been told it was free and just come anyway. I mean, it has been outstanding. What an event this is, and the way everything has gone down through the years and the amount of history that's here, just superb. Congratulations to everyone here at the circuit who've made it a brilliant event, and to everybody at IMSA as well, of course. Let's check in with some of the LMP2 drivers who've been there or thereabouts for the whole race, and what a race it has been for the number 2, Ben Handley in the United Autosports USA wins car. Nino Pino has just got out of it.
Yeah, you're the only person in the team not called Ben, which is, but it's a really close P2 battle, isn't it?
it was very hard. It was long two stints for me, so yeah, it was tight, close. I had to defend a lot, but at the same time, I think we still have a chance for a podium. But so far, we need to keep it clean also.
Is this yellow bad for you, or do you actually want the pack to stay together? Would you prefer to have a longer run of green flag?
It increases the chances for everything. In the end, you can win the race in the last lap. If everything is packed together, you have more chances, of course, to gain positions, whereas the same as losing positions. So I was comfortable on P3, that we had a good gap, but this at the same time it gives us more chances to go forward. So it's tough to say right now. I can tell you in 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, those 40 minutes will be the coolest 40 minutes. Are you confident the car is going to continue coming towards Ben as we get cooler?
We'll only know in this last run, but I think we have a strong car. Of course, we have a few weaknesses. I struggle a lot with the speed of the first two cars, but I think we still have a good chance if there's a mix or there's a fight to be in the pack.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Another official retirement. Proton have already informed IMSA that Corey Lewis, 55, Proton Mustang is a retirement. Did sound as though it had a throttle or an engine problem there. Corey got it off the track as quickly as possible. So that adds then.
Number 12, is it?
Well, let's see. The Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini Huracan has not come back out of the pit. So Corey Lewis, we know. That's gone back to the garage, I'm just hearing. So Corey Lewis for Proton Competition 4 Mustang is out. The Tower Motorsports number 8 is out. Catherine Legg out. Gradient Racing, should I say. Lone Star Racing's been in and out, but in for much more of a long time. I think I saw the 80 as a retirement. Yes, I did. Pipo Durrani was retired, the 31 car, after the accident officially, and the other car involved, that was the side-by-side, number 21 of Miguel Molina for AF Corsa. The 85 had a drive shaft issue, which they thought they would try and fix, but JJC Miller have since retired it. Iron Dames were out with a variety of problems, started by an impact. The Richard Mille number 88, standing at the bottom of that, Lilou Wadu de Cellier, ground to a halt over at turn 7 and jumped out the car pretty quickly. The car was then trailered back, but we haven't heard any more about it since then. The KPM, Court of Preston Motorsport Mercedes, with an engine problem and non-specified problem for AWB. Oh no, it was that not the alternator problem on the 17 car? I think it might have been. And Anthony Mantella just did an out and a back.
Ready?
So, shall we go? Shall we have a 40-minute dash for the points? Sounds like that might work. 40 minutes and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and green, green, green at 39, 56, 55, 54. And we are racing again at the front of the field. It's Sebastian Bourdais. And into the pit lane. Nick Tandy dives into the pit lane, presumably, well, I don't understand. And all of the PTs dive in as well, except the top 3. So Mikkel Jensen for TDS, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and United Autosports, Ben Handley in number 2. So Nick Tandy, fuel only for that Porsche Penske Motorsport car.
Yeah. I think we can pretty much discount that car, but of all the LMP2s, John, I was just about to say, I was going to wait till we got back going under green, that they did need to make one more pit stop in this race. But with 39 minutes to go from here, they'll be fine. I think
what about the 3 that didn't stop?
They're going to have to come in next time around, I think.
Wow. Wow. So that's a big call. Connor Zilic is first out for Era Motorsport of the ones that stopped. Then it was Felipe Fraga. Then it was Paul de Resta. Then it was Sean Creech's Johnny Edgar. Wow, they've come back up through the field as well in the Oni Lichier in the field. So the restart was pretty pretty standard at the front of the field. Oh my goodness! Scraping the ground. What car was that made up 3 positions as they came through turn 1? That's one of the BMWs. It was BMW going round BMW at that point. So that must have been Philippe Eng. Or was that Connor de Philippi going past about 3 people as he headed into turn 1? Thought he'd forgotten to brake, to be honest. But that was a fantastic manoeuvre.
It was indeed De Filippi.
Yeah, it was Connor de Philippi. I love the fact that the tail lights on all of these cars are different now, because it gives you another point of identification. Here comes Mikkel Jensen for TDS, and Ben Handley's followed him in. Colin Brown has stayed out in the 04 Algarve Pro Racing CrowdStrike car. So what does Colin know that we don't, or what does Stuart Cox know that we don't? He's got 16 laps under the wheel of that car. However, 7 of them are under the safety car.
Yeah, he's going to have to stop.
Unless there's another yellow.
Unless there's a big... Nah, he's going to have to stop in any case, because he's going to try and turn some quick laps now on the low tank of fuel and give it all he's got, basically. Yeah, they're all making the one stop. It doesn't really matter when you make it.
He's got a bit of clear air at the moment until he gets to the back of the GT.
No, that'll be a long time. That'll be quite a while yet.
He's sitting in behind the Lamborghini, actually. They're all coming together onto the back straight right now. So he's in that leading group. Maybe he's getting a bit of a tour there. See when they come across the line, it will be Sebastian Bourdais out of the final corner. Then the number 40 Acura in second. There goes Felipe Nasr, Julian Andlau, Connor de Philippi, Philip Eng, Philip Albuquerque, Andre Candarelli. Colin Brown did pit, so he's gone 1 extra lap. And he's with Nick Damon.
And it's no tyres, it's just fuel for Colin. So they are just topping her up. I'm absolutely certain that there have been fresh tyres on the MDX high-class car. I think that also it may well have been fresh tyres on the interior pole machine. Obviously the tyres will last a bit longer now. Temperature noticeably, when I came back in the pits out being out for about 45 minutes, it's noticeably cooler now. 2 or 3, 4 degrees in the air as Colin goes away. Totally clean stopping to see where he rejoined the pack.
Well, it was a whole gaggle of cars that went across the line. But it's the one we've got to look for is the ERA racing car, and that's just coming onto the front straight now. So Colin might have just nailed this with a bit of clear air and a couple of quick laps. That might be a strategic masterpiece there. He's dropped, I think he's dropped in just behind the first 2. He had rather longer run down the pit lane. Full course yellow. Debris on the track, turn 15. Been more contact.
They're really scrappy now, isn't it? In GT Pro, by the way, the Ferrari, Daniel Serra, did get past Jack Hawksworth soon after the restart.
It's a Ford piece on the circuit. Is it 65 or 64? Because it was one of the works cars. So
scrappy now, isn't
it is scrappy. Yellows breeding yellows here. Now this will be a full yellow. So with 34 minutes left, does everybody need to pit?
I don't think anybody needs to pit now.
Do you think?
Yeah.
But Bourdais, so Bourdais hasn't stopped for 20 laps, is that right? The front guys have got
no,
to stop.
no, they all came in on lap 302 under yellow.
Okay.
So they've done 14 laps, and we've got, what, 33 minutes to go, which would be another
14 laps.
14 laps. But most, there's a goodly portion of it under yellow, so I think it should be good to go from here.
Actually, no, it's a bit more than 14 laps.
We just completed, well, we just completed 3 at 17. So 15 are done.
Let's see how this plays out. Philippe Albuquerque won't mind this because he gets another crack at a restart. Connor de Philippe, if he does what he did the last time and passes 3 cars into turn 1, then he'll be in a podium position by the time they come round again next time. That was an incredible manoeuvre right up the pit wall. The problem with this is we do have to go through, well, it's actually, yeah, they're doing the pass around. I was going to say, it is at race director's discretion.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anybody who's going to need to make a pit stop. So there shouldn't, we should have the wave around now to get
pass around.
I don't think there's really anybody that's a lap down to anywhere, so I don't think anybody needs to do that.
No.
I've just seen all the LMP2 cars into the pits, which has allowed the number 81 car to get back on the lead lap now, by the way, with the rest of the pack. So we've got back to 10 cars on the lead lap in LMP2.
That's Matthew Jacobson for that Dragon Speed. Remember, he had the improper wave by. It's coming down to 31 minutes to go. 31.5 minutes to go. Still my favourite pass of the race. That was the...
It's Hunter McElroy, wasn't it?
It's Hunter McElroy in the number 11, either side, to take the lead of the class. Yeah. Either side of Parker Thompson. Yeah. And Hunter McElroy down in the pit lane at the moment. Might be able to get a chat with him as the pits have opened for prototype. Presumably there'll be, well, let's see. I'm not going to presume anything here. I'm really not. Shea Adam is looking down the pit lane. Anybody looking likely?
Well, they weren't, but now they are. The number 10, Konik Minolta Acura. They've just scrambled into life and gotten helmets ready. There's tires that have just been put up on the wall, and the pit board is actually being readied by Jamie. So they are going to come in. Interestingly, earlier on, I saw Jordan Taylor with his helmet on getting ready to get into the 40 for one final stint. Now, looks like Louis is going to be taking it to the checker now.
Are there new tires, Shea?
They look lightly scrubbed, like maybe they were babied for a half a lap.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Because he's not going to lose any ground. Well, he might lose one place to the Lamborghini if he does decide to come in. And he has Felipe Albuquerque then into the pit lane. Last roll of the dice for the number 10, Wayne Taylor Racing with Acura. They'll get a splash of fuel perhaps, but certainly a newer set of Michelin rubber, which they will have pressured to this time. Yeah, looks like 4 tires, Shea.
They have done the left front, they're doing the right front. Yeah, they're doing all 4 tires on this Acura. They gave Philippe a little bit of what looked like maybe an energy drink in through the passenger side of the cockpit, waiting on the car to drop off the air tracks. 20 seconds worth of fuel. Philippe can run full ridge to the checker. Maybe somebody else needs to save a little bit of fuel. He definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
Did they take on any fuel?
Yeah,
20 seconds of fuel for that car. Coming to a red light, but he'll get all these places back when they do the prototype GTP split. Now, just before, well, let's find out where the bodywork came from. Again, it's side by side.
Was that the...
Well, it was the whole rear bumper unit from the 65 Ford Mustang. It just came off almost peeled off. But which car was it that was the hip check there? Now.
So Colin Brown didn't get out ahead as his other
No,
two.
he dropped it into third.
Yeah.
It's close. But he's still net one position better, isn't he? He was fourth before that pit stop schedule.
He was actually second before.
Was he
the pit
second?
stop.
Was he?
Yeah. It was number 11.04. Then a 22 and a 2. Then
Right, so he's dropped a spot.
yeah, number 18 has gone from all the way from 7th to the lead. And the youngster Connor Zilic is at the wheel of that car at the moment.
That could be a
And
contender.
Era Motorsport looking to get its second win in as many races.
100% on the season.
Yeah. And 100% for Connor Zilic, because this is only the second race he's done.
Pack in now.
Not bad for a 17-year-old from Mooresville, Carolina.
BD or Norse Strategy Award. Contender there for the pit stop. I'd also add in the mix, and Aaron has mentioned this as well, about the 0-1 with that short pit stop, and then Bourdais.
I think they've been lucky, to be honest. They were banking on there being yellows.
Yeah, well.
I'm sure I call that
Got them.
strategy. I call that a Hail Mary.
All right, well, yes.
But they,
I tell you what, if Philippe Albuquerque carves his way back to a podium position, he wasn't making.
and we've seen how aggressive he can be in the past, have we not?
Well, that car could either be a podium finisher or end up in a smoking pile at the side of the road, if the engine goes. New rear bumper unit going on to the Ford Mustang number, actually it looks like they put the 64 on in just white tape on that. So we are being denied a bit of racing here as we will do the GTP class split. There will be no final wave by. No final wave by. Era Motorsport with Connor Zilic leading. Connor Zilic has, car out there with no lights on. It's the Triarsi car again. That's the second time that's happened. So this is the prototype class split. There'll be no final wave by. We should get going with about 20 minutes to go. Just depends how quickly this happens. And the lights have gone out. Excellent, well done. So the Lamborghini Urus will pull away in a very pleasant pastel blue colour. I'm sure it's not called that. So one more lap. Lights have gone out early.
One more lap, or is it this time?
No, the lights have gone out this time by. But I'm trying to work out where the safety car is. I think it's just coming on the back straight now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
safety
he's
car
pulling
lights are out.
away, right. So there'll be 23 minutes to go.
Or thereabouts.
23 and change.
So, Sebastian Bourdais has to restart. And when did we say Sebastian Bourdais pitted, Jeremy?
He pitted on lap 297.
Right, so he's
done 23 laps, of which 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 have been under yellow.
Right. Here we go. Back to green. 23:20 on the clock as they go across the line, side by side, the two BMWs again. Now
Was that Jimmy Bruni?
No, I think you're right, Jeremy. My apologies. I didn't expect to see him
just
soar off, and he's just been
checked off.
nerfed out. Keeps his foot in and comes back on. It's two Porsches now side by side. Here's the two BMWs. Jimmy Bruni, Julian Andlau, actually behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah. He was Andlau went around NASA and then tried to do the same to Delatraz, and
Delatraz
said,
had him off. Yeah,
I'm not having that.
Yeah. Well, Andlau's got a quick car. We said that Proton car stealthed up through the beach that is turn 7 and 8. Here come the BMWs. Connor De Philippi, Philip A. Love the fact that the Lamborghini is still in that. They will be delighted with this. Yes, they've had a lot of help in terms of how many safety cars there've been. That take nothing away from them.
No, they've had good pace, haven't they, John?
Yeah, I think they'll be delighted with this. Absolutely delighted. This is a different team and a different car from what they ran at Qatar a couple of weeks ago. Borde's taken off. He's got 2 seconds. Delatraz has got Nasser, Andlau, and Connor De Philippi right behind him. Oh, another. Was another GTD Pro incident. That was Jack Hawksworth going down the inside of Daniel Gadea, and Gadea running into the back of Hawksworth, or Hawksworth stacking him up in the middle of the corner. You be the judge. Remember, it is an absolute that if you have an accident, take the number of drivers involved and add 1 for the opinions that there will be about it. Daniel Serra ahead of Jack Hawksworth. It's the lead of GTD Pro through turn 1. And side by side, and Serra eased off the track by Hawksworth aggressively. I don't think there was any contact there, but was there a car's width left on the outside? And now we've got Rexy pushing its way past the Ferrari. It's all getting a bit harem-scarum here, but Saturday Night Main.
Yeah, that's a Corvette in there as well, is it?
I know it's dark out. The Triazi car's lost almost all its lights. They've fitted something on the front so that it's got air light. Daniel Serra is going to be absolutely fit to be tied there. He got pushed way down. Serra has, I think he's bouncing off the grass. He's lost his transponder because he's dropped out of the My Timing altogether now. But he's ahead of the number 77, which puts him in 4th position. And Serra, yeah, he's shown has stopped. He's clearly not. So into turn 1, the battle for the lead in GTD Pro. Serra brakes, Hawksworth goes for the inside, that's fine, but he's got to give him room on the outside. Does he? Or does he not? Question. And I'm not sure I can answer that. That's a decision that'll need to be made from race control. Just because there's no contact doesn't mean that there hasn't been an offence, saying that there has either, by the way. Now, what's happened to the CrowdStrike 04 car? Colin Brown has dropped all the way back to the back of that LMP2 field. The CrowdStrike by APR.
Yeah, he's must have had an offer there, but look who's on the charge at number 33. Johnny Edgar, the young Englishman, who's got that Ligier up into 5th position.
5th position.
Ahead of Ben Hanley, Tom Dillman. Wow. That is impressive.
That could be our BDO No Strategy Award there, because they're the only Ligier in the field. Only their second race with the car. The front of the field, it's Cadillac from Acura, from the two Porsches. Do the drivers honestly think we can't see them out there? All right, Colin Brown dives up the inside of the 74 Riley, looking for second position, and ends up backwards at turn 17. That's a shame. That was a good comeback from those guys, having been laps down early on. That car really had pace today, particularly when the young Englishman was driving it. Unlapped himself on pace.
Delatraz is in the 51s there.
Down to a second in the lead, Jeremy.
Yeah, he halved that deficit to Sebastian Bourdais. 17 minutes to go.
Ben Hanley in the pits for United Autosport, the number 2. This is the Wins car. Did they get their calculations wrong? I wouldn't have thought so.
Zilish is under pressure from Felipe Fraga in the number 74 car for Riley Motorsport. He's got a couple of seconds over Mikkel Jensen. Found his way past, oh, that was really got past Colin Brown. Okay.
Nick Damon.
I was just watching the two pits off from quite a distance. I'm walking back towards it now, but they did change some tyres. It may well have been. There's no reason for them to come in fuel wide here. It may well have been they had some sort of slow puncture or a flat.
Well, there's been plenty of side-by-side action. Just been described as a brawl on social media out there. Saturday night street fight. They're not on the streets of Sebring, but I get what you mean. Jack Hawksworth still leading. No investigation so far into that pass for the lead. Nick Damon looking at the Wins United car.
There's a lot of damage on the wheel, so there's obviously been some side scuffage, and that may well have just obviously eased off the beading of the tyre, then they would have been losing pressure.
It's a danger being side by side. And GTD windward by just 3/4 of a second. Phil Ellis from Chettilar Racing. What a day Chettilar have had. Off the track, facing the wrong way, damage, and now in second position. And now the battle for position in GTD Pro with Lauren Heinrich and Daniel Serra battling for third. And it goes the way, at the moment at least, of AO Racing. Daniel Serra outbraking himself and at the front of the field. It's now no distance at all between the distinctive upright rear lights on the Cadillac with the brake lights right on the top of the outriggers, and Delatraz is there.
Yeah, right there. He was, again, a half a second quicker last lap around. Mind you, catching and passing, that's entirely different, particularly when Sebastian Bourdais in the lead 2.
And they've got a huge gap before they get to the next car, which is actually Ben Hanley just out of the pits with those new tyres. The battle for the lead with 14.5 minutes to go, live from Sebring. 100.9 FM here at the circuits, Sirius XM 206 and Highlands ESPN 1063 AM, as well as around the world on IMSA Radio RS2 via IMSARadio.com. If you're outside the US, the last 15 minutes, you'll have it live without any interruption on the world feed video. IMSARadio.com, click the tab on the top left for live video. 14 minutes to go. Headlights blazing towards the first corner. Bourdais was being flashed earlier on by Louis Delatraz. Don't think that's made any difference whatsoever. Cadillac starting to move around a little bit under Bourdais. More flashing from Delatraz. That Cadillac is punching out the corners very well, but it is the Acura that gains under braking, and Delatraz almost ran into the back of the Cadillac there. He was so late on the brakes into turn 7. This is what we've been waiting to see, and now it counts. There was plenty of elbows out racing earlier on, but this is when it matters. Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport is 4.5 seconds back, and he's got Julian Andlau for Proton Competition Mustang Sampling right on his rear aerofoil, and behind them, the first of the BMWs is Connor De Felipe in the number 25.
Yeah, that's Penske honour there that Felipe Nasr is fighting for. I think Andlau's car is faster at this stage in the race, but Nasr certainly isn't going to let him pass and throw away a podium finish. It's a car that already had a good start to the season.
So, with just on a dozen minutes to go.
We've beaten the GTP distance record then in this modern era.
CrowdStrike pit lane reporters Shea Adam and Nick Damon, I want you to think about your BDO nose strategy nominees, please. Same with you, Jeremy. I'll give you another couple of laps and then you can tell me your nominees. Any of the classes, just one nominee required. Shea Adam.
Minus a little bit of fun. Bobby V, who is the guy on the box, the brain on the box, for which everybody else orbits around, for Wright Motorsport, offered his guys who go over the wall an extra incentive for today's race. He said he would pay them extra for every car that they pass in pit lane. The last pit stop that they had, they gained 6 positions. Bobby said he's going to need to find a second job to try and give them all their bonuses.
Well, they've got Elliot Skier up to 3rd position in GTD, so it might have worked. Nick Damon, your thoughts on the Nose Strategy Awards for BTO?
I think it needs to be the Ligier.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's been damaged, it's come back, it's running on its own, and after the debacle at Daytona, this is a fantastic performance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go with that. That's exactly what I was going to say, yep.
Well, we'll take
We
that.
like the underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this is incredible. There's 3 and 4 cars wide going across the line in front of us, just rumbling through. The pace at the front of the field, 150.9 last time around by Bourdais, 150.8 for Louis Delatraz. 10 minutes still to go. That is probably 5, possibly 6 laps at the front of the field. What would make that? So that's going to make a pretty long run for Sebastian Bourdais. He's been out. He's had 13 yellow laps in this stint, in fairness, but even so,
yeah,
this is interesting now to me. He's done 30 laps, 13 laps of yellow.
Yeah, so he should be fine. I think.
Yeah.
They're showing us 30% energy remaining.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And which would be, assuming that's indicative of the whole stint, that'll be 10 laps basically. We've not got 10 laps to go.
Yeah, true. I'm torn here for BTO no strategy. I like Era Motorsport, what they've done. They've been up and down through the field.
Well, everybody's been up and down through the field in LMP2.
Yeah, that is true.
But it has been a great comeback, and yeah, because they were, before this final round of pit stops, they were down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position. So it's been a tremendous run. Once again, young Connor Zilic. I'm not sure that's well, I mean, strategy played into that because they had a very fast final stop. So assuming they can get to the end, but I'm still going to go with that Ligier.
Back with the battles at the front of the field, and traffic plays its part. Bourdais now having to defend as Delatraz tried to get up the outside on the start-finish line, and I think there could be casualties here in terms of some of the GT cars, because neither of these drivers will want to lose a moment. Delatraz drops his wheels off, and the spark flying from the underside of the number 40 Wind Taylor Racing Acura. He's closing in. He'll go to the left, he goes to the right, he gets the overlap, and he's on the wrong side of the track at turn 7.
Bourdais defended the line there going into turn 5, but that's allowed Delatraz to get a great run off the corner.
But he's on the wrong side again
for
turn 10.
The kick is to the left.
They're coming down to turn 10 now. It's a right-hander, and Bourdais is defending for all he's worth. He's sliding around, but so is Delatraz. Delatraz, I think, has got a little more grip under the Acura than Bourdais has under him and the Cadillac. Yes, the Cadillac moving around in the middle of the corner now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Delatraz flashing the lights is actually giving him any advantage. It's probably just cheesing off Sebastian Bourdais.
It's a feel-good factor. I feel like getting under his skin.
Coming down to 7 minutes now, and there's more traffic ahead of the leaders. That Cadillac punches off turn 16 nicely. But what is it like off turn 17 past the Iron Lynx number 60? That's the Lamborghini, the bright yellow car that they've just gone by. Through onto the start-finish line. Oh my goodness, there is about a 10-car train ahead of them, and they're gaining on it very quickly. And remember what we heard drivers saying, if you hit traffic coming in to turn 3, there's absolutely nothing you can do. 10 cars, there's 15 cars there, and they're pretty much all GTs, and they're sliding around. They're having their own battles as well, and the leaders are coming upon this. Now this is where it gets absolutely crucial that the right decisions are made. Well, that's handy, because the 2 cars they've just passed have stayed over to the right-hand side. One of them, the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Big defence, but not defence enough, and down the inside, Delatraz takes the lead for a moment, but he's ran long. Can he hold on to it this side-by-side? And once again, it's the inside line for the Cadillac, but he's had to drop back in, and Delatraz, with a double move down into turn number 7, has got the lead, but here comes the Cadillac round the outside. We'll get the kick. There's a touch again. There's been 3 or 4 touches front to rear, and Delatraz holds on to it, hasn't lifted off. Now, once again, traffic will play its part. I think Delatraz has done enough. I think he can put the gap in. The flashing lights for the number 19 Lamborghini. And it's going to be about where they hit traffic. They're coming up through the GTD field, up to Lauren Heinrich. Dealt with him in the 77, Daniel Serra and Daniel Junkadea, and Jack Hawksworth are next, and they've got to get past Hawksworth before the end of this long straight, and I think they will do. Just getting under. Oh, the big block by Hawksworth on the Cadillac. I didn't mean to do that, but that's been huge. A massive amount of time lost by Sebastian Bourdais. Through turn 1, and will the leader get held up? That's the only chance now for Bourdais. He hasn't got the pace, hasn't got the grip. And now, what's happening behind for 3rd place, Felipe Nasr? Not gaining on the leaders at the moment in LMP2. Connor Silic still about a second ahead of Felipe Fraga, who's only got half a second on Mikkel Jensen and GDT Pro. Hawksworth by a second and a half over Serra in second. Junkadea in 3rd by about 8/10. Phil Ellis has only a second ahead of Fuoco for Chettilar Racing, and off goes the Corvette number 3. Well, that is the absolute perfect end to their day. It's been miserable. And this has been not a banner day for Corvette. That was the better place of the car. They were battling for third.
Well, they were in third.
Battling for second, Jeremy. Yes, you're absolutely right. And with 3 minutes to go, with the number 4 car not having featured at all, and Daniel Hunkadea will be absolutely beside himself. And our BDO Knows Strategy Award, the consensus here, and we're going to go with it, goes to Sean Creech Motorsport with the Ligier, swimming against the Orica Tide, and they've used every trick in the book to get themselves up to 5th position.
A quarter of a second between the leaders as they cross the line. It's less than that at turn 1.
So Borde's found some more performance. 2.5 minutes to go. It will be white flag next time around.
And Conor Zilisch in LMP2 has got a little bit of daylight between himself.
And Paul de Resta's just gone up into third.
Well,
he's
yeah,
gone
because
past
number
Felipe
74 is
Fraga.
plummeting down.
Fraga's got a problem in the Riley number 74. There was a bit of rough and tumble with that machine earlier on, so Sean Creech Motorsport and the winners of our BDO No Strategy Award have just gone up to 4th place. They're only a drop wheel away from being on the podium in that Ligier now.
Yeah, that's a remarkable effort. It really is.
They've, as I said, Jeremy, they've used every tool at their disposal, strategy and speed. That is brilliant.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
Yeah, young Johnny Edgar clearly has a big future ahead of him.
Yes, he does.
He was a bit of a star in the open wheel ranks. Was he dropped? He was dropped by Red Bull, I think, wasn't he? But yeah, was that the right decision they made? I don't know. It could be. It'll still be good for Johnny Edgar's career for sure.
Daniel Hunkadea with that car has not moved, so they will drop down to 10th in GTD Pro. Not the finish that Corvette were hoping for. The 4 car not really into, and another car off. That's a Porsche. That is the number 5. That is Julian Andlauer. White flag is out. We will go over the 12 hours by about a minute. Andlauer then drops down to 6th position. Philippe Albuquerque comes up to 5th. Conor De Felipe up to 4th for the BMW.
No, he'd actually gone up to 4th. I think Andlauer was really struggling. The last lap, he lost a couple of positions, John. I think that car was just going away from him late in the game here.
Delatraz's race to lose at the moment. There's a little bit of traffic, but not much. Just 1 car to clear, and he has done it. 77 and 3 under review. So that is the
that was the exits.
AO Racing Porsche and Daniel Hunkadea in the battle for the 3rd spot of the podium. So that might not be over yet. No poultry to be accounted for at the moment in GTD Pro. Don't forget your submissions for Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA
Number
Radio.
77 penalty.
Drive-through.
That was a great lap, by the way, from Louis Delatraz last time around at 150.7. He's extended his lead, but yeah, incident responsibility drive-through penalty for car number 77 that is running now in 3rd position.
So he either comes in or he gets 20 seconds, isn't it, added to his time. If he comes in, can he serve the drive-through with the checker? I don't think he can. Acura win the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. The checkered flag goes out and is seen first of all by Louis Delatraz. What a young talent, 333 laps down. And Sebastian Bourdais will be second. The Porsche 963 of Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 7 car coming through. In LMP2 will wait for Conor Zilisch, but there's the GT battle, and Philip Ellis just ahead of Antonio Fuoco by half a second. Wright Motorsports in third, Harter Racing Aston in fourth. Fifth for Loris Spinelli and 4T Racing, Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport, LMP2, Connor Zilic wins, and Angus Home, a brilliant run for Era Motorsport. TDS in second, United in third, and the leisure of Sean Creech Motorsport, the 33 car, is in fourth position. In GTD Pro, Hawksworth, Serra, and the penalty for the 77 car will elevate Mirko Bortolotti and Iron Lynx in the number 19 car to third, Brian Sellers to fourth for Paul Miller, Harter Racing to fifth, and Iron Lynx to sixth position. Let's pick up some reaction from the winners. Here's Nick Damon.
Yeah, just trying to go a quick word with Jordan Taylor. Jordan, congratulations, your third win.
Yeah, third one. I mean, Louis won that one for us. We were third, I think, on the restart, and he drove the wheels off of that Acura. So all hats to him. The guys did an amazing job all race long, 12 hours. But yeah, great championship day as well. But yeah, it's very happy for Dex Imaging and all the guys. Chris Bennett here. It's good to be back.
Fantastic overtake for the win.
Fantastic, and the best thing is that it was clean. I mean, it was a great battle. They both could have pushed each other off a couple of times, but there's a lot of respect between Bourdais and Louis, and I think it was one of the best battles we've seen here, at the end of a 12-hour.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
For Ben Barnicket, it was a big win at Petit Le Mans in 2022, then the Watkins Glen win in 2023. The 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus wins one major endurance race per year. Sebring, I guess I got to come see you at Daytona 2025.
Yeah, that's it. We're just doing him in reverse now, it seems. Hopefully can get my hands on a watch next year, but what a moment, to take Sebring 12 hours off the list. It's one of the most historic, famous, amazing endurance races in the world. Like there's no place in the world that has this kind of atmosphere in this infield and the characteristics of this track, and I'm just stoked to do it. It was a long day, a hard day. We looked real good and real bad at some points, but that guy Jack Hawkes, I think, is one badass. He knows how to make a move in a big moment when he needs to, and yeah, that's why I love going racing with him. What a day.
25 starts, 6 wins. Congrats, Ben.
Thank you.
Indy Donchi from the back of all the GTs to the win for the 57, a fantastic team performance.
Yeah, it's really well done from the team, and I mean, car was absolutely great today. I mean, you can see it from the results. We won, and we were also constantly in the top 4. Mega job by the team, and mega comeback from us.
Was there any? When was the point where you knew you would think we can win this?
Well, I mean, the whole week has been going really well. It was just unfortunate that in qualifying we got disqualified. In the end, we know that we had a good car. So actually, from the second stint onwards, we were like, yeah, let's get this.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Jeremy Shaw is crunching some numbers at the moment. The party has started in Green Park. Let's pick up some more reaction with Nick Damon and this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Colton, this endurance racing is fun. You get to win.
I know. All right, we'll walk. No, that was incredible, and that was all Louis there at the end. So just really proud to be a part of this team and be able to drive these cool race cars and get some of the best teammates in the world with Jordan and Louis. They did an incredible job, and it's my first time ever win this race, and to win it overall is incredible.
Thanks. Colton, off you go. LMP2 winners now with Shea.
Well, Ryan Dial, the last time you won this race, it was 2012, and you went on to win a world championship. So is this the start, maybe, of Era's championship winning season in IMSA?
Well, if you keep winning, then you're probably going to win the championship. So just absolutely mega, Connor, superstar, as we know. But really, just a mega job all day from the team. Car was strong. We got a puncture with me in the lead, and it put us off sequence, and then our engineer Scott and Nico just made a gutsy call after that 1 hour to go kind of mark. We came out in the lead. Connor drove his nuts off, and we're going to enjoy this one. It was to what we had last year, to win the first 2 races this year, and then to win Daytona and Sebring in the same year. That's very cool.
Very cool. The 36 hours of Florida for a resident Floridian.
There we go. On to the next one.
Congrats, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Delby wanted to race in Florida every weekend. Unofficial results then. Wayne Taylor Racing's Acura on 333 laps by just under a second wins it from the Cadillac number 01 from Chip Ganassi. Porsche Penske Motorsports number 7 continues its great run at the start of the season. and they take the top 3 positions from BMW Team RNLL. Then the second of the Wayne Taylor cars, the second BMW, Lamborghini Iron Lynx, 7th position, and on the lead lap, just 30 seconds away from the leader. Renger van der Zande with Nick.
You're just having a chat with the GM. Renger, I have to say commiserations, it was so close.
Yeah, of course, very disappointed. I thought we, with 6 minutes to go, we were in a comfortable situation. Not comfortable, but good position to get that win. But hey, well, hats off to Delatras, who drove like a hero today, and my teammate too. You know, I think they had a bit of upper hand on speed, and that's all Seb could have done. So it is what it is, but it's a hard one to digest.
Yeah, it's very magnanimous of you. I think it came down to at the end. We've been talking about them all day, but I think in the end they had more tyre than you did.
More tyre, but also pace. I mean, if you look at the fastest lap, that's a fast lap. So I don't think we could have done that. But hey, you know, they should be celebrating hard, and we'll try again.
You'll get them next time.
Thanks.
Very classy indeed, exactly as we expect from Renger van der Zande. Before we sign off and let you head to the podium for the podium celebrations, let's have a look at some arithmetic. Jeremy, what have you got for us?
Yeah, in GTP, I reckon that today's winners, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, number 40 car, and a number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsports car, will be tied on 706 points. In third position, I think will be quite a long way back actually, 594 for Cadillac Racing and the 01 car. In the Manufacturers' Championship, unofficially, Porsche, Cadillac and Acura would be tied on 710 points.
Okay, that's in GTP.
That's in GTP. In LMP2, well, that's nice and easy because Era Motorsport won both races.
Yeah.
So they got a very handy lead there over the Riley team, which I think will be in second position. In GTD Pro, with the win today, Vasser Sullivan, I think will have the lead, despite a really disappointing run last time out, and with that penalty late on for number 77 car. I think, no, forget that. Sorry, Risi Competizione, they won Daytona, finished second here, so sorry. They have a clear lead on 722, but all the way up into second position, after a dismal Daytona, will be Vasser Sullivan in car number 14. In GTD, very quickly, again, perfect first 2 races for Winwood Racing, so they will lead handily there. Ditto with Mercedes.
Well, what a race it is. Hang around on RS2 for post-race tech. Michelin PRT, hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Thank you very much to our syndications on Highlands ESPN, 1063 AM, 100.9 FM at the circuit. You'll be hearing the podium celebrations on that shortly, and Sirius XM 206, as well as our live coverage around the world on the World Feed TV. Stay with us for Michelin post-race tech on RS2 for our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team of Shea Adam and Nick Damon. Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, and the whole of our production crew here in Concord and back in London. What a race, and we'll discuss it more with your questions in Michelin Post Race Tech next on RS2 IMSA Radio.